If you're serious about mastering JavaScript in 2024, you have just found the most comprehensive and in-depth tutorial to begin your journey. This isn't a typical tutorial. We meticulously designed this video to cover everything you need to learn step by step to become a JavaScript pro in 2024. As you would already know, JavaScript continues to be the backbone of web development even in 2024. When the rise of full-stack development, modern frameworks, and even generative AI, JavaScript is the must-have skill for developers. So if you want to build fast, interactive, and scalable web applications, knowing JavaScript inside out is non-negotiable. Keeping all that in mind, we will start with the absolute basics, understanding what JavaScript is and its core properties. We will then walk you through variables, data types, conditional statements, loops, operations, arrays, and functions, laying a strong foundation before moving on to mastering some advanced topics like exception handling and array functions. We will build some exciting projects through the video and then get you ready for some interview questions. But hang in there. That's not all. We will explore how generative AI intertwines with JavaScript and show you how to integrate GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code. So grab your coding gear, hit that subscribe button, and let's embark on this comprehensive JavaScript journey together.
What is JavaScript? It is a verb of a web page that defines all the actions to be performed on a web page. What do you mean by this thing? If noun is the HTML, if HTML is called noun of the web page, then all the actions performed on that web page is known as JavaScript. It is an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. In the next slide, we will see how just-in-time compiler, that JIT compiler, works. It is everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. What do you mean by this thing? If you want to run your JavaScript code while you are using any browser, there is a specific engine or what you call a compiler installed with it, right? For example, if you talk about Mozilla, right, there is a spider monkey. For Google Chrome, there is V8 engine, right? This V8 engine is written in C++ language, right? So if you have observed that when we are trying to use that maps, right, those need to be very fast. So C++ is as compared to other programming language is very fast. So what Google developers did, they created their own engine, that is V8 engine. JavaScript applications ranges from web development, mobile development, and many more. Okay. JavaScript is easy, simple, and very compatible with HTML and CSS. We'll see how to incorporate HTML and CSS along with our JavaScript in the following slides, right? It's a must-to-have skill for any software development role, right? If you talk about any software development roles that are currently available, JavaScript is the must-to-have skill. Now let's talk about JavaScript properties. So JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, right? What does it mean? You don't have to specify the type of the variable explicitly. There is no need to define the data type for a variable like number or int or float, right? Number, string. We will talk about data types. What are the data types that JavaScript has? The primitive data types, right? So only let, var, and const are used for variable declaration. We will see after this slide, we will talk about var, and later we will talk about let and const as well. So you don't have to explicitly specify that this is a number or this is a string, right? So what does this mean? So if you're sometimes you are declaring something, right, you just have to declare it with the help of var keyword, and then var name equal to Faizan, let's suppose. So name is a string. Let's suppose you declared another variable, like for example var name equal to 10. Now this name will be this time a number, right? So that's what you mean by dynamically typed. Okay, JavaScript is also a weakly typed language. therein we have type coercion. We will cover what this type coercion means. It basically means you are allowing what? To convert one type into another, okay? When we are comparing two values of different types, the one type will be forced to change into another type, so that comparison is made possible. To stop this type coercion, we use instead of double equal to sign, we will use triple equal to sign. We will talk about this as well in the following slides. So these two are the properties. What are these properties? JavaScript is dynamically typed and JavaScript is weakly typed language. Now let's talk about variables. A variable is a name of a memory location where data is stored. What does this mean? So if you talk about real life example, right? So if you want to store some water, right, you use bottle, right? If you want to store some cereals, maybe rice or anything, like you will use a container. So similarly, if you want to store data in a memory location, you use variable. So what is the syntax of this variable? So basically you will write var, then var variable name, and then the value. For example, if you see, var is the keyword that is used here, right? And then name equal to Fazan. So this name is the variable name and Fazan is the string that we are putting inside this name, okay? That we are initializing our name with Fazan, and var roll number equal to 27. So we are initializing this roll number with 27. One is string and another is number. Now let's see the conditional statements, that is if else, right? So else if, all these things will be covered in this slide, okay? So consists of two keywords, right? There are two keywords present, right? If and else, right? Used when there are two possible paths depending upon a condition. So depending upon something, right? Let's suppose A is greater than B, right? Then you will perform some action if it's true, and if it's false, you will perform some other action, right? So if this is true, then perform this. Else, if this is not true, then perform this thing, okay? So there can be multiple if-else statements, right? So as you can see in the example, there is if condition, then whatever the condition is, then else if, perform this, check if this condition met, else if, check this if this condition met. Okay, if none of these conditions met, then we go into the else part. So basically this is this might not be the right approach. What do you mean by this thing? So if let's suppose you have 10 conditions, right? You have 10 multiple paths of action, okay? So at that time, instead of using else if, you should rather go for switch case, okay? We'll cover that thing as well. So now let's talk about the example, how to define this thing, okay? This can be also nested, right? So there's a if condition, that if that condition is true, again there's a if condition, then we perform the else part of it. So this is called nested if, okay? Nested if else, okay? There can be if without else, right? But vice versa is not true. What do you mean by this thing? If 2 is equal to 2, console.log, they are equal. There cannot be such case that else is only, I mean to say there is only else part, right? It will throw an error, that missing if statement, right? So something like that, it will throw you an error. So, but if can be used without else, okay? Now let's see the example. So if you see, we have defined here two variables, right? With the help of var keyword, a equal to 5 and b equal to 6. Now what I'm doing here, if a plus b is less than 11, right? It is not less than 11, it is exactly 11. So console.log less than 11. Else if it's greater than, then console.log more than 11, right? But both these conditions are not true, then it will automatically go to the else part, right? If there would have been any other condition, then we would have checked that thing. For example, if there would have been another condition, let's suppose a plus b double equal to 11, then that thing will have been executed. The else part would have been executed. Now let's in this example, we don't have the another else if statement, so else part will be executed. So that's why we get the output as equal. So this is how you define an if else statement. We talked about multiple else if statements, right? We talked about nested if, we talked about how if can be alone, right? There is not specifically you have to define the else part always. So if can be alone, but vice versa is not true. Else cannot be alone, okay? Now I told you, when you have multiple conditions or multiple actions that you need to be performed, right? At that time, it's better to use switch case. So it's an elegant way to replace multiple else if statements, right? So what is the syntax of this? You basically write switch, then you write the expression, then on the basis of this expression, you will execute one of these cases. So after a case is executed, right? This val will represent some value. For example, if a is equal to 1, let's suppose the expression is a, the expression came as A, right? So if case 1, let's suppose case 1 is true, A is 1, right? So case first will be executed. Then after it's executed, you need to explicitly write the break statement, okay? So if you don't write a break statement, then all the cases after that will be executed unless and until there is a break. Okay, and by default you have to explicitly define a default case, right? If none of these conditions match, then the default case will be executed. It's just like the else part of the if else statement, right? So here, depending upon the answer evaluated by the condition, case code gets executed. Simple, right? Every case must be followed by a break unless it is required, not as per logic. Okay, if your logic allows you to break, only then you will break, right? So if your logic doesn't allow to break, then it's not explicitly that you have to define it always. So you can, if you want multiple cases to be executed, then you should not use break statement. Okay, otherwise all the cases will start executing from the matched case till there is either a break encounter or all the cases are exhausted, right? If you have forgotten, sometimes maybe you have forgotten all the break statements, then all these cases will be executed. After that, when all the cases are executed, you will get out of the switch case. Okay, default is optional, right? Default is optional. You don't have to explicitly write always, right? You don't have to explicitly, if you sometime forgot to write the default statement, it allows it. Okay, there is no error thrown at that time. Okay, and holds the code which should be executed if none of the cases will match. Okay, if none of the cases matched, then at that time that default case will be executed. Now this value, or the what is the value, that case val we saw, right? It can be an integer, it can be a character, or it can be a string. Okay, right? So this is all about switch case. Now let's see the example. Okay, so right herein we have defined where day is equivalent to Sunday. So day is a string, right? So switch day. Now in day, what will be present? It will be Sunday, right? So once it will check case 1 is the first case and the second case, whatever the value of day is, does it match with the case 1? No. Does it match with twice? No. Wed? No. Thursday? No. Friday? No. Set? No. Then Sunday comes, right? Case Sun will be executed. Today is Sunday. After that, we will just write the break statement, and that's it. The output will be today is Sunday. Let's talk about loops. So what is a loop? Basically, loops are used to do a repeated work until a specified condition remains true. So unless and until something is true, you loop around that same set of you repeat that same set of instructions, right? Do this, do this, do this, until that condition is false. Okay, there are multiple variations of loops, right? Different types of loops are for loop. In that for loop, we have for each, for off, for in. These are all types of it. Okay, then we have while loop, right? Then we have do while loop. Okay, these are all loops. Okay, now let's talk about for loop. So basically, how a for loop will work, it is of best use when you know the specified number of times the code should be executed. For example, I told you to write give me print all the numbers from 1 to 5. So you know, right? You know how many times you want to print that number, right? For example, if I told you please print the numbers from 1 to 5, so you know this should be executed 5 times. So in the initialization phase, you will use a variable, right? So I told you 1 to 5, right? So you will initialize your var a equal to 1, right? Your var or var num equal to 1, and then the termination condition will be what? A is less than 5, right? Once it will execute the statement, then it will go to the updation part. Okay, and in the updation part, what will it do? It will just increment that num. Okay, num plus plus. We will see in the demo part. We will see, it will be much clear. Initialization is used to initialize the variable which is being used for the iteration, right? What do you mean by this iteration? Basically, it's the number of times this loop will work. So when it will work 5 times. So this will be the 5th iteration. So when the first it will be executed, that will be the first iteration, then second iteration, then third, then fourth, and then 5th. At 5th iteration, it will stop its execution. So the second part is the termination part, right? It comprises of condition which determines till when the iteration will continue. What do you mean by this thing? This termination will be responsible for how many times you want to execute this the set of statements that is within this block, right? Within this for block. Okay, now the updation part, how our variables get updated. You can update it maybe a single time, right? right? When I talked about give me a number from 1 to 5, so I wanted all the numbers. Let's suppose I told you give me all the numbers from 1 to 5, give me all the numbers which are even or which are maybe odd. At that time you will just change the updation statement, right? So it completely depends on the type of problem you are facing. Okay, now let's talk about the example. Let's suppose you have to print from 0 to 5, right? So what I did here, I declared the variable, right, I equal to 0. I initialized it within the for loop is the structure of it. This is the structure of it. For then a variable equal to 0, then I is less than 5 and I plus plus. So if you can see, the current value of I in the first iteration will be 0, right? Then it goes in the updation part, right? It increments that I, it will be 1. So similarly, you will get a current value of I equal to 1 and so on to current value of I equal to 4. Once 4 will be executed, then it goes to the updation part and it makes it 5. So is 5 less than 5? No. So this will be the termination condition. Okay. If you see, I haven't written any curly braces here, right? Because I told you when there is only one statement to be executed, these braces are optional. Okay. Now let's see the demo of it quickly. Now we are here. So let's try to loop around how we can use loops. Okay, so let's suppose you declared a variable num equal to 0, let's suppose. So I told you give me all the even numbers. Okay, so you wrote give me all the even numbers less than 10. Okay, less than 11 maybe, so we want so that we can print 10 as well. Okay, now okay, num is less than, so is 0 less than 11? Yes, it is. So in the num part, what you will write, you will, instead of incrementing it single time, what we will do, we will increment it twice. Okay, num equal to num plus 2. Okay, that's it. And then in the for loop, we'll just console.log what num, so 0 will be printed and so on to 10 will be printed, and after that it will go to 12, but 12 is not less than 11, so our loop will be terminated. So if you see, I haven't written any curly braces because those are optional. Okay, even if I have written it, it doesn't matter. So if there would have been two statements within this for loop, then curly braces are must. Okay, we have to explicitly write these curly braces. Okay, now let's see. Let's save this file and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, let's reload this thing. You see, 0 is an even number, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. This is how you use a for loop. Okay, now let's talk about for each. This is a classic modification of for loop, right? Or what we call a rare modification of for loop, used when each element has to be passed or traversed, or you want to access each element, right? What is the syntax for this? For example, if you have declared an array, right, an array of strings, right, apple, peach, orange, this is an array of strings, right? Herein what we did, fruits dot, then for each, right, then the item that is to be traversed, and then we printed that item. What do we observe here? Basically, this item will contain each element, right, in the array. That is, first time it will be apple, then we printed that. Second time it will be peach, third time it will be orange, right? So this is for each loop. As you can see, the output is apple, peach and orange, right? So this is for loop modification, right? Then the other modification is, or the next type of loop that we see in terms of for, is for off, used for iterables like arrays and strings. If you see here, what we saw earlier, right? So if you try to access each element, herein what we write, for item of fruits, right? All the items of fruit, right? The item will contain, first time it will be apple, then it will be peach, and then it will be orange. The output is same, right? As we saw in the for each loop. Again, we are iterating through each element. Okay. Now let's see for in. Here it is used at enumerables, that is objects, right? It can be also used for iterables in which index acts as a key. So the difference will be clear when we see the demo of all these loops, right? Herein, if you see what we did, we wrote for item in fruits, and when we try to print the item, it gave us the index of each of those elements, right? 0 is the index of apple, 1 is the index of peach, 2 is the index of orange, right? So these are all the modifications of for loop, right? For each we saw, then we saw for in, and then we saw for off, right? Now let's see the demo of for each loop. if I wrote some array, right now, if you don't understand anything, I mean to say how you declare an array, it's okay, we will cover it. Okay, for now we can just assume that you know array, and now we want to traverse on it, okay, with the help of for each loop. So what I did here, I wrote array equal to 1 2 3 4, and then what we did, okay, that one second. Okay, what we did a dot for each item, then console.log. So what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 and 5. Let's save this file, and when we open our browser, when we try to refresh it, you see we got 1 2 3 4. This output is for the earlier thing that we did, right? So if you can see, this is line number 25 and 25 and 25. All these lines are from this line number 25, right? So we saw how to traverse with the help of for each loop. As you can see, it is much more simpler. I mean to say, not simpler, but easy to write, right? If you can see, we wrote here initialization, then the updation, and then the termination conditions, all those were present here, right? Herein we just wrote for each, and that's it. Now, how to write, if you want to traverse the same array using for in, right? For, we wrote for, then what we did, we wrote var a, right, in what, this array, right, that is a. Now let's change this var to, let's suppose item, right? And then what we will get, now if we try to print this thing, console.log these items, okay, that's it. Now if you save this file, what should be the output here? It should be 0 1 2 3, right? If you see this thing, when we try to refresh this, you see 0 1 2 3. It is due to line number 23 in first.js, line number 28, right? So if you can see, this is the line number 28, and we got the indexes. Now if we just change this thing here, and you just wrote off here, right, for off, and when you save this file, right, what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 5 again, right? If you refresh it, you see 1 2 3 4, right? You got it from the line number 28, which is this line, right? Line number 28. So the only difference between for in and for off is that if you want to access the elements, you will use for off loop, right? And if you want to access the elements, right, the indexes of the array, you will use what, for in. So similarly, this thing can be applied on objects as well. Since we haven't covered the objects, right, and you might be facing some problems, what I wrote, this arrow and all those things will be covered, right? How to declare an array, all those things will be covered in the coming slides, okay? So this is all about these variations of for loop, okay? Now let's go back. So for in is also covered. So now the second type of loop is for that is while loop, right? So in while loop, what we wrote, it's best used when we know the specified expression depending upon whose value the code should execute, right? It's similar to what for loop does, right? But in this, these termination conditions, these and the updation and the initialization, it happens on different locations, right? It's not, everything is not in a single place, right? As we saw, right, in the for loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who is responsible for the loop continuation, right? For example, if you see the example, you see where I is defined above, while, right, it is defined in the first line. Then in the while loop, we check the condition if this I is less than 5 or not. If it is, then what we did, we just console.log the current value of I, right? That is 0 1 2 3 and so on to 4, right? And in the same while loop, right, within that block, we just incremented I. So if you see, if you observe, or if you try to visualize it with the for loop, you see the for loop, everything was in a single line, right? Herein what we have, the initialization is above, the condition checking is inside the for loop, right? And the increment is also within the while loop, right? So this is all about while loop, right? Now let's see do while. It is best used when you know at least one code must execute once, irrespective of the condition. Whether your condition is true or false, right? It will always be executed once. Okay. Expression is used to dictate same as the while loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who's responsible for loop continuation, right? If you see, it says do. First it does the thing and then it will check the condition. So obviously whether the condition is true or false, still once it will be executed. Okay, if you see the example here, same thing, right? Where I is equal to 0, right? Console.log current value of I, then we increment it, then we check the condition. So even if I is 0 and we are checking if I is greater than 0, still it will execute this thing, right? It will give us the output as current value of I is 0. Although we are checking that if I is greater than 0, but still once we will get the output, right? So this is the drawback, or this is something that is specific to what? Do while loop. Okay, this is how you write your do while loop. Now let's talk about operators. So operators are something that we used continuously, right? These are something if you want to check if something is greater than something, right? A is greater than B. So these are all relational operators, bitwise operators, right? If you can see here, there are so many operators in JavaScript, right? First is unary operator, then the arithmetic, then the shift, relational, bitwise, logical, assignment, and ternary. Now let's see those things, okay? Now the unary operator. It needs one operand. There are two major operators here, right? That is increment and decrement. Each one have two variations, right? So increment has two variations, that is postfix and prefix, or you can call postfix, I mean to say the increment is done in postfix. The first we assign the value and then increment it. In prefix, what we do, we first increment and then assign. I will show you the demo part, then it will be much clearer. Okay, so if you can see, right, where a equal to 2 and then we are incrementing our a, right? Then we saw that the value of a is still 2, right? So why does it does such a behavior? Because it's postfix. First we assign the value, that is 2 is assigned to a, right? And then it is incremented. Then if you try to print that a in the next line, then it will give you what? 2. Okay, it will then first it will give you 2, then if you try to print it in a second line, then it will give you 3. That's not the case in prefix, right? It will be incremented first and then assigned. If a is equal to 2, it will be incremented and then assigned. That is 3, then assigned to a. You see the difference between a postfix and prefix, right? Now let's quickly see the demo of it, okay? As we saw in the increment, right? Increment part where we were increasing by 1. Similarly, decrement does what it does. It increments by 1. Similarly, we have two variations of it, that is postfix and prefix. That will happen in the same order as we saw earlier. Okay. Now, before going to the arithmetic operators, now quickly just recap all those things and try to do some demo on it. Okay. Now let's see demo of these things. Okay. We saw while loop, right? We saw something that was written like this: a, if a is equal to nil. Now let's say not a, if num equal to 0, right? I will show you something. If num is equal to 0, while num is greater than 0, right? So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will do console.log, right? Console.log, and we try to print a. And then what we did, we incremented. Okay, sorry, we are using num, so num plus plus. Okay, and let's put num here. Okay, you see the expression that we used here was that unary expression, right? Unary operator that we used. It is similar to something like this. We saw how to write a comment, right? Num equal to num plus 1. It's a shorthand notation, okay? Increment operator. Now, if you try to print this thing, right? So what we will get as an output, that is the last 4 lines will be, last 5 lines will be 0, 1, 2, 3. If it's greater than 0, okay. If it's, let's see if it's less than 5. Okay, now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed, okay? Now, if you try to save this file, then we try to run this thing. Okay, you see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is due to the line number 33. If you see the code, the line number 33, this is responsible for that thing, right? Now, this was while loop, right? Now, if I just change this thing, right? I said do something, right? Console.log, right? On the same thing, right? On the num itself. Now num has a value of 5, right? So it will print 5, right? So after that I will write the expression while num is less than 5. Okay, now it shouldn't print, right? Num is not less than 5, num is equal to 5, right? So it shouldn't print it, right? And then we do the increment here. Now it will do this thing once, right? As I told you earlier, right? Once it will be executed. So since even if num is not less than 5, because here we have num equal to 5, so this shouldn't be executed, right? But it will still be executed. We will see. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. You see 5 is printed due to the line number 37 in the text. You see line number 37 is this line, so 5 is printed. This is the drawback or something that is associated with do while loop. So first do the thing and then try to check if that condition is true or not. Okay, this is all about while loop. Now let's see what we saw earlier, right? If you write something, let's suppose inc, that is increment, or let's see iterator, itr equal to 0, right? If you do something here, right, itr, now let's try to do this thing, console.log, let's put it 10. Okay, now let's try to put this thing console.log, and now what we did here, we just write itr plus plus. So this is a postfix increment, right? Postfix, first assign the value and then increment, right? If you see now, if I write this thing, right, console.log here, and then I will try to print it here. Okay, so what will be the output of this line? Will it be 10 or 11? What will be the output of this line, right? It will be, obviously it will be 10. Why? Because we are using what? Postfix increment, right? So it first increments it, it first assigns the value and then increments. So the value will remain 10. And then when we try to run this thing here, it will give us the 11 as output. Now let's see, now if we do the same thing, right, for the postfix expression, right, or the prefix, right, we saw the, if you try to do this thing here, now it will be 11 plus, first it will increment, that is 12, and then it will print that value, right, or then it will assign to this thing, right? If you see here, then we try to print itr here. So what will be the output here? It will be, obviously 11 is gone, then it will be 12, and again it will remain 12 here. So what should be the output, or what should be the output of all these 4 statements? It will be 10, 11, 12, 12, right? Now let's save this file, and now let's see what will be the output. You see 10, 11, 12, 12, 42, 43, 45, 46. Now we'll check. That's the thing we saw, right? So these are all about unary operators, right? And similarly you can do for a decrement operator, right, in the same fashion, right? So this is all about unary operators. Now let's go back to our slides. Yeah, now let's see the other operator that we have is arithmetic operators. Okay, in that operator, in this operator section, we will have all those arithmetic operations like add, subtract, right, multiply, divide, modulus, exponent, right? These are all arithmetic operators, and these, or for executing these operations we need 2 operands, right? It's a binary arithmetic operator. These are binary arithmetic operators, right? So if you see modulus, what do you mean by modulus? Basically it returns a remainder, right, when a is divided by b. What will be the remainder? For example, if you wrote 6 divided by 3, so obviously 6 is divisible by 3, so the remainder is 0, so 0 will be returned. Okay, now exponent operator, if you see these double asterisk signs, right, a double asterisk sign, this means a to the power of b. For example, 2 double asterisk sign, these double asterisk twice, then 2 raised power 3, then the output will be 8, right? Now if you see the example here where a equal to 2 and b equal to 5, then we try to console a plus b, obviously we will get 15, right? Then a plus b, the output of these things, right? Now if you see Okay, if now then we have the decrement, I mean to say the subtraction, then multiplication, all these things are simple, right? And then we have division, right? 10 divided by 5, we have 2, right? A modulus b, right? 10 divided by 5, obviously we have 0 because 10 is divisible by 5. And now if you see, if what I have written here, 10, that multiplication sign, or if you call it asterisk sign twice, that is asterisk asterisk. So 5, that is 10 raised to power 5, we will get what? 10 and 5 zeros. Okay, so these are all exponents. These are all about, this was all about what? Arithmetic operators. Now let's talk about shift operators. Shift operators basically shift the bits by specified number of times in either left or right direction. Two variations of shift are possible, that is left shift and right shift. In left shift, we shift the bits in left direction for the specified value or the number of times we want to shift them in the left direction. Similarly, we can do it on the right direction. If you see, we have two variables here, a and b, right? So a is 8 and b is 2. Now, if you try to shift the bits, what? A, you want to shift whatever is in the a by 2 bits, right? I will show you in the demo, it will be clear. Now, when we shift the 8 to 2 bits, the value will be incremented, right? So 8 is shifted 2 times in the left direction. So obviously its value will increase. Now, if you want to shift a to the right direction, its value will decrease. As you see, the output is 32, and when we shift it towards the left, and the output is 2 when we shift it towards the right hand side, right? So this is all about shift operators. Now let me show you first, moving to the relational operators. Now let me show you first the demo part of it, right? Now let's see the demo of these shift operators. So basically, if you have var, let's suppose num1 equal to 8, right? Num1 equal to 8, and then we have num, let's suppose we call it n, and n equal to 2. So obviously, when we try to shift, let's see the binary of 8. The binary of 8 will be this, right? Obviously, there will be some specified, maybe 32 zeros, or let's 4 have been used, that 28 zeros, right? This thing will be there, 28 zeros, and then the last 4 bits will be this. Now, if you try to shift this thing 1 towards this, I mean to say, if you want to shift this 1 2 times towards the left, so obviously now the value will be what? 0 0 0 0 0 0, and some zeros between, and then it will be 0 1 and 0 0 0 0. Obviously, earlier it was 8 and now it will be 32 when we try to shift it towards the left. So that's what a shift operator does. So it increments the value. It's similar to something, if we do what we do, we multiply 8, this number 8, it's similar to this thing. We multiply this by 2 raised to power number of times we are shifting it. Here we have 2, that is 2 raised to power 2, right? So we have 2 raised to power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 multiplied by 4, that is 32, right? So this is all about left shift, right? Now if you try to do this thing, console.log, right? And what we will do, we will just left shift b times, okay? And what should be the output? What will be the output? Output should be 32, right? Now if you do something maybe 3, then the output should be 64, right? Output should be 64. Now let's see, let's run this thing. Something is wrong. Okay, we are doing left shift b. We have to do num1, right? Left shift 3 times, n times, right? Let's save this file. Let's save this file. Let's see the output. Sorry. Let's see the output. You see 64, right? So we got our output as 64. Now, if we want to, what we want to do now, right shift. So obviously there will be again this zeros, number of zeros, and then there will be 0 0, and then will be this thing. The 8 is this, right? Now if you try to right shift it, right? So the number of bits will be moved towards right. So this will be 0, this will be 0, and then this will be 1 and 0. So obviously the number has decreased, right? It is now, earlier it was 8, now it's 2. So it's similar to something when we in left shift we were trying to multiply. Similarly in left shift, whenever we do this thing, right, it's similar to just dividing it by something. 8 divided by 2 raised power 3 in this case, or 2 raised power 2. If we wrote 2 here, right, so it will be something 2 raised power 2. That is, right now we have 2. So 2 raised power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 divided by 4. That is 2. Right? So we will get our output when we just left shift this thing. That is console.log. Right? And then what we will do, we will just do num1 right shift n times. Right? And the output should be what? Now above output will also change. So above output will be 32 and this output will be 2. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, it will be 32 and 2. So here you see 32 and 2. Okay, so this is all about what? Shift operators. Now let's talk about relational operators. It comprises of operators for comparison. For example, if you want to check if A is equal to B, then these relational operators will help us. Okay, so some of the relational operators are less than sign, greater than sign, less than or equal to sign, right, or greater than or equal to sign. For equality check, we have two operators, right, the double equal to sign and the not equal to, right. The difference between double equal to and triple equal to is that one of them allows type coercion and another will stop that type coercion. For example, if you talk about double equal to sign, it allows type coercion. That means one type can change into another type at the time of comparison. Okay, in triple equal to sign, it does not allow type coercion. For example, if you see, not a number is a property that is associated with number. So not a number is double equal to not a number. It gives false. You might be surprised that why it is giving false, right? Because the weird nature of JavaScript, this happens. So to rectify it, triple equal to sign didn't help, right? When we use this not a number, triple equal to not a number, it still gave false. So to rectify this thing, object.is came into existence and it helped us to rectify this problem. So if you see plus 0 double equal to minus 0, it gives true, which is not the case, right? These are two different numbers, right? Though you can say that it doesn't matter, but to system it matters, right? If you see the 2's complement of 0 plus 0 is different as compared to 2's complement of minus 0. So to system or to machine it matters. So it shouldn't give us the true result. And similarly, if you talk about triple equal to sign, then what we compare plus 0 triple equal to minus 0, it again gives true, which is not the case. These are two different things, right? So to rectify it, again object.is came into existence, which helped us to rectify this problem, because JavaScript is full of errors, right? As its founder told, he told himself, right? Brendan Naik told himself that there are a lot of errors because this language was created just in 10 days. Okay. Type coercion, when we are comparing two values of different types, that one type will force the other type to change, right? So that comparison is made possible. Triple equal to sign stops type coercion. For example, if we talk about 1, right? If 1, this is converted into true, so that we can, this condition is always true, right? Object is, right? I told you about this object is, right? Param 1 and param 2 is similar to triple equal to sign, but it is different for some cases, as I told you, right? Plus 0 triple equal to minus 0 gives true, but when we compare it with the help of object is, it gives false, which is rightly so, right? Which is true. And not a number equal to not a number gives false, but when we do it with the help of object.is, it gives true. So these weird natures of JavaScript, right? There was some weird nature to JavaScript. This was rectified by different types. For example, type coercion was stopped by triple equal to sign. Some errors that equal to sign and triple equal to sign couldn't rectify was rectified with the help of object.is. Now let's see the examples, right? Console.log 2 equal to equal to string 2, right? One is string and another is number. So type coercion happens, it gives out the result as true. Similarly, when we do a triple equal to, it gives false because it doesn't allow type coercion. Similarly, 2 not equal to 2, it gives false because the result of this is true, but it is converted into false. It's not equal to, right? It will only give true result when the condition is false, right? But herein we have condition as true. Similarly, if not equal to double equal to, right, it allows type coercion. It stops type coercion, right? It gives false as result, so it's converted into true. Similarly, when 2 is greater than 2, it gives false, right? So these are all examples. Now let's see some more examples of greater than and similarly less than or equal to. So this is all simple stuff, right? Now let's talk about bitwise operators. It computes by going bit by bit, right? Bit by bit things are done, okay? When we talk about bit by bit, if you see 8 is converted, the binary of 8 is 1000, right? So similarly, the bitwise manipulation is done, right? Bits of both operands is checked irrespective of what the first operand bit is, right? Whatever the first operand is, it doesn't matter. The bits are checked, right? So if we talk about 8 and 2, the last bit of 8 is 0 and the last bit of 2 is 0. The second last bit of 8 is 0 and the second last bit of 2 is 1. So similarly, we do some operations on it, okay? 4 major operations are AND, OR, XOR and NOT, right? When we do bitwise AND, both the bits should be 1. Only then the result will be 1, else it will be 0. If we talk about OR, which returns 1 if either of the bits is 1, right? 1 0 will give 1, 0 1 will give 1 and 1 1 will give 1. If we talk about XOR, it only returns true or it only returns 1 if both the bits are different, else it will return 0. For example, if 0 0 will return 0, 1 1 will return 0, but if either of 1 0 or 0 1, it will return as 1. So bitwise NOT, it is just a vice versa, right? If you have 1, it gives 0, or if you have 0, it gives 1. So now let's see the example of 8 and 2, right? When we do AND operation, it will result in 0 because none of the bits will match. AND will give only result when both of the bits are true. If you talk about 8, it is 1 0 0, right? 1 and 3 zeros. If we talk about 2, it's 1 and 0. So none of the bit 0 0 1 0, right? When we talk about 4 bits that we are comparing, so it will give the result as 0. Now similarly, if we talk about OR, it will give us the result as 10 because 4th bit is 1 and second bit is 1, so it will give us a result as 10. Similarly, when we do XOR, it gives 10, and similarly when we do NOT operation, it gives -9. Now let's talk about logical operators. It is used for condition comparison that basically checks for the validity of the condition and specifies the course of action to be taken. They are also used in loops as termination conditions. If first condition is enough to give the final verdict, it will not evaluate the second one, right? When we talk about AND. So how AND evaluates things, if first condition is true, only then it will check the second condition. If the first condition is false, it won't evaluate the second condition, okay? This is how AND works, right? The 3 major operators are AND, OR and NOT. So when we talk about logical AND, returns true when both the condition evaluates to true. Logical OR returns true when either of the condition evaluates true. And NOT returns true when the condition evaluates to be false, right? It works in a different fashion, right? When the condition is false, only then it will give true, okay? Now if you see the example, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to false. So when we do an AND operation on this thing, so one of the condition is true, right? One of the condition is false, right? B is false. So true and false. So it will return false. Similarly, when we do OR operation, it will return true. And when we do NOT, since A is true, it will give us a false result. Now assignment operator and ternary operator. What are the assignment operators? Earlier what we saw var A equal to 10. That equal to sign was the assignment operator used to assign right hand side the value to the left hand side variable, right? The left hand side variable was a, it was assigned 10, so a is equal to 10. This is the assignment operator. Now ternary operator works similar or is the alternative of if else, right? The condition placed before right, the question mark sign, whatever is placed before the question mark sign is the condition, and whatever is between the semicolons, the first condition is the if part and the second condition is the else part, right? And if evaluates to true, then LHS of the colon gets executed, else RHS of the colon gets executed. Now if you see the example, what we have written here, a is equal to 2, this is simple assignment operator, then we print that thing, right? And the console.log a is equal to 2. Is a equal to 2? This is the condition, right? And after the question mark, console.ok is the left hand side of the semicolon, right? Now the condition is true. So console.log ok will be executed. And console.log not ok will not be executed because the condition is true. If the condition would have been false, then not ok would have been printed. So as you see, the output is ok. This is all about operators. Let's talk about hoisting. What does hoisting mean? JavaScript engine allocates memory to the function and the var during the creation phase. Not before execution, but during the creation phase. We'll see what hoisting means. This is also done in the global execution context. So there are two contexts, right? Execution context and global execution context, right? Functions are fully hoisted, but for var, only left part is hoisted. We will see. If you see the example, right, in where we have defined var 1 equal to 1, JavaScript engine will hoist var 1 equal to undefined. When we define it again, at that time it will see that left part was already hoisted, so it will not hoist this thing. Let, const are not hoisted. We will talk about these as well. What are these? How, since until this point we have only defined our variables with the help of var keyword, but there are two more keywords with which we can define our variables, that is let and const, right? As hoisting does not take place when we use these keywords, right? The var and the const, okay? And when you see a function, when a JavaScript engine sees a function, every time it does hoisting. So if you see, we have declared a function twice, so both the times hoisting will occur. Since we have not covered functions yet, but we will see how these var when we use var as a keyword to declare our variables, what hoisting means and how does it occur. Now let's see some of the examples, okay? If you see var favorite food equal to grapes, and then we try to access it within a function, right? This function, the type of function that we have declared here is a function expression because we are using var keyword, right? So whenever we assign a function to a variable, it means that we are using function expression. Now if you see, we are accessing what? Favorite food inside this function, right? So which will be accessed? It will be accessed the global one, right? The grapes. So original choice grapes. Then we have reinitialize sushi, right? So favorite food is equal to sushi. So new choice equal to favorite food. So the new choice will be printed, and then the favorite food will be printed as sushi. So this is simple stuff. What happens, right? Now, how does hoisting help? What do you mean by hoisting? Now, in the same function, if we try to access favorite food, right? Now it hasn't been declared, right? We haven't declared a favorite food, right? It is declared after this line. So in other programming languages, this might throw an error, right? When we talk about other programming languages, let's suppose C, Java, or maybe C++, right? They will give an error showing that this variable is not declared, right? But in JavaScript, hoisting takes place, so it will just give you as original choice undefined, okay? And when we initialize it after this line, it will give original choice sushi. So this is all about hoisting. Now let's see the demo of it. Now let's try to see the demo of hoisting. So until this point, whatever we have wrote, let's try to remove this. So let me remove these things, whatever we have wrote until this point. So now let's see hoisting. So we will try to console.log what? We will try to console log a, but it hasn't been defined yet, okay? Now we define a equal to 10. And now when we try to console.log a, it should give us the result as 10. Let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, just a minute, when we try to run this thing, okay, here, so when we try to refresh this page, so it gives undefined and then 10. It doesn't throw an error, right? So what happens internally is this thing. So what it will do, what hoisting does, it will just do this, where a equal to nothing, right? Where a, it just defines it. So it will give you as undefined, right? Since it has not been initialized with anything, so a is undefined, right? It is similar to this thing. This is what hoisting means. So variables are partially hoisted, right? As you see, if we define this thing again, so once it has been hoisted, it won't be hoisted again. We will see when we talk about functions, we will see how functions are fully hoisted, right? Every time when we call a function, when we talk about functions, we will see every time when we call a function, every time it gets hoisted. Okay, this is all about hoisting. Now, how to stop this hoisting? Since this should throw an error, right? There is no such thing that you will see in other programming language. So to stop this thing, let and const came into existence. So let, if you use let instead of var and then you save this file, this will throw an error, right? When we refresh this page, you see cannot access a before initialization. Similarly, when we use const, okay, when we use const instead of let, again what happens? This hoisting will stop. Okay, when we save this file, then we try to run this thing, again the same error will be given. Okay, so const and let helps us to stop hoisting. Okay, now we have talked about let and const. Now what are these keywords? So basically these are also used for declaring variables. You can stop hoisting by using let instead of var, right? We saw that. It will throw an error, right? Favorite foods has not been already declared, right? This was the error that we got, right? Or we got the error that we cannot access a before initializing it, right? Before declaring it or initializing it. This is what we saw earlier. Now, the other example, that other things that are associated with this let and const is that it enables block level scope. What do you mean by this thing? Basically, if you see the example here, let weather sunny. So weather is the variable that has a scope, that is global scope within this program, right? So if you try to reinitialize it inside a function, it will get reinitialized to rainy. So when we print that console change weather, it will give us the weather as rainy. And when we try to access it outside this function, it will give us original weather sunny. So this is what do you mean by block level scope. So this let keyword has a block level scope. Okay. Now, when we talk about const is used to declare variables whose value is not going to change once it is defined. So const weather sunny, when we try to reinitialize it inside the function, it will throw us an error that assignment to constant variable is not possible, right? We are reassigning it. We want to change weather to rainy, but we can't do that with the help of const keyword. This thing stops it, right? Constant means that we are not going to change this as once we have initialized it. Now, let keyword. So we talked about block scope, right? If you see the example, now we are comparing this with var keyword. Okay, now the comparison of var with let. Okay, so if you see here the example, I have written console.log global scope, right? And then what I'm doing inside the for loop, I'm using var gscope, wherein I'm doing some operations. I'm printing from 1 to 5, 1 to 4, right? 1 to 4 I'm printing, and after that I'm trying to access this gscope, that is global scope, that variable I have defined inside the for loop, right? So in other programming language, right, this shouldn't work, right? Because the scope of gscope is inside that for loop, right? But var doesn't know this scope. Okay, var is not does not know this scope, so we can use this var gscope outside the for block. So that's why what we got global scope 1 2 3 4 that the loop did, and 5 for after the loop got terminated, the 5 was printed. Similarly, when we use let keyword, so when we try to access this b scope, that is block scope variable that I defined here, so at that time we got b scope is not defined because it doesn't know, right? We have defined it inside the for loop, right? Now let's see the demo of it. Okay, quickly let's see the demo of it. So what do I mean? Let's see. Now let's suppose we have for, and we defined variable, right? We defined variable n equal to 0, right? And n is less than 5, let's suppose, and n plus plus. Then we try to console.log, right? We try to print these values of n. We did it, and now we have defined it inside the block, right? With the help of var keyword. So can we access it outside, right? Can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? What should be the value here? We can when we are using this var keyword, right? Then we try to run this thing, right? Okay, we have the error that we didn't rectify. Just a minute. So yeah, here we are using const. Okay, so now let's remove this line, and now let's try to run this thing again. Okay, now you see we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? Because we are using it outside the scope. Now this is not the thing that in other programming language we do not see this thing, right? So to stop this thing, if we just used, instead of var, we use this, so this n becomes a block scope variable, and now when we try to access it outside this block, it will throw an error. Let's try to save this thing, and now when we try to run this thing, you see we got an error. N is not defined because its scope was within that for loop, right? So this is with the help of what? Let keyword. Now let's see the other example. Now if we talk about declaration, right? Let declaration with the var declaration. So if you see, I have inside the for loop, I have again defined declare again, right? So let keyword, with the help of let keyword, I have defined a variable name declare again. Now when I try to declare it, redeclare it, right? Declare again with the help of var keyword, it shows no error. It gives no error, right? Because the scope of these two variables is different, right? Which is rightly so. Let's go declare again the scope of the variable that is defined with the help of let keyword is inside that block. And when we talk about outside the block, that declare again, it doesn't know about this declare again, right? Now when I try to define both the variables with the help of let and var, right? If you see the last 4 lines of the code, you see var declare is equal to 5. I declared a variable with the help of var keyword, and then I try to declare it with the help of let keyword. Since they are in the same block, it will show an error. Okay, the same block, you cannot do this thing. Okay, but in a different block, since it doesn't know about that declare again, that's why we were able to do it that time. The block was different. Now since here they are in the same block, that's why it showed an error. Okay, so this is about the declaration part. Can we declare same variables inside? With the help of var, you can define same variable multiple times, because the scope of that is not that doesn't have any scope. But when we use let keyword, the scope is within that block. Okay, so this is all about the let keyword. Now let's talk about const keyword. Const reference and the value through property can be changed. So if we talk about constant variables, right? When I define something with the help of const, okay, let's suppose we define const do not change 10. Okay, so now this variable cannot be reinitialized, as we saw earlier, right? We cannot reinitialize this, right? It will throw an error. But when I define the object which is constant, its property can be changed. If you see const object, we don't know about constant, we don't know about objects yet, but little bit of idea, later we will cover this thing. Okay, so object is equal to name Jimmy. So there is a property name that is equal to Jimmy. And now what we did, we just manipulated this object. We added one more property, that is age equal to 23. Now we again change the name to Jim. So when I try to print this object, okay, it will give us name equal to Jim, right? There is a name property which has a value Jim and age as a 23. Now since this properties can be changed, but when I try to change the reference of this, that object equal to Jimmy, I try to make this object as string, right, equal to Jimmy, it threw an error, right? Assignment to constant variable is not possible. We are reinitializing it, right? So when I, in the second image that is on the right hand side of your screen, that const do not change equal to 10, then I try to change that do not change to 100, it showed an error. Assignment to constant variable is not possible. Now before jumping into data types, let's see the demo of this constant very quickly. Okay, now let's see the constant. Now what do you mean by this thing? If const a equal to 10, now let's suppose I try to reinitialize it to 100, now it will throw an error. Okay, because I have defined it, I cannot reinitialize it. Okay, it's once it is initialized, it cannot be reinitialized. Now let's see the error. Identify a has already been declared, right? So a was declared, it has been declared again. Okay, maybe this is some other error that we are getting. Yeah, because we have initialized it here. Okay, we saw this thing, right? Let's save this thing. And because we were redeclaring, the error was different, right? N is not defined, right? We saw n is not defined. 1 minute again. Yeah, this is the error, n is not defined. Now let's save this thing again. You see, reading errors is very important, right? Now you see, assignment to a constant variable is not possible, right? So this is all about constant. Now let's talk about data types. So data types, JavaScript is dynamically typed, right? We saw there is no specifically specific data type that you have to explicitly tell the JS engine, right? If you use var name equal to Fazan, it will automatically think that this is a string. If you use var name equal to 10, it will automatically think that this is a number, right? So now what are these data types? It does not need to specify data type explicitly of the variable at the time of declaration. Okay, data types are divided into two broad categories, that is primitive and non-primitive. Now let's see what are the primitive data types. First one is a number. So if you define something var a equal to 23, so this is a number. If you define var b equal to what, 444.66, right? So this is again a floating point number, but it falls under the number category. So integers and floating point numbers fall in the number data type category. Okay, now if you see var c equal to 34, it is again what, a negative number, but again it falls in the a number category. So this is the first data type, right, the number. Now let's see the second data type. We will see how many primitive data types are there and how many non-primitive data types are there. Okay, now let's talk about string. So string is a sequence of characters, as we all know, right? So if you see var s1 equal to hello world is a string, right? Now if you see this var s1 equal to hello world, this is a string. When you try to console, when you try to print it, it will show us the hello world. Now var s2 is again what, a string, wherein we have again defined hello world. Now var age is equal to 20, and then we try to print this thing, right? Alex is this is something that with which we can print this thing. Okay, so Alex is $, and then these curly braces. This will just give us the this will just treat this thing as a string, right? There are three ways with which we can just print out the string. We can also use Alex is, then plus sign, then $, then the age. Okay, that can be done, or we can use it in with the help of this thing. Okay, console.log s3, it gives Alex is equal to 20. Alex is 20, the age of Alex, right? So before moving to Boolean, let me just quickly show you the demo part of it. Now let's go to the console and try to figure out the things there. So if you see var a equal to 10, right? Now if we try to, okay, var has been, okay, let's clear this thing first. And since we have errors from the file, let's try to remove those as well, since we were trying to do this thing. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to this thing. Just a minute. Yeah, so now if we do var a equal to 10, right, we saw this thing. Now if we try to a has been already declared. Okay, it's of the file. Okay, good. So var, let's say abc equal to 10. Okay, Now variable has been declared. If we write type of A, so it will give us a type. So A is a number, right? We saw that. If we do var A equal to -10, right? ABC equal to -10, then we try type of ABC. What it is? It's number again. So when we do type of 10.999, then type of ABC, it's again a number. Now we saw string, how we declare a string, var name. Let's suppose var name equal to, right? Let's suppose gbgr, then the string. Now if we do type of this name, it should give us the string, right? Type of name is string. Okay, now let's try to print this thing. I told you there are 2-3 ways with which we can print this string. Okay, now let's try to do that thing in the file, okay, the external file that we have created. Okay, now let's define var A equal to, let's name it Faizan. Okay, now let's try to print some things with it. Okay, the first way with which you can print this on the screen is console.log, and then what I will write as let's suppose name plus equal to, in the string Faizan is 24 years old. Is 24 years old. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then the second thing with which we can do this thing is this thing, console.log, and this is something that will be present on the tab button, right? In the it will be present somewhere on the keyboard where you have not sign. Okay, so you will write this thing when you shift it, and when you just press it, you will get this thing. Okay, now you will just write this $, and then you will just print your name, okay, without using concatenation operator, and is 24 years old. So you see the different ways with which you can print the string. You see, earlier what we did, we used concatenation operation, but with the help of this $, and these curly braces, we will get the same result. Okay, so now let's remove this thing because it will say that var has been already defined. Okay, now let's try to run this thing. You see, gbgr is 24 years old and gagr is 24 years old. Okay, let's go back to this thing. Okay, now we got the point. Okay, this is all about strings. Now let's go back to Boolean. So the third primitive data type we have is Boolean. Okay, so what is a Boolean? It is used when we need to assign a variable either a true or a false. For example, var is valid, true. So when we try to access is valid, it gives us the result true. There are other values which may be treated either true or false. For example, if you talk about 1, it will be treated as true, right? If you talk about -1, again it will be treated as true. So if we talk about this curly braces, again it will be treated as true. If you talk about string 0, it will be treated as true. When we talk about empty string, it will be again treated as true, right? You see different things that values are treated as true, are truthy. So what do you mean by this thing? Some of these values are treated as true, so we can use them. Since it is not a best way or best approach to do, but sometimes you use one, right, to say if while 1, that means this condition is always true unless and until we break out from it, right? So this is all about Boolean. So values are there are some values which are treated as falsy, right? Those are called falsy, right? 0 is treated as false, null is treated as false, undefined is treated as false, not a number is treated as false, string is treated as without anything, right? Therein earlier we have some space in it. Right now we don't have any space, it will be treated as false. Okay, empty string. Now the null and undefined. So these primitive data types will, maybe you think that these are similar, but these have a very small kind of a difference, but they are two different primitive data types. When I talk about undefined, it's used to specify a variable whose value is not defined yet. Okay, value is not defined, but it is declared. A var may be undefined because its value is not known yet. Okay, you see the difference. So var a, it has been declared, but it hasn't been initialized yet. Okay, when we try to access this a, it gives undefined. Now, what happens when we talk what is null? It's used to explicitly specify that the value of this variable is null. Specifies that value is null, right? When we talk about var b equal to null, this is we are specifying explicitly that this value is null. It has been initialized. There's a difference. You got the point, right? So that thing has been declared and not initialized, so that's why that is undefined. Wherein if we talk about b equal to null, that thing has been defined and it is explicitly equal to null. That means this value contains nothing. Earlier this b contains nothing. When we talk about b, that has not been initialized. We don't know what it is, but it has been declared. Okay. Now let's talk about the other data type, that is symbol. This is generally used for creating unique properties of objects. For example, if we talk about let sim1 equal to symbol, that is equal to 4. So this 4 will be FOO will be uniquely, if you want to uniquely identify unique properties, if you want to assign something uniquely, you use symbol. It's not used much, right? If you see, we have declared two sim1 and sim2. So these are two different properties. Okay, these are two different variables. Okay, and one, though they contain same value, but they are uniquely defined. Okay, we don't use this much, but you should know that there is such kind of a data type. Okay, now let's talk about non-primitive data types. So there are we will talk about in this session, or in this tutorial, we will talk about 3 non-primitive data types. Okay, so the first one is object. It is basically a collection of key value pairs. Okay, it is defined within the curly braces. Okay, these curly braces that you see, var fruits, and then the curly brace, and then then it ends, and then the end of statement, right? So this is a object and it has a value, that is it has a key value pair. What do you mean by this thing? This apple is a key and red is a value, watermelon is a key and green is a value. Okay, it has a key value pair where value can be some property or a function. Okay, it can be some properties or it can be functions. Okay, so var fruits, apple, watermelon and mango, these are all keys. Red, green and yellow are its values. So when we try to access this thing, we can use a dot operator, or you can use these square brackets, and within these quotes you can write that property name and it will give you its value. So also you can use fruits dot apple, it will also give you the same value, that is red. Okay, now let's talk about how we create these objects. Okay, we can create it in 2 ways, right? With the help of object literal, right? We will see what do you mean by this literal. Okay, and also with the help of this new keyword. Now when we talk about the object literal, it uses these curly braces to create an object. What do you mean by literal and what do you mean by keyword? Keyword is something that is reserved for something, right? When you talk about var, it's a keyword, right? We can't use that as a variable name. We saw that earlier, right? Const, let, these are all keywords. But the string that is defined, right? The string and the double quotes, are these double quotes keywords? No, these are literals. Similarly, when we define object, everything that is within these curly braces is the property, right? And the single quotes with which we define our properties, right? The value is again a literal. Let me show you this thing, right? So these single quotes are literals. These curly braces are literals. These semicolon and end of statements are literals. These square brackets are literals, right? True is a literal, false is a literal. Okay, these are all literals. Okay, in the latest version, you can directly specify the function without explicitly writing the key and the colon. Okay, I mean to say, I will show you this. There's an example I have shown. So this you can see the function that is written directly. We haven't written that. Okay, eat, then semicolon, then function, then these parentheses, these brackets. Okay. We don't use that thing. In the new ES version, we can just simply write eat and then these bracket signs and then what the function does. Okay. Now, properties can be accessed with the help of dot operator, we saw, right? And with the help of these double quotes. Okay. Now if you see this example, let animal is the object that we created, and the properties that it has is name, color, and eat. Eat is a function obviously, and name and color are its properties, and name is equal to cat and color is the value associated with color is black. Then the function with the help of this, that means this is referring to this particular object, so this dot name will refer to cat, and cat is eating. So when we try to call this function with the help of dot operator, that is animal dot eat, we will get cat is eating. Similarly, when we try to access some other properties, not with the help of dot operator, we can also use these square brackets, and inside that we will write double quotes color. We can get the black, the value of that color, okay, that property. Now let's see the demo of objects. So how you create an object is with the help of var keyword, right? Let's name it obj. Now here we will define our objects with the help of object literal, okay? So object equal to, then these curly braces, right? Then the name, and then semicolon. Let's name this thing as Fazan, right? And then we have the roll number, right? Roll number. Let's suppose 10, right? So, and now let's define a function. Let's define a function. Let's say sing. Sing is a function, and then function. Okay, we don't need a function argument. It's a function. Let's suppose we try to console dot log, and then what we try to do with the help of these operators, we wrote something like this. Okay, what this dot name, that is Fazan, refers to Fazan, right? Okay, sings, right? That's it. And then what we do, we'll just write obj dot name, okay, with the help of dot operator. We try to print this thing. It won't print anything. We have to just use console.log here, console.log, so that it will print this obj.name, right? Print this thing. Then again what we will do, we'll just write obj dot what sing. Let's call this function, okay, and then we will try to access it with the help of that other operator that we saw, right? Console.log what obj, these square brackets, and then double quotes, right? And the double quotes we will write roll number. That's it. Okay, now let's try to save this file, and then let's try to run this thing. Okay, we got an error, undefined token. Just a minute. In line number 22, right? Line number 22 is here. Okay, this thing. Okay, we haven't missed this thing, and this should work fine. Yeah, let's see. Let's save this file. Let's try to run this thing. Okay, it gives still an error. Let's go back in our slides. Are we missing anything? Is there error of some other thing? Obj equal to name. Okay, this is a string. Okay, name equal to 10, number equal to 10, sings. Okay. This thing. Let's save this file and now let's try to run this again. Yeah, so we got this thing, right? So Fazan, the name Fazan Singhs, then the function call, and then we are trying to print the integer, the roll number of the, right, that is associated with the object. So with the help of this object we can create these things. Now if you just, what I told you earlier, the new thing, right, without writing this thing we can skip all this thing, and when we try to save this thing, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so it gives still the same output. Okay, this is all about how we declare a function with the help of object literal. Okay, let's go back to the slide. So this is how we did it, right? We saw both the approaches, right? With the help of colon we call the function, and with the help of that new ES6 property that we can skip colon sign, right, and the function, so that can be skipped. Okay, so now with the help of this new keyword we can use, right, now with the help of this new keyword is used to create object via constructor. That is, through constructor we can create our objects. The second approach, dot or quotes, can be used to assign properties of the objects, right? We'll see how we will when we cover object oriented programming in this session or in this tutorial, right? We will see how we can access these things and how to create these things. For now let's understand how we can, what is the other way. Okay, let animal equal to new objects. This object is a constructor. With the help of new keyword we will allocate memory to this, and animal is the name of the object. Now with the help of dot operator we can manipulate this animal object, right? We can add properties to it, that animal name is cat, animal color is black, and animal has a function that is eat, which just says this dot name is eating, that is cat is eating, right? So this is the other way with which we can create our objects. So we saw the two ways. Now this you won't be able to understand that much this time. Maybe after when we cover some OOPS, right, that is object oriented programming, at that time we will declare this, we will define, or we will talk about this thing again. Okay, now the object comparison. So we saw these double equal to sign and triple equal to sign, and object is, right, checks the referential equality, right? When we declare two objects, right, with the help of right, one is with the help of new keyword, right, animal, and then we assign this animal to cat and to dog. Now when we compared cat and dog, they are referring to the same object, so they will give true. But when we define another variable, another object, that is horse, new address will be allocated, right? So this cat and horse is not true, right, because they have different references, right? They will give an output when we try to compare their references, they will be different, so they will give false. Similarly, when we do triple equal to sign cat and horse, again it will be false because they don't have the same reference, right? And when we do object dot is cat and horse, again it will give false. So there is another way with which we can compare our objects is with the help of JSON.stringify. So this thing is nothing but it converts our whatever the data is present inside the object, it converts it to the string, so that the type of them becomes equal. So now if you try to use, right, now both these cats, the object cat and object horse, whatever the value was there, that was same, but the type was different. Now both of these are converted into strings. Now the type is also same and the content is also same. So that's why when we use triple equal to sign with these objects, right, cat and horse, they will give true. The result will be true. Now let's see the demo of these comparisons that we talked, right? We'll try to do it in here. Okay, so I told you earlier that plus, just a minute, I told you that plus 0 double equal to minus 0, this shouldn't give the result as true, because something, when we talk about this thing, these are two different things. So what we will do here, we will just write object dot is, and then we try to compare these things, right? So this comes in handy when we have to compare these things. So this will give us false result. Now not a number, at nan, right, nan that we have nen equal to nen. Again, the weird nature of JavaScript, it will give us the false result. But when we use object.is, that is nen equal to nen, it will give us the result as true. Right? So this is all how we compare objects. Okay. Now if you see nan triple equal to nan, again this would have given us the wrong result, right? That is false. But these not a number and not a number are same, right? So this is how we compare our objects with the help of equal to sign, triple equal to, and object.is. Similarly, JSON.stringify is also there, which converts every property of the object which is present into string, so that the comparison is made easy and we can so basically whatever if we want to compare anything from the browser or from the web page to the browser, basically JSON.stringify can be used. Okay, basically everything within these JSON.stringify, whenever we use this thing, everything is in the form of string, so we can use that thing. Now let's talk about arrays. So it is used to store ordered data together. Okay, what do you mean by this thing? So if you want to store some data together, let's suppose you want to store 5 numbers, right, and maybe 2 strings together. So you need an array for that. It is defined within a square brackets, that is these square brackets that you can see, and can have elements of different types. What are those data types? That it can be string, a boolean, a number, right? It can be null, it can be undefined, right? So all these data types can be present in an array. So what do you mean by this thing? That this array will contain not homogeneous but heterogeneous elements. So if you see the example here shown on your screen, where a equal to 1, true, and hello, these are all elements of this array. Now if you try to access this, we use a within the square brackets, you write the index of that element, right? If you write 2, that means we will be trying to access the third element in the array that is having index 2. So hello will be printed. You can also leave some positions, right? If you see 2, 3, and then there is a space, and then there is 4. Now if you try to access that, it will give us an output as undefined. So let's see the demo of it. We go into our JS file, and then what we will write as where a, that is the array, let's name it arr, and then these square brackets, and then you can enter anything. Let's suppose I have entered all the numbers here, and then the end of statement, and then we try to console.log. Now we try to access this element or one of these elements. What do we write? This array and the index, that is 2, let's suppose. So we are trying to access the third element. That means we should get an output as 3, right? We should get an output as 3. So we can also leave some spaces. Let's declare another array, that is arr2. Let's suppose arr1, and then we define it and we initialize the elements, that is these elements are present in this array. Now let's leave some space so that we will get the undefined message for that element. Okay, we have left one space, and now when we try to console.log this element, what will be the output? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th element. That means it will be present at index 4, right? So now what should be the output? It should be undefined. Right, now let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. So this is the file. So now write Ctrl+Shift+I, and you will get the console. You see 3 and undefined as the output. Okay, now let's go back to our slides. Now this is how you define an array, and this is how you access the elements, right? Now we can also create this array using new keyword, right? We will see what this new keyword is when we talk about oops, right? This new keywords basically allocates memory, right? Array are special type of objects, and new keyword can be used to create an array, right? Then we have this array constructor, right? We have defined this let arr equal to new array. Then this array is the constructor, and in that constructor we are passing 3 arguments. That is one of number, that is the type of this is number. Then we have string, then we have object as an argument. Okay, now when we try to access all the elements, you just write ARR and it should give you the output as 23, cat, and the object. Okay, now if you try to see the type of this array, right, what is the type of this, right? If you see number, when you wrote, for example, let's suppose var a equal to 10, when you write type of a, you will get as a number. But when you try to find out the type of array, you will get an output as object. So everything in Java is an object, right? So when we talk about arrays and functions, both of these, the type of will be object. Okay, now what are some methods in array? So there are many methods in array. Some of the most common methods that we use regularly will be covered in this tutorial. Okay, now these push and pop are used to add and delete elements from the last respectively, right? If you use push, that we are pushing the element at the end. Okay, now if you see, we had defined an array, right? 1 2. Now we wrote arr.push 3, so this 3 will be added at the end. Okay, now when we try to pop something, we don't have to specify any arguments, right? Here in push, we need one argument, that is the element that we are trying to push in the array at the last index. Now when you wrote ARR, that is the array name dot pop, it will just pop out that element. Now let's see the demo of it. We will use the same array, that is ARR dot push. We are pushing the element. Let's suppose it doesn't have to be a number, right? We can push string as well. Let's name it Fazan, that we are trying to push. So it will be push at the end. Now let's try to push again. Okay, so that when we pop out the element, we will find something. So now let's say Taz is the element that we are trying to push, is again of type string. Now when we try to pop the element, right, let's suppose pop, now it will return Taz, right? Now we will just write console.log and we'll try to print that element which this function return, which this method return. Now let's save this file, and when we go into our console, just refresh the page, you see you got Taz as the output. And now if you try to access this ARR, right, just write ARR here, you see the elements present in this array are 1 2 3 4 5 and Fazan. We also inserted what at the last index, we also inserted Taz, but it was removed later. Okay, now this is about push and pop method. Now you might be thinking that can we do something with which we can enter elements at the first index, right? Yes, we have two methods for that. So for inserting and for removing, they are used to add and delete elements from the front respectively, right? We have the same array, right? ARR 1 and 2. When you use unshift, it will insert the element at the first index, right? When we talk about arrays, indexing starts from 0. So at 0th index, this 3 will be present. And now when we try to remove this thing, we will use arr.shift, that is the shift method, to remove that element from the first index. Now let's see the demo of this. Now similarly, what we will do same thing on this array. Okay, now let's try to do unshift, so that we can enter some elements at the first index. We wrote unshift, and then let's suppose you entered 1000, right? So it will be present at the first index. Then again we will try to do unshift. Let me just copy this thing, right? We just copied this thing, and now let's name it 10. Okay, then let's suppose you want to access something, and then try to console.log, and then what we wrote, ARR of 0th, that is the first index. We will see 10, and when we write this console.log, and then what we will do, we'll do arr.shift, so that it will remove this element, and then we are trying to print that element. Okay, so what should be the output? It should be 10, right? Now let's save this file and go into our console, and now let's do one thing. Let's refresh this. You see, we got 10 as the output. And now if you try to access the ARR, you see we got 1000 as our first index element, right? Element present at the first index is 1000. Earlier it was 10, then we removed that, right? So that's why we get the output in the 19th line of the script file that we have made. The 19th line, we will be trying to print that element, right? Which we just returned from the shift method. Okay, so this is all about shift method, the shift and the unshift. So with this methods, you can just enter elements at the first index. Now let's talk about another important method, that is splice. So it's used to enter or add new elements in the array from specified location, right? We have two arguments in this, to and from these indexes, between these indexes. Okay, now if you see, let me just quickly show the demo and then the things will be much clearer. Okay, you just have to, on the same method, if you write arr.splice, okay, right, and then we specify the indexes. Let's suppose we wrote 1 and 3, and then we wrote the argument. The third argument is for the thing that you want to replace these indexes with. Let's suppose you want to replace it with some number. Let's suppose 999. Okay, now when you try to save this thing and when we go into the console, when we refresh this, nothing will change, the output will remain same. But when we try to access this ARR, you see earlier what was the array? Have we printed it? No. So earlier what was the array? It was, let me just go back into this thing and let me just print here the array. Okay, the first index, console.log, the first index, right? We haven't seen how to loop around, so that's why I'm not using any loop. Okay, we haven't studied that thing yet, so that's why I'm not using it. So we will just check these three elements that we just replaced. Okay, I can use loop to iterate through it, but I'm not using that because there is a reason, we haven't covered it yet, so it will be covered. So I just printed these three elements, and now when we go back in a console and then we try to access, so you see 1, 2 and 3, these are the three elements, right? From index first, the first index that is present, right? 1 is present at is the second element, 2 is the third element, and 3 is the fourth element, right? And now when we try to access the array, you see these 1, 2 and 3 are replaced with 999. Okay, now splice, what it does, so earlier what we did, we were not trying to replace it, we were just entering elements and removing elements from the first index and from the last index with the help of push and pop and shift and unshift, right? So can we remove something from this array.splice, right? Can we use it to remove a certain set of elements? Yes, we can. So you just have to specify. For example, now you see what is the array? It's 1000, 99, 999, 4 and 5. Now let's try to remove all these things. Can we remove it? Yes, we can with the help of splice method. So you just have to specify, instead of this thing, let me just copy this thing. Okay, we copied this thing and now we printed it. So from 0th index to what? We were trying to remove how many elements? 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. So we will specify it in the from 0th index up to including both of these are included. Okay, 0 is also included, 0th index is also included, and third index is also included. So all of these will be removed and we won't replace it with anything. Now when we save this file, just a minute, now when we save this file and now when we go back in our console, so now let's refresh this thing. You see what we got as 5 and Fazan as the string. So both of these elements are all the elements which were present in the array earlier are removed. Okay, now let's go back. Now elements from index 1 and 3 are replaced by hello, as you can see. So if you see elements from 1 index, so 2, 3 and 4 are replaced with hello, as we saw. Now splice can be also used to delete the elements from the array. Okay, now let's suppose we have an array 1 2 3 4 5, and then we try to remove elements from first index to third index. That means element second, third and fourth will be removed, right? So as we just saw, right, 2, 3 and 4 will be removed because we just used splice method. Okay, this is all about splice. Now there is another method which is very important, that is slice. Earlier what we studied was splice, now we are studying slice. So it can help to create a new array from the existing array. Okay, now what do you mean by this thing? If you see, let's suppose we have 1 2 3 4 as an array, right? Now when we use slice method and one we gave argument as 1, so up to, that means this we are trying to remove elements what, 0th and the first, up to first. So 0th element will be present in this new array, that is array 1. If you can see the second example, we have defined an array 1 2 3 4 5 and then we use slice method. So 1 to 3, that means 2, 3 and 4 elements are the indexes, right? We are trying to access here right now, right? So 2 will be included in the new array, 3 will be included, but 4 will not be included. So because in this the last index that we are trying to access is exclusive, right? And it will be assigned, it will return an array, and that array will be assigned to this new array, that is array 1. Now let's see the demo of it as well. So earlier splice method that we use, both of the indexes were inclusive. Herein we don't have this thing. Now let's declare a new array. Then let me name it, let's say new. Let's name it BAR. Now let's declare a new array and put elements in it, that is 1 2 3 4 and 5, and let's name it 6 as well. Okay, so now when we use slice method, let's suppose we are declaring new, right, new BAR. So now what we'll be using, we will be using B array dot slice, right, not splice, slice. Okay, now whatever will be the arguments, first argument will be inclusive and the second argument will be exclusive. Okay, so let's suppose you want new array, right? You want an array from element, what you want in that array is the first 4 elements. So what you specify here, 0 to 4, right? So 4 will not be included, but 0 1 2 3 will be included. So of 1 2 3 4 elements will be present in this new array. Okay, sorry. And what happens if you just let me name another array, C ARR equal to 1 2 3 4 5 and 6, and now let's name another array, that is new CAR equal to C AR dot slice, and then what we will specify here, just this 3. Okay, now let's see what will be the output in both these arrays. So we are expecting as 1 2 3 4 to be present in the new array, that is new BARR, right, the new BARR array, and in the new CARR what will be the output. Let's see. Now let's go back into the console and let's refresh this thing. Okay, now let's access the array that was BARR. Okay, it's unchanged, right? Because we're not removing, we are just allocating new, I mean to say we are allocating these set of elements to a new array, right? What was that new? BARR. You see what are the elements present? 1 2 3 4. That's what we expected, right? And now if you see CARR, right, it's again unchanged. And now when we access new CARR, you see all the elements up to that index, right? So we wrote 3, so 0, 1, 2 will be included, right? So if you see what are the elements present in this array is that it allocated memory to those elements, that is 4, 5 and 6, right, from the last index. Okay, if you see the index present, we tried to do this thing, right? So what it will do, it will just remove the third element, that is the fourth element in the array, right? That is 4, 5 and 6 up to the length of the array. Okay, so this is something similar to this thing. You might be confused. Let me show you what this thing does. This thing is similar to something when we do, let's say, var new CARR2 equal to CARR dot slice. This thing is similar to doing this thing. So 3 will be included, that is third element, fourth element, right? This is, we are talking about indexes up to the length of the array. What is the length of the array? It's 6. So it will be 7. And now when we try to access the elements here, now we checked all those. Now let's check new CARR2, right? You see what are the elements present? 4, 5 and 6. Earlier what were the elements present in new CARR? If you can see what were the elements present here. So new CARR is same. It was CARR, right? What was the name of the array? It is C-ARR. Yeah. So what are the elements present in this new CARR2? 4, 5 and 6. Okay. This is what it does if you don't specify the second argument. Okay. Cool. So this is all about slice method. Okay. So the last element is exclusive. That's why we wrote the elements were present only the indexes. The length of the array was 6, but we wrote 7 because 7 was not inclusive. So that's why it was exclusive. So all the elements before 7, that was 6 up to 6th index, all the elements will be accessed and they will be assigned to this new array. Okay, this is all about slice. Now I told you I'm not using the how to print the elements, right? I was not using loops. So now let's see how we can access the elements in the array. So in array we will use a for loop, right? We have talked about this in the earlier slides, right? Array can be printed using for loop, for each loop, for in or for off. These are all the versions of for loop. Okay, using for loop is simple, right? You specify, and there is one more method associated with the array, that is length, right? ARR.length. This method will give you the length of the array. Okay, whatever was in the array, let's suppose there are 3 elements in the array, so length of the array will be 3. Now indexing starts from 0, so 0, 1 and 2 are the elements that we are going to access, right, with the help of for loop. Now if you use for each loop, we have studied it, how we will access this. Now for each will iterate for every item in the array. So this item will have the element, right, that is 23, then cat, then the object. Okay, so then we try to print it. Okay, this is with the help of for each. Now for off, we have also seen it. What for off does, it will access the elements, right? We just have to specify for, then the item, that is it return that it iterates on the elements of the array. So it will go on the first index, then the second index, then the third index, right? It will access the elements, not the indexes, when we talk about for off. Now when we use for in, it will access the indexes. So if you try to implement this thing, right, for item in array, so it will give you the indexes. That's why what we got the output as 0, 1, 2 that you can see on your screen, right? It accesses the elements. So we got the indexes, then you just have to specify ARR dot this item within the square brackets. Okay, that's all about how you can just print the elements in the array. So you can use for loop, you can use for each, you can use for off, and you can use for in to iterate through the array. Now let's talk about functions. So it is referred to a code snippet, right? A code or a snippet that generally performs some operations, right? If you want to specify or you want to do a certain kind of statements, right? Some kind of statements, you want to execute them after executing something, then you want to execute them, then you want to execute them. So it's rather than specifying all these statements again and again, it's better to write something, write those statements which you are performing consistently, right? Like regularly you are trying to access those set of statements. You can just put those statements in a function. So it helps in modularization of the code, right? What do you mean by this thing? Basically it will just create modules in your code, right? If you let's suppose in your program you just want a function that adds two numbers, that multiply two number, that divides two numbers. So rather than doing it individually or writing everything in a single right, in a single block, you can just modularize your code by just writing a function to add elements, to function to delete, to multiply elements, to divide elements, right? You just just write functions. Enables reusability of it as and when required. What do you mean by this thing? What do you mean by this reusability? How reusability happens? So basically now you just passed two arguments. Let's suppose you are trying to add two elements and you passed 2 and 3, then you call the function, right? Now this time you don't want 2 and 3 to be added, you want 10 and 15. So you just have to change the arguments, and same thing will happen with those two elements as well, right? Those two arguments, that is 2 plus 5, that is 7. You will get the output as 7, right? You just have to change the arguments. So you are using your code, right? Make implementation and debugging efficient. It makes your debugging and implementation very efficient and easy. Functions can be created using two ways, right? You can use the function keyword, that is function declaration, also known as function declaration, or you can use a function expression. These function declarations, when you use this function keyword, makes hoisting, right? There happens a hoisting. We will see earlier when I talked about variables, right? When you used var keyword, I talked about hoisting, and I told you that functions are also hoisted, right? Functions are fully hoisted, right? As we saw, variables were, when you use var keyword, those were partially hoisted, right? It only checks the left hand side. Now when we talk about these functions, these are hoisted completely. Okay, every time even if the function is same, right, you are initializing, you are declaring your function, you are defining your function, same function you define again it will be hoisted. So it's fully hoisted. Okay, and the other way is function expression, which where hoisting doesn't take place. If you are using var keyword, then hoisting will take place. We will see what a function expression is. Now let's talk about function declaration, that is using function keyword. It starts with a function keyword. If you can see in the example, function happy, the name of the function is happy, then the parenthesis sign, then the curly braces, that is the block of this function, right? And then you try to print console.log, I am grateful. That's the message in this function. Now for calling a function, you need happy, that is the name of function, and then this parenthesis to call that function. As you can see, when we call that function, we just got the output as I am grateful. It gets its definition at compile time. So everything that we do happens during compilation. Okay. Now before jumping into function expressions, let's quickly check some of the features of these functions, right? With the help of function keyword. Okay. Now let's go into a Sublime. Okay. Now let's see. So let's first talk about hoisting. So we haven't defined a function yet, right? Let's name that, let's suppose name of that function was print. So we haven't defined it yet, right? We haven't defined it, but we're calling it. And after some steps, maybe I did something here, right? I did something here, and after that I am just defining it with the help of function keyword, right? Function, then name of the function, that is print. And then what we do, we just console.log, that is happy, that's name, that's the message that it will print. Okay, now if you can observe this code, you might be thinking that it might throw an error, but that's not the case. It won't throw an error. Why? Because hoisting happens. Now let's see first, let us run this thing and check if it gives any error or not. So let me refresh this thing, and you see happy is present without giving any errors, right? So you might be thinking that this is a weird nature of JavaScript, right? So what happens here, basically this thing happens, it will be hoisted. So something, this kind of thing happens. So for the first statement will be this thing. So this thing happens. Now this happens automatically, right? So even if you are defining, you're declaring or calling it here, but it was hoisted, so you can call it easily, right? This is what hoisting does. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Obviously when you try to when you have defined it in the, that is the first line, that in the first line you have defined the function, then you can call it anywhere, right? That is what happens in all the programming languages, right? So here hoisting happens, right? So this is one of the features of this thing, right? Now you can also use something to return, right? If you write return, so this will return something. So let's suppose you returned a number, let's suppose you returned 5. Now this return keyword is to return something. Let's suppose you wanted to have, after the function is executed, you want some number, right? Let's suppose you got 2 let's change this function completely. So in the print function you receive 2 arguments, right? Let's suppose a comma b, right? And in the print function what you did, you just passed 5,7, and then what you did in the return, right, you return what, a plus b, let's suppose. Now you're returning something, right? And now it comes in this print, right? The value that is returned will be 7 plus 5, that is 12. So when you do here console.log, right, and then you just want to print whatever was returned, so 12 should be the output, right? So when you go into the console and when you try to refresh it, you see 12 is the output. So this is with the help of return. So there is another few properties that is associated with this function. Let's suppose you have a var variable here, right? A equal to 0, and in this, let's remove these arguments now, we don't need them, and let's remove the return statement as well. So the block, the scope of this a variable, maybe we haven't defined anywhere. Yes, we haven't defined. So the block of this a is global, right? And the scope of this a is global, and something that we define in this b, let's suppose we define something here where b equal to 0. So the scope of this b should be within this block, right? And if you try to, let's suppose you change the value of a to 10, okay, and let's suppose you console.log here, okay, a, and after this function is called, right, let's call this function print. We haven't called it, right? Let's call this function as well. So print is called, okay, we haven't called it, right? Yeah, we haven't called it, so we call this print, and after that we try to access this a to check what will be the value. Since we have changed it, should the value will be changed or not, and can we access this b? Okay, let's see. And now let's save this file. Let's go into our console and let's run this thing. You see b is not defined. Obviously b was the scope of b was in the what, in that function, right? The scope, even if we have declared it with the help of var, so the scope is whatever we define in the function, the scope is limited within that function, okay? And if you see the global variable that we defined, a, scope of which was global, earlier we got 0, but in the function we changed that to 10. So when we try to access that, the value has been changed, okay? You see the scope of the this function, right? So this is all about this function. That is function declaration, right? So we saw how we compiled, how we called the function, how we saw return statements, right? All of this thing is covered. Now let's talk about function expression. It starts with a var keyword and then the assignment operator. So if you see var faith equal to function, that is the function part that we are declaring a function, and this faith is the name of the variable which is a function, right? And then we console.log hope, right? So when we call this variable, right, for calling it we need parentheses, so that's why faith parenthesis, we call this function expression, and then we got the output as hope. Gets its definition, what we saw, the function declaration gets its definition at compile time. This function gets its definition, the function expression will get its definition at runtime. Okay, now let's quickly see a demo of it as well. Okay, we are in this thing, let's go here. Yeah, so how you define it with the help of var keyword, then the name of the function, let's suppose let's name it again print with a different spelling. Okay, then the function, right, and we don't need arguments, and then the function body. In the function body, let's say we write console.log awesome, and then we try to call this function with the help of print, right? Name print, and within the parentheses you can also do this thing, right, this function. And how we define a function, that a function keyword, and along with we have some name, right? Let's suppose the name of this function, let's name it aka. Okay, can we access this aka here? Can we call this? Can we call this thing? No, this will throw an error, we will see, and this will be the output of here will be awesome, right? Let's remove this thing because it will throw an error. It throwed earlier, it throwed an error, so here it will be error again. We'll see what is there. Let's save this file and let's go and run this thing. You see, we got the awesome, and then aka is not defined, right? So you see the difference between a function declaration and a function expression. Whatever you wrote, it's one and the same thing. It doesn't matter if you write the name of the function there or not, you cannot access it. Okay, it throwed an error, right? On the line number 60 it throwed that aka is not defined, and rightly so, because this aka we defined it here, right? And since this is not how we access a function expression, so that's why this throwed an error. Okay, done. So this is how we deal with function expressions. Now let's talk about some methods of functions. These are few methods of functions that can be used for various additional functionalities, like we have call, bind, and apply, for example. Now let's talk about what are these methods. Okay, now let's see call and apply. Where can we use them? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods from another function. Okay, let me give you an example first, then we can relate to these things. Okay, now let's quickly check these things. Okay, so this is our JavaScript file, and this is the HTML5 file. Therein we have the basic structure of HTML, and we just uses the script tag to connect this first.js. Okay, now if I save these files and let's see if these things are connected. Now let me refresh this. Yeah, you see connected to external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's go back to this thing wherein we will code. Now let's talk about call. Let's see, let's make a function first. Okay, let me create a function named print. Okay, let's say we just used this function to print we just use this function to print something. Okay, let's say hello. Okay, that's it. Now let's call this function. This is how we call the function, right? That's it. Let's save this file and let's see what is the output. Okay, you see hello, we got the output. Okay, now what happens under the hood is that this function is called in a similar way, like if I wrote something like dot as it's a property, or that is just something associated with functions, right? These call, apply, and bind. So if I wrote something this there will be nothing. It will still result in the same output. And if I wrote something like this, call.apply, so let's save this file. Now what is the output that we are expecting? That hello and hello, right? 2 times hello, because first this, when we use call property, it will give hello. Then when we used apply property, it will again give hello. So let's see the output now. Let's refresh this page. Now you see what happens under the hood. So it is just a shorthand notation that we used until now. What? Just calling the just calling that function, that is with the name and with the bracket sign. What happens under the hood is that these 2 functions are called. Now the question is, if both of these are doing the same thing, then what is the difference between them, right? If you can see, both of them we used to call what? When we use call, we got the same output, and when we used apply, we get the same output. Now what is the difference? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods, okay? These methods, that is, these properties of function are used to borrow methods from another object. If you can see, therein we have 2 objects, right? Human is one object and animal is another object, okay? Now, in animal, we have 2 properties, right? First is the name and another is the function, right? So these are 2 functions, 2 properties. One is name, another is eat. And the another object that we have is human object, right? Wherein we have only 1 property, that is name, right? In the example. Now if you see, when I call this method, that is eat method of with the help of animal object, right? So we get the output as apple, animal eating 5 apples. Don't get into the grammar. So it's just that I am calling this eat function with the help of animal, right? If you can see, now what I did, I called the eat method, right? And then I used call, passing him the object, the human object, and the other 2 arguments. Now what happened? You see, it's showing that this human is eating 2 oranges, right? You see how we borrowed the method of animal object, right? Let me show you an example. It will be clearer, okay? Now let's go into this. Now you see, let's create 2 objects quickly, okay? Now let's remove these things. Now let's see the differences, okay? Let's create these objects first, okay? So let's suppose this is my first object, animal, okay, equal to how you create an object with the help of literals, this thing, right? And then we press the end of statement, and now let's declare or initialize its properties. So the first property is, just a minute, so the first property is name, right? And we have this, let's suppose, let's name some animal, okay, dog. This is the first thing. Then, and let's see, eat. That's it. Okay, it's a function, so we will use the new syntax. We can use eat, then semicolon, and then the function. Then under the function we can use that as well. And this eat will have 2 arguments, a comma b. Let's name them a comma b. And then we have the function body, wherein we just used console.log, right? Now what we will do, we will just use this dog. So what will I do? I will just write this dot name. Now, so this is something that will be associated with this dog, right? Dog is eating, let's suppose, let's name it something. Let's name what? Dog is eating bone, 5 bones, okay? This dot name plus dog, that means we get the dog here, right? This dot name, and then is eating, then the number that we get from the function, that is the argument, is eating 5, and then what he is eating plus that thing, right? And let's separate them as well with the help of space, and he is eating 5 bones, okay? We will pass these things, okay? Now we have this animal object, right? And now let's create let's create another object. Let's name it human. Okay, now human will also eat, but does he eat the same thing? No. So let's name this human. Let's name any human. Let's call it Ravi. So that's it, right? Okay, yeah. So now we have another property for human wherein we just wrote what? Name equal to Ravi. That's it, right, guys? So you see, now one thing to notice, that animal is having what? Animal is having two properties, right? And human is having only single property. Now let's see how, with the help of this call method, how we can borrow the method that is present in animal. Okay, now let's call this function. How we will call this? With the help of object, right? Animal, right? Dot, let's call it simple first. Let's call eat. That's it, right? Now when we call eat, now we will pass him. In this name will be dog, right? Is eating 5 bones. Let's pass these arguments, 5 comma, and then the string, that is bones. Okay, now let's save this file. Let's see if it works right now, if everything is in place or not. So dog is eating 5 bones. There is a spacing issue. Let's rectify it. So let's put another space, and that's it. So now we saved our file. So this is working, right? Now let's see how we can borrow this eat method for this human as well. Okay, now if we use animal, because it is present in that object, right? Eat. Now when we use call, this will help us to borrow that method. So first we will write the name, right, of the object that wants to borrow that method. Okay, so herein we will write what? Human is the object, right? Human is the object. Then the 2 arguments, right? Now let's suppose, what do you want to write? For example, let's say Ravi is eating 5 biscuits or chips. Okay, let's pass those arguments. Let's say 10, he's hungry, so 10 chips. Now you see, this method, that is eat method, is not present in the human. You are getting these things, right? So this method is not present here, right? So now what happens with the help of call? We are able to borrow the method that is present in animal. Let's save this file, okay? And now let's try to run this. You see, dog is eating 5 bones, Ravi is eating 10 chips. So what happened here? So what we did here was that we borrowed that method. Now can we do the same thing with the help of what? Apply as well? So let's check that as well. Okay, where is our code? So if I just wrote apply here, will that work? Let's see. I saved this file and I try to run this. So you see what happened. Is this the error that we get? Okay, apply, yes. Now we got this error, right? Create list array like called on a non-object add. So at line number 30. So if you see this apply, you got the difference, right? If we just replace this call, which we did in the earlier case, wherein we just called what was the function name? Print.apply and print.call. They were working in a similar fashion. But here we saw that this is giving an error. So how we can rectify it? We just, the 2 arguments that we passed for that eat method will be passed in the form of array. That's it. So these bracket sign, square brackets, when I put on these arguments. Now let's save this thing and let's see if it works or not. Now let's run this thing. You see, now you got the difference, right? There we passed the arguments in the form of whatever they were in the form of, right? There were 3 arguments. Now in here, when we applied apply, we had to pass an array of properties, right? Array of arguments, right? So you get the difference between how to pass an argument within what eat, within what apply and call. So this is the one of the first differences. Okay, now let's go back to the slide. Now you see this. Now we use call method, therein we will pass the arguments, and when we use apply, we pass the array of arguments, right? Array in the form of array. Okay, now let's see how bind is. Now how, what does bind do? We saw call, we saw apply. Now what is bind? So bind returns the function definition that can be called later. What does this mean? So if we can see in the example wherein we have animal, same, this is doing the same thing, this is same just we did, and therein we have another object. So when we use this call, you see human eat is the example, and now what we are doing, we are using animal.eat.bind. Let me show you in the form of example first, so that we can just, I mean to say, visualize it later. Okay, you might be get confused here. Okay, so now let's remove these things. We don't need these things anymore. Let's remove these things. Okay, now if I just replace this thing with bind, will this work? What is the error that we get? Let's save this thing. Okay, I told you these are properties, but what was the fun in that if we are going to do the same thing with all the three methods, right? Now you see we didn't get anything, right? Because whatever bind will just return the function. Okay, now this thing, whatever we did here, we want to, this will let me remove this thing. Okay, when we pass this thing, okay, human, and let's run this, still nothing, right? So how bind will work, we are binding the human object. Now whenever we pass this object, this will return a function. Okay, now once it will return the function, now that, let me just initialize something so that we will see, is that what we get, is the let's suppose, let's create another thing, that is human eat. Now this will act as a function which will return this whatever is present in the animal method. Okay, because we are calling on the animal object, right? So now this will be the this object will be similar, right? Similar to what? Animal. Okay, now once it return the function, now we can call this human function, human.eat. Okay, sorry, human-eat, and now it will act as same as what? Calling an object, calling a function with the help of two arguments. Okay, so what are the two arguments? Let's name them. Let's say the first is 5 and the another is the thing that he's eating. Let's suppose he's eating what? Apples. So let's save this thing. And now when we try to run this thing, you see Ravi is eating 5 apples. So what happened under the hood, that these call, apply and bind, what are they? So basically apply calls the function and sets it's this, right? This that we set. So basically the difference is that arguments can be passed as an array object, right? We passed the arguments in the form of array. Now what bind does, it creates a new function when called. Okay, it creates a function and gives the sequence of arrangements or arguments will be prepended to the arguments provided to the newly bound function, right? We saw that it just created another function wherein we just pass the arguments, right? In the when we talked about what? Bind. And what does the call do? Call just we just provided the list of arguments, right? There were we used n number of herein we use 2 arguments. We can use n number of arguments. Okay, while passing what? When we used call. So these are some of the methods, right? Now if you see, we saw call and its differences, right? We saw bind, how to bind a function. Okay, now where does this come into picture, right? This bind. Now let's see this thing. So this is an object whose property is the function. Okay, now if you see, when we called obj.function, right? This is the object and this is having a property function, and we pass this. So this represents whatever is the object, it is property of. So basically it represents the object, right, of which that property is. Okay, function, for example, let's see this function a, right, which is just consoling this thing, right? So let's see if a is the property of what, the object it is called upon. So if you see, when we called a, right, we just called a. So this, what does this represent? This represents the object who is calling this function. But right now we don't have any object, right, associated with function a. So it will refer to the window object when we run it on a console. Okay, now let's see it. Let's see first if we run this function here. Let's create these functions. Let me just cover this thing first, and then we will see how bind helps us. What is the, I mean to say, what are the properties or what are the advantages of using a bind. So let's create quickly one function. Let's create a function. Let's name it, again let's name it print. Okay, print. It doesn't have any arguments. Okay, now let's see, let's call this console.log. Let's say hello again, and now we call this method, that is print, and that's it. Now let's save this file. You see, okay, we will have to use this, right? We didn't use this. Now we want to check what is the object that is calling this function. Right now we don't have any object, so it should give us error, right? Let's see. So now I want to show you something, that is window object. Basically, whenever we call something, right, this is called on some what we called as a window object. We will later in this I mean to say in this tutorial, we will see what is this window object, right? We will see these things, but right now, what is the object calling this function? Which object is calling this function? That is our window object. Now if I do something like this, okay, let me go back and let's see, let's create one object quickly, or let me just no, we need this thing for bind. So let me create a mean to say one object here. Okay, let ob. Now we have one object. Okay, that's it. Now we have one object, and let's create it in a traditional way, right? Let's say let's name this thing as print. Okay, now if I call this print, I need ob, that is the object, and now let's see what it refers to. Okay, earlier what we saw the window object, right? Now you see what we got here, that this is something that is associated with ob, right, the object that we used. Okay, so now you see, this is the thing, right? This object is what, this function is the property of object, that is ob, right? So that's why we got this this statement that is written here. Okay, now if I quickly write there on one object, that is let, same object a, and herein we have what, let's name some function, or let's name anything, like let's name a property here that is having name, and name is fai, right? And then when we pressed this, and then it's done, right? Now when we called a dot name, okay, sorry, this is not a, when we got a dot name, now if I change this this property a little bit, and now what I will do, I will just a minute, I will just use some function that is object function obj, and it will just what console dot log, and it will just print this, right? And now when I press enter and when I call this obj, now you see we got something that is what the object, right? When we call this function, we got the whatever are the things that are present in that object, right? So it refers not to the window object but to the object it is property of. So it is something that you might get confused. So this refers to something like what? So for example, if we talk about other programming language, what does this refer to? The property that is current, I mean to say, let me give you it in a naive example. So this refers to the current object. So again, same thing happens here. This refers to what? This refers to an object whose property is the function, okay? Right? So you might get confused, but this will make sense. Just give it some time, okay? As we move forward, I mean to say, as we move forward in this tutorial, it will make sense. Everything will fall in its position, okay? So now you see, this refers to the current object that is calling it, okay? Now this thing is clear, right? Now if you let me give you an example here. So if you see this given access of object to its method, right? So now if you see, we have used it earlier, right? When we used an object wherein we have two properties, name and sing. When we use this dot sing, it refers to the property of that object, right? So this contains what? Obj. It is similar to something what? Now it is calling its own methods. This refers to obj, right? So obj.name, it's similar to what we did, right? obj.name. So it will give us Sam. So when we call this obj.sing, right, it referred to the object wherein we have name as property. So that's why we get the output as Sam singing, right? So this is all about this keyword. It will make sense, and we will cover this thing as we move along this course, okay? Let's see what are arrow functions, right? So if you see, this is lexically scoped. What does that mean? It doesn't matter if something is inside something, right? What do you mean by this thing? For example, if we have a function and in that we have an object, right? And in that object we have some function, and in that function we are calling some other function, okay? Now if you see, you might be thinking that this second function will be scoped to what? This object, but that is not the case. So if you see, that will refer to what? The window object, not the object that it is property of, okay? So if you see, just see the example first, maybe it will make sense, okay? Now we have an object, right? And in that object we have a name and a function, right? The name is Sam and sing is the function, and in that function we are doing same thing, right? We are just the console log, we are just printing what? A. What is A here is just the name, right? So for example, we pass something from the arguments and that we are printing, okay? And then this. So we are just printing whatever is this function, right? This function, let's we can name anything there. It's just the string that gives us something, okay? So this, right? And then we have another function in that, and in that function we are printing B. It's basically just to mark those functions, right? A and B. So this is one function that represents A, and then we have another function which represents B, and in that same function we are calling this another function, okay? Now if you see, you might be thinking that both these functions when called upon will give the same output, right? B and then the object to which would say this will print what? This will print the object to of which these properties are, right? As we saw earlier. But when we use this thing, right, if you see carefully that B refers to window object, we can see clearly that this function is something that is property of what? Obj, but this refers to the window object. So we need to bind this thing, okay? We need to bind this function to this object. But binding this function was, I mean to say, it is possible and we can do it, but that is something, an overhead, right? So to remove that overhead, we can use what? An arrow function. Now this will get bound to what? When we use arrow function, this function will get bound, the another function, that is name of the function, will get bound to the current object. Right now it is bound to the window object, okay, and doesn't use the function keyword, right? And we don't have to use the function keyword when we talk about arrow functions. Okay, now let's see the example. Now let me show you first this thing and then how arrow function will help us. Okay, now let's see quickly now how arrow function will come into picture. Okay, let me go and let me just remove all these things. We don't need these things. Okay, so let's say animal. No, let's not name it animal. Let's remove all these things. Maybe we can keep this thing. Okay, now herein we have function. Okay, let's put the string sign here. Okay, just to make sure that this is the first function, and let's name this another property here, that is name, and we are printing it. Yes, that's it. So name, let's say 4 is the name, and then we have this thing, and then in this function let's call another function, let's declare another function, that is var with that is function expression, right? That's what we used earlier, right? We saw. So this another function, let's name in another print, okay, print, and wherein we will use this function. Okay, now this function will do whatever it will do. Let's see, let's do the same thing which we did in the earlier above function. Okay, now console.log, and this is b, and then this. Okay, now in the same function we will call this method, this function, right? That is an print, and that's it. Now herein we have two properties, right? Actually we have three, but that property, the another method is called in the same function. Okay, so these are, both of these functions are associated with what? These are bound to this object ob, but when we call this print method and when we see the output, we will see a different case here. Okay, now let's see, let's save this thing, and now let's run this thing. Okay, you see the first one is acting, I mean to say, the way we wanted it, right? It is a is being printed and it refers to that object, the object a, which is the object that we have, and these are the properties of that same object. But b refers to the window object. This is a weird behavior, right? Even though we are using this in the same function, but it actually, what happens, it refers to something that is of window object. Okay, now if I use this thing, it is similar to that this thing is happening, that therein we have window dot this thing. Okay, because this is the object, window object, and this is, but as we can see that this should actually, what we are expecting this to be, that is ob dot this thing, right? But this is not happening, right? If you can see, it is referring to the window object. Okay, now how we can, one way is to bind these functions. Okay, so the one way is we can bind this function to that object, but that is an overhead, right? We want something that automatically does this thing for us. So herein we have arrow functions, and it removes this weird behavior of this keyword. Okay, so, and we don't have to use any I mean to say, we don't have to use the bind function. Okay, now let's see how to do it. Okay, you get the point, how, what is the problem that we are having and how we are rectifying it, right? So now let's see how, with the help of arrow function, how does it help. Now same object, we have obj, and in that we have sam, and we are using the same thing as there. but the only difference in that is that in that function, right? Herein we are using the syntax for this is that we have to use this bracket sign, right, and then the arrow, and then if you use this thing, it will refer to the, it will bound this function to the object, that is obj. Okay, this is the syntax. Only this thing we have to remove, and that's it. If you can see here, now we just have to remove this function keyword. It doesn't use this function keyword. And if you want to pass your arguments, you can write them here, and then you just have to press this thing, arrow, that's it. This will make this function, and we are using an arrow function here. Okay, this is something associated with function expressions. Okay, now let's save this thing, and now let's see the output. Earlier this was the output, it was referring to the object, right, window object. Now you see, without using bind was used, we can use bind also here to bind the function, right, so that this function will bind to that object, right? So if we use bind, we will get the same output, but that's an overhead. We need extra steps and we don't want to do that. Okay, so with the help of arrow function, we just made things possible without using bind. So this is all about what arrow functions, right? Now you see, now if you can, the bind also helps in the same thing, so bind comes also into picture here. Okay, now this is arrow function. So we talked about what apply, call, and bind, right? Now let's talk about these higher order functions. So higher order functions are something, these are functions that either take functions as an argument or return functions as an argument. What do you mean by this thing? This is something related to what, if you want to use what, if you want to, if your function is taking a function as an argument or it is returning some another function, then we call that function as higher order function. Okay, for example, the common example, that is the inbuilt function that we have, the set interval function, which takes what, the function as an argument, and it and another argument is the interval, that means number of times this function will execute. Okay, so now let's see the quickly this example, then we will build something of our own. Okay, now let's see how to call this function. Okay, let me go into the console and show it here. Okay, now let's quickly, we have this function, right, this this thing a, right, we have this function. Okay, now let's use set interval. Okay, and this is the function that we have, what we will call a, okay, no, okay, just let me just create one function. Okay, we created earlier, right, one function, this name function. No, name was not a function. Let's create one function, guys. Let or we'll use simple function. Okay, function, and then the name of the function, that is print double T, and this function will won't have any arguments. And what we are doing, we will just console.log, then hi, and that's it. Okay, this is a function. Now let's see how to use the set interval. Okay, now we will call this set interval function, which is an higher order function, because it will accept function as an argument. One of the arguments is in function, so we will call this print. Okay, now we can't use this sign because then we are calling this function. So now this is the callback function which set interval will use, plus we'll just use the second argument, which is the number of seconds after how many seconds this function will be called again and again. So after 1 second, this is a millisecond, so that means 1000 milliseconds is equivalent to 1 second. So after 1 second it will call this function again and again. So once I will press enter, it will return some value which we then later use to stop that, to stop this function from calling again and again. Now when I press enter, we got 1. So now if you see, the function was just printing hi. So you see now this value is changing, right? 8, 9. So number of times it called it 10th time, 12th time, right? 13, 14 times it has been called. Now the number that this set interval returned was 1. So to stop this thing from happening, right, we use something called clear interval, and in that argument we will pass this one which was returned earlier by the set interval function to stop this from calling again and again. Now you see that's 36 is static. Now it's not changing because we stopped that set interval function. So this set interval is an higher order function which accepts function as an argument, right? One of the argument is a function. So this is a higher order function. Now we can also return something, okay? So if your function is returning a function, then also that function can be called as higher order function, okay? So this is all about higher order functions. Now that we have seen the set interval function, which is a higher order function, right? We are passing function as an argument, right? We will see how can we pass function as or how can we return a function as an argument, which is again a higher order function. Now let's see a demo of it and try to visualize certain objectives, that how it will reduce our code, how it makes our function look less redundant, right? Let's see the demo of it and try to visualize those things. Now I'll just open my Sublime again and let's remove these things, okay? Let me start it from the scratch, okay? So we are trying to implement what? Higher order function, wherein we will return function as an argument. Let's suppose we have function, okay? Let's name it what? Let's name it can vote. Let's check if a person is above certain age, can he vote or not? Let's say can vote, okay? And there will be one argument associated with it, that is age, and upon that age we will check if this age is greater than what is the legal age in India. When we talk about India, it's 18, right? Let's suppose it is 18, even if it is not 18, okay? So the legal vote when a person can vote in India is 18. So if the age is greater than 18, we will say return true. That's it, okay? Else return false, right? Now that we have created this function, let's create some other functions as well, okay? Let me just create another function, that is what? If he can drive or not. Can drive, right? And he will again accept one argument, that is age. Can we make this code a little bit, this function that has been written, can we minimize it, or can we write less number of code? Yes, we can. If we remove all those things and let's cut this thing and let's paste this thing here. Now what happens? Let's remove all these things. So again, now this function will be evaluated based on this expression and it will return either true or false, right? If the age is greater than or equal to 18, it will return true. If it's not, it will return false. So less number of lines, right? So we reduced those if conditions. Similarly, let's do the same thing for this as well. We'll just return if the age is greater than or equal to what is the minimum age? Let's suppose it's 16, okay? Then he can drive, that person can drive. Let's create another function. Let's say can marry, okay? I don't know, can marry. Let's see if this person can marry or not. Now there's a certain age. Let's write it 21. Return if age is greater than or equal to 21. If it is greater than, then he can marry. It will return true. Else he cannot marry. Now if I want to call these functions on some, let's suppose there is one person let's name it John, and John, we want to check upon John if that person can marry, can he drive, or can he vote, right? Let's call it upon John. Let's say what, let's name that let John, right? Okay, now we created one variable named John, and now we want to check if we can also create an object, and wherein we will have name equal to John, and upon that name, right, we will call these functions, and we can put these functions in that I mean to say that object, right? So let's keep it simple, and now let's check if John can marry or not. So now this John is an object, right? So let's call these functions upon, rather than creating any object, let's skip this thing and let's do simply what, simple console.log. Now there is one person and his age is what, can he marry, can he drive, right? We can call all these functions. So can he drive, and his age is, let's suppose he's 11 years old, right? Can he drive, and console.log, right? Console.log, and let's say can he vote, and his age is 21, right? And console.log if that person can marry or not. Similarly, we can do these things on a single person, right, wherein we will create some object, and in that object we will insert all these functions in that object, and upon that object we can call these functions one by one on the same person, right? We can do that as well, but let's keep it this way for now. Now if we if this person can marry or not and his age is 16, so can drive, that should result in false, and can vote, that should be true, and can marry, that should be false. So false, true, false should be our output. And now let's go back in this thing and let's refresh this. So false, true, false. Now you see, we are every time if we want to do this thing on a single person, and then we want to do all those things. Let's suppose there is one person John, and now there's another person, let's say Sarah, right? So for Sarah, again we will pass her age, right? Let's suppose she is 27, and all of the age, all the numbers that we just pass are 27. Now you see, the logic is same, right? We are just changing the ages, right? If there is another way with which we can just reduce this these many lines of code, yes there is. Now let's see how to reduce these. Now let's suppose what will be the output in these in the case of Sarah. Again it will be true for all the three functions, okay? True, right? Now let's go back, and now let's try to reduce the number of lines, okay? Let's create a function. Let's name it age required, and it will accept as an argument that is required age, for which we will check, right? Required age, that is our age. This our age will contain what? These values, 18, 16 and 21, right? Now this will return another function, right? We saw in setInterval we were passing as an argument. Now here we are returning as an argument what? Another function. Let's say that function is accept another age, and upon which it will return what? That value. So we'll check if age is greater than or equal to what? Required age, right? And this will result in this thing. So if we can observe what we did here, right? What we did here, one second. Now if you can observe, this function is doing same thing as all of these functions are. Now let me show you how. So what we did, we created a higher order function, and now let's see can vote. We created variables. We will create variables for this, and now we will call this function age required, and now what we will pass, that 26, right? What is the, for example, what is the age required to vote is 18. Now this 18 is called. Now the output that is present, or the value that is present in can vote, is a function. Now upon that function, that is can vote, we can easily call what, that Sarah's age, right, 27, which was. And now it will do the same thing that we did here for Sarah. Let's suppose let's delete this thing, not for Sarah. Let's try to do this thing for any other person, wherein we will get some true and some false result. So let's put a age 20. No, let's put it 18. Okay, so there will be 2 true results and 1 false result. She cannot drive because she is, let's put it 15. Then none of the function will be called. So okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, even if we are getting all the values true. Okay, now let's remove all these functions. Okay, we don't need them, and let's remove this as well. Now you see earlier what we were doing, and now what we are doing is very much attractive, and redundancy is removed, right? Now let's create another variable, that is can drive. Let's suppose that age required is what? If the age required is greater than what was for the driving, it should be greater than or equal to 16, right? So here we call that function, and then we will do can drive, right? Okay, can drive, right? And we will pass the Sarah's age, right? Similarly, we will do the same thing for what, if that person can marry or not. We'll just replace it this marry, can marry, and we will just call this function. We have this function, and now let's try to see the output of this thing. Okay, now let's try to console this thing, okay, whenever this got printed, so that we can check if we are doing everything right or not. We will just do console.log for this, which will return either true or false. Similarly, the same thing for all these variables. Okay, and for this as well. And now let's try to run this thing. So when we run this, okay, missing statement, just a minute. Okay, yeah, here it is. So okay, console.log can drive. Then okay, we have to remove this thing, can drive, and then let's call the function, and that's it. Save this file, and now when we try to run this thing, you see Sarah can drive, Sarah can vote, Sarah can marry. So if you see how our code got reduced from the earlier thing to this thing, we can even reduce this further. How? Let's say we will call this age function, and in this age function what we will do, we will just pass this Sarah's age as well. And then what we will do, we will just put this console log and cut this thing and print it here, and okay, there is one parenthesis missing, and then that's it. So we will do the same for all the things, right? We'll do the same, paste it. So required age for this doesn't I mean to say this is not much informative, but we can reduce it further. So 18 is for what? She can drive, right? She can vote, and for driving it should be greater than or equal to 16, and for marrying it should be greater than or equal to 21, right? So we got what age required is called upon 18. So when that thing is called, it will return a function. That is the function that we are returning, and upon that we will check if that 18 if that thing that we called, right, upon 27, if that 27 is greater than or equal to 80. So when we save this thing and when we try to run this thing, we will still get the output as same. Okay, true to true for all the things. So if you can observe, there is a thing associated with these functions, that is, these functions are called first class functions. Why? Because a programming, let me give you an example first, or definition when a function is called a first class function. A programming language is said to be a first class function when functions in that language are treated like any other variable. What do you mean by this thing? That functions can be passed as an argument, which we saw in the set interval function, right? Those functions can be returned by another function, right? We saw in here, right? We are returning something, we are returning a function, right? And we can assign these functions to a variable. We saw that as well when we talked about function expressions, right? So when a programming language is doing all those things, then these functions can be called as first class functions. Okay, so this is all about higher order functions. We talked about how to return a function, we talked about how to accept as an argument when we passed function as an argument as well. So these are all higher order functions. We also checked or implemented how we can reduce our code with the help of higher order functions, wherein we created 3 functions, and then with the help of these higher order functions we did all the things with the help of this single function. Now let's talk about exception handling. So exception is an abnormal behavior or abnormal condition that may happen at runtime and disturb the normal flow of the program. So what we understand by an error is a mistake, but rather it is not a mistake, it is something which makes us a better programmer, right? There is no such thing as a perfect programmer or a perfect code. You always get errors. Now the question is how to handle them, right? These exception handling, or if you want to handle these exception in order to ensure our code gets executed normally. So we need to ensure that while we are executing something, if we get an error, we need to handle those so that rest of the program may be handled normally and it may be executed normally. Okay, there are 4 combinations or 4 keywords that are used in JavaScript exception handling. Those are try, catch, throw, and finally. So if you see, exception is abnormal condition, right, that may happen at runtime and disturb the normal flow of the program. Let's see an example here, right? We see console.log a. The a has not been defined yet, right? So if we try to print any statement after that, that is console.log end of the code, this will never be executed. Why? Because we got the error in the first line and rest of the lines will not be executed, as we got the error as a is not defined, which is rightly so, right? Since the variable is not declared and we are trying to fetch it, it will abruptly stop the program and will give the error. No more code execution will take place, hence end of the code will never get printed. We can handle exception in order to ensure our code gets executed normally. Now, before we move ahead with these keywords and start understanding these keywords, let me quickly show some interesting facts about these errors. Okay, let's go into the console and clear this thing, right? Now, the first thing that I want to show you guys is that when I type error in this console and press enter, I get a function, right? the function that is associated with these errors. So if I type new error, what I got this error message and there is something written anonymous 1.1. What is this? What is these things? What are these things rather? So I can also throw the error. We'll see about these through new with the help of new keyword. Earlier what I did, I created that error and then now I'm throwing that error. You see? Now, this is I can literally throw anything, right? In JavaScript, I can throw anything, right? I can throw a string, I can throw a number, I can throw anything. I can even throw Boolean, right? So now that seeing that I can throw anything, there are certain things that are associated with a with a error. So if I created one error, let's say const, and let's name it error equal to new error, and let's put a name in it. Now that we have created an constant variable which is err, and in this we have error, so there are certain things associated with this error, certain properties associated with errors. So if I press err dot, now you see I have a message, right? You see message, yep, it's the error, right? Then I have name of the error, that is error that is associated with it, and finally I have something that is called stack. Now what does this stack represent? Basically, when earlier I showed you example, right? When I tried to print something and there was an error because that was not defined, right? Let's do that thing. Okay, let's declare a const not declaring it. Okay, let's try to print it directly, console.log, and let's try to print something which is not defined yet. Let's suppose FYT. Clearly it's not defined. Now let's go back here and do the end of statement, then try to execute some other lines of code. Okay, console.log. Obviously these lines will not be executed, right? Let's say hi, whatever we got after the error will not be executed. Now you see, now this FYT is not defined, so we get an error. So with this error we have something written anonymous one, on the 13th line. So basically what does this do? What is this? This is a call stack. Now if I show you an example wherein we will define something and we will check if where has that error occurred. So basically this is the anonymous function that is showing in here, right? The global scope, right? We have this error on the global scope. Now let's do one thing, let's create something and see what is this really a stack which represents that this is the error that has occurred on this call stack, right? Let's see that. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function. Let's name it A, and in that function let's do one thing, let's call another function. Okay, let's do one thing, let's keep it simple. Okay, let's declare an error message here. Let's name it B equal to new error, and then the message, I am error, and after that, now that we have got the error, now let's try to return this. Okay, and let's try to finish this function. Now when we called our a function, we got the error. Now you see this error that we got contains that hi, I am the error, which is the message, then the error name, right, that is associated with this b object, that the variable that we created, and then this is a stack. So first it is present on the call stack is this, that first is the global scope, then there are these functions, right? So in that function, upon the global scope, there is another call, there's a call stack which contains global scope, then the other functions that have been called. So in that we have global scope and then this a function, and in that function we have this error. So you see, if you have any other, I mean to say, if you were calling any other function in this function, let's suppose C, so it will be above this A, above this global, then there will be A, then there will be B, where we get our error. So these are some interesting facts about these errors and what does this message represent, right? So this is a call stack. Now let's continue with our keywords. So now let's see what are the 4 keywords or combinations that are used in JavaScript exception handling. So there are try, catch, throw, and finally. So try and catch block. Try block contains the code that might throw an error, right? If you can see whatever we used earlier, right? That we tried to print something which was not available, right? A has not been defined, so this will give an exception. So whatever the code that you might think that it might give an error, for example, that you are trying to divide something by 0, it will definitely throw an error, right? So you try to put that piece of code in this try block. If statement in the try throws an exception, then it gets cached in the catch block. So after that we have the catch block. Now in this catch block, as you can see, when we got an error in the try block, we know that this code might throw an error, then we went into the catch block, right? And in that catch block we got an error message, and with the error that A is not defined. This is the message that we want, and this is the error, the type of error that has happened, right? A is not defined, right? So now, which is thrown by that line, the try block throws the error. Along with that error, we know what are the properties associated with that error, right? The name and the message and the stack, all of these, okay? So we got an error. So this is try, and then after that we have the catch block. So there are certain key points that we need to understand while dealing with try and catch, okay? So for example, the first thing is that we don't want to keep any other statement after the statement that might throw an exception. What does this mean? That for example, in the try block, if you can see, there is console.log written, right? That we are printing A, which might throw an error, right? After that, we have written another print message, end of code. Will that be executed? Will that ever execute? Once an exception is thrown, control gets passed to the catch block. So whatever the piece of code or statements you have written after that statement which throws an error, that will never be executed. So if you can see, the output will remain the same because that thing will never be executed. What? This line, that is end of code, will never be executed. This is first thing that you need to keep in mind. What is the second thing? Try block must end with one catch block. Okay, it's very important that there can be multiple catches, but one should be available. There should be no statement in between try and catch block. Okay, so if you can see in the example what we have written, now the same example, right? So now whatever the code that is written in the try block and whatever is written in the catch block, there is one statement that is end of code which is written in between these blocks, right? So it will never be executed and it will throw an error. Why? Because it will think that you might have missed what? Writing a catch block, right? It says missing catch or finally after try. So what do you understand by this thing? That you can either use try, when you use try, you can either use catch or you can use finally. Now the third thing, from ES10, that is ECMAScript 10, catch parameter is optional. So that's why we got what? We didn't get an error that showing that there's only the catch is missing. So after that it became optional. So try and the catch, then we have this message. Okay, what? The message that we have along this, we got an error. So now if we can see the parameters what we used earlier, we used to have this error message, right? The throw which throws an error. So this error contains all those messages, right? But after ES10, this parameter was made optional. Okay, so you may or may not use. Okay, now what about the throw keyword? We will see the example of this as well. Okay, let's try to do first, before moving ahead, let's try to do an example on this. Okay, so let's do it on the Sublime. Okay, now let's remove all these things. Okay, and let's try to visualize the 3 nodes that we saw. Okay, so the first thing was that do not write anything after your catch statement. Okay, now let's try to do this thing. Try is a try block. Okay, and we are trying to print console.log. This is the thing that we are trying to print A. Now we again try to, we want this statement to be executed. Okay, after this error we want this message to be printed, hi, bye. Now once we have this, then after that we will have a catch block, right? And let's not jump into other parts. We have the error, right? This throwed an error, we cached it, and after that we will just console.log what? This error. There should be let's put a message, we got an error. And what is the error? It is this error, undefined error. Okay, so when we try to run this thing, let's clear the screen and let's try to refresh this. So we got an error, the message that was there, reference A is not defined. Reference, that is A is not being defined, right? And which is rightly so. We never defined A, so we got an exception and we cached it, and a normal code started executing. But if we can observe that we were never able to print that message that we had, right? So this was the first thing that we have to keep in mind. Whatever we write after the try, it will never be executed in the try block, whatever we write. Okay, now I want this message to be printed. I accidentally put it here. Okay, so now what happens? Let's save this and let's try to run this thing. So now it says a missing catch or a finally after try. So there has to be always either a catch statement or a finally statement after try. So we haven't seen yet finally. So if we somehow missed everything, right? Let's go back to this thing. Let's suppose we don't have this thing as well. Okay, let's cut this thing. Let's save this thing. And now what happens here? Yeah. So what happens here when we try to run? It says missing catch or finally. So we have to explicitly always, after the try block, it can be either a catch block or the finally block. We'll see about finally, but right now we know catch, so we just removed that thing. So that's why we got an error. So even if you have removed this line as well, you will still get a message that your catch is missing. Okay, so this was the second statement. Now the third statement that we studied was that we can remove these errors, right? The parameters can be removed from the ES10 version. We can just remove this message and we can just remove this as well. So we can just directly say we got an error. That's it. We saved this file and then we try to run this. So we got, okay, there's something that is missing. We got an error and that's it. So what token is missing? Just a minute. So expected token, just a minute guys. Okay, so yeah, we saved this, the parameter, we removed this thing, and now when we run it we got an error. So these were the three things. Okay, so now let's move ahead, and this was the third thing. Now throw keyword. There may be scenarios where JavaScript engine will not throw the exception, but our application wants to consider it as an exception. For example, let's suppose you don't want name in some object, or the variable name should never be, repeat. So for example, in your program, you should never use a variable that is having, there should not be a variable which is containing value 0. So this is not an exception that the JavaScript engine will throw. This is something that you want to throw yourself. Okay. When we are talking about the throw keyword, when we talked about errors, wherein we defined our error with the help of new keyword, right? New throw new error, right? We saw that we were explicitly defining our own errors, right? So throw will throw an error object, right? We saw the object, right? The error object, wherein we saw the properties associated with it. We can define our custom message, right? We saw how we defined our custom message. This is an error that we have, right? Yep, it is an error. We saw that messages, right? So now let's talk about this throw keyword. So we have a function that is eligible to vote, and we have age. If the age is less than 18, we throwed an error, you are underage, and we printed that error, right? We know that what are these things, right? You are underage is the message. Then this anonymous is the call stack, right? We saw these things earlier when we talked about it. Else we print you are eligible to vote, right? Simple. Now let's try to implement this. Now what we have here, so we will try to implement the same. For example, let's call a function. Let's put this thing in a function, and let's name it a, let's suppose, and wherein we have age that we got. And now what we have in here is a try block that should be executed, right? And when it will be executed, if age is less than 16, right? So at that time, this guy is not eligible to vote, right? So we will throw an error, right? This is not something that is related to JavaScript engine. We ourselves want to throw this error. So we will use a throw keyword, right? Throw. Now we create an error with the help of new keyword, right? And then we pass the message or the type of error. This is the message, right? You are underage, right? So this is the throw, and then in the catch block we will catch this error, right? We got this error, right? And then we will just print this error. We will just print this error, that's it. we are done. Now this happens only when we are having an age that is less than 16. But what if it is right? Then we'll go into our else part and then we will just print, okay, you are eligible to vote. That's it. Okay, done. Okay, now put a message, you can vote. That's it, right? So this is if and else block, and then we close our function, right? And then we call our function a with, let's suppose, 13 as its value, and we save our file. And when we try to run this thing, you see you are underage is the message, and where we got it is the call stack that is referred in the HTML page, right? We have the global execution, that is line number 23, and then in line number 10 we got this error message. Okay, right? So this is the stack, this is the message, and this is the error, okay, that we have. Now what if age is greater than 16? That means he can vote, and that time it will execute smoothly, so you can vote, right? So you see how we created our own exception, right, with the help of throw keyword. Now the finally block, it contains the code that no matter what it will get executed. Okay, now let's see. It might contain some code of freeing resources, for example closing files. We have freeing resources that are occupied by some object or anything like that. All these things can be contained in this finally block. Finally block will execute no matter what. Let's see the example so that it will be clear for us. It will be clear to understand these things. So we have a try block in which we try to print, we try to put the code which is showing the error, right, which will throw an error. Then we catch, then there's finally block. So try will throw this error to catch, and catch will present the message or throw the will display this message, we got an error along with the error, that is a is not defined. And finally block will close the program, that is program is ended, and it will also be executed. Okay, so now let's try to implement it on the same example that we did. So we had catch, and then let's try to implement what? The finally block. We have this finally block, and let's try to print the message that program ended. That's it. Now let's try to save this thing, and let's go in our console. Okay, let's change the age also. Let's make it 13. Let's save this file, and then when we try to run this thing, and we got you are underage, program ended, right? So you see how finally came, how finally helped us in this thing, right? What if you don't want to catch anything, okay, you just want to finally to be executed directly? Can we do it? Can there be a try after the fry? When we use try, can there be a case where we are not using catch, we are directly using finally block? Let's see. Let's save this, and when we try to run this thing, now we have an error, okay, the uncaught error that you are underage, which throw the error, right? And then we printed that program ended. So if you see, there is some weird behavior to this, right? If I just removed all the other things, okay, now let's remove all the other things. We don't need function or anything. We just want to show, we would just want to know if try can be executed directly without anything, without catch block. Okay, so we just want you are underage, okay, and in that let's not throw this error. Let's see if we can do something without throw. Okay, okay, now it will throw an error, right? It will explicitly throw an error. Herein we will implicitly throwing an, it will, now we will use something that will throw an error automatically, not that we explicitly want to throw. Okay, now let's see console dot log. Let's say we want accessing a again. Now let's say this file, and now go back to our program. Now you see we got the message as program ended, and after that we got the uncaught reference error, which was not caught by us. That means we were missing the catch statement. We didn't care about to catch this message, and a is not defined. We got the message, and then the call stack. Okay, now let's go back. So even if you are missing the cache, there should be a finally block, so that we will we have not dealt with this because we are not using cache, but finally will anyways will be executed. Okay, because even if we are not catching it, finally is such a block which will always get executed. Okay, so let's see some examples when exception is not handled. Right, we saw this. So even if we are not handling the exception, the program ended message that is in the finally block still got executed, right? And then we had the error which was there. Okay, after anything below that will never be executed. Okay, after the finally block, because we never dealt with this thing. Now let's talk about DOM. What does DOM stand for? DOM stands for Document Object Model. When the browser passes through the HTML code, it converts the document, that is our HTML document, into the elements present in that into objects. What do you mean by this thing? It converts it into document that will contain objects corresponding to each element in the HTML document, known as nodes. DOM provides you with the different functionalities which can be used to access and manipulate the web page. DOM is not strictly typed to the browser, as there are other tools like Node.js, and with that we can also parse the HTML elements. There are two types of objects that we deal with in general, the document and the window. Now you see this DOM, basically when a web page is loaded, the browser creates this document object model of that page. This HTML DOM model is constructed as a tree of objects, wherein the document is the root element is the HTML tag that we have in the HTML file is the root element. Above that is the document. Okay, so there is document, after that there is the root element, that is the HTML tag, and after that we have sub trees or sub childs, right? Childs elements that are head and body. Inside head we have title, and then the title name, the text, all those things are in the left child, and in the right child we have body, href tags, right? Anchor tags, headings, all those things are. So basically when an HTML page is loaded, this browser creates this document object model of that page. With the help of this DOM, we can change the HTML elements in that page, right? We can change them, we can change attributes, we can change styles, we can remove existing styles that are present in the HTML in that HTML page, and we can change the elements, attributes, right? New elements also can be included. Okay, if we want to react or we want to add some events also. For example, when I click this should happen. When I click that thing should happen. We can also do it on the existing page. We can add events. We can also create new HTML events, right? New HTML events in that page. Okay, so this is the thing with the help of which we can do all those things is because of DOM. So now let's talk about these two general objects that we deal with. Okay, so the first one is the document object. So basically the document object, it is the entry point of the document, provides all the major functionalities related to DOM content. For example, if I build right now, I'll be showing after this slide, I'll be showing you the demo. What are the properties that we can access with the help of document. For example, if you see, if I wrote console.dir, right, and then I pass in the document, it gets all the functionalities and lists out all of them in that are present in that HTML page. For example, if you see, here is the HTML page on which I wrote something like what maybe console.log console.dir, right, and then the document. So this is the output that I get. You see, now I got the document object, and inside that document object I have HTML, then the head tag, then the body tag. Basically whatever is in that HTML page, I got it in the form of this object, okay. So now let's talk briefly about this document object, okay. So let's see first the demo of it. So now let's try to create the first HTML page, that is so that we can apply this thing on that web page, okay. So let's create the skeleton, right. Let's first save this file. Let's save it on desktop, okay, and let's name it first .html. Now let's write HTML. We got this, and let's try to write here document, okay. And now let's try to add a script tag here. For example, let's say, or do you want to do this thing in a new file? Just create a new file, okay, then link that file to this file. Now let's write script, and then source, right, it is again first.js, okay. Save this file. Let's create a new file, and let's save this file again on the desktop, right. First.javascript.js. Now our file has been created. Now let's try to console.log document. First also print this message, console.log. What message? Maybe let's suppose that we are connected. Save this file, go back to the browser. Okay, I saved it on the desktop, right. So now let's open this, double click on that, and that's how we open our file. And now you see there's a header, there's a title of this page is document. Now when I do console that is Control Shift I get this, you see. Now what I got here is two messages, that is from the first line and the second line. The first line represents that we are connected with our JavaScript file, and then so now if you see that when I printed those messages, right, console.log connected and console.log that document, so you see this is the output that I get in the console, that first one is connected, and then the second one is that the document object. Now if I click on this document object here, you see whatever the elements were present in my HTML file, right, these are also present here, right. The HTML, that is the root element, the head tag, the body tag, right. So these were the only things that were present in my HTML page, right. So this is how we access this document, okay. Now you see when I print it document.console.log, right, document, right, this is the object that I got. Now if I print something here, let's suppose console.dir, and I passed the document, Now let's see what happens. Okay, when I refreshed it, see again I got the same message which contains these things. So now earlier what we got was whatever was present in that HTML page. Now it gives me all the lists of items that we can use when we deal with this document objects. That is all the properties associated with this document object. Now you see URL is there, right? So we will see how to access these. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's first try to access all the methods that I have present here. Okay, so the first is, for example, if you want to know what is your domain name, okay, on which your file is running, right now I'm running it on the FTP server, right, the file transfer protocol server. So let's see what are the different properties that we can access. So it is document.log, I mean console.log. Now we can also write document.dot represents, and now let's see domain. Let's see what is the output that we will get. Okay, let's save this file. Let's go back in the browser. Let's see, let's run this. So now if you see, if we want to access the domain name, right, the domain name of the document server, we will use domain. Right now we are not having any server, we are working on the we are not using any server, so that's why we didn't get any output. So there are other methods, let's try to implement those. Okay, so let's go back in this. Okay, so now let's see what are the things also associated with this. So now let me show you quickly what is the output that we got earlier. Okay, now let's suppose these were the methods that we can implement, right? So let's copy these methods, all of them, and we will try to cover as much as we can. Let's go back in our Sublime, let's print it. Okay, now you see these are all the methods that we can access. So basically if I wrote something, for example console, let me just copy this thing. If I wrote something console.log document.url, what is that I will get? What is the message that I will get, right? I will get the URL, right? This URL that I have, users dot wherever my file is located, I will get that URL. Okay, so this is URL. Now there are other also methods that we can implement, right? For example, let's copy this thing again. Let's say document.body, right? For example is another thing, right? These are all the methods with which we can access elements, right, from the HTML from our HTML page. Okay, this is body, then we have head, right? Then we have what, body is there, head is there, right? And we can also access title, right? If you wrote something document.title, right, then we will get the title element of right, the page with which we are associated. Okay, and we wrote title, right, we will get the title. Now let's see, save this file and then go to the browser and let's print it. You see we got the, now whatever was the first statement, we got null there, right? Because now let's see what was the first statement, because body was not present, right? We didn't wrote anything in our body. In a head section we received this head, right? We received this object in the form of that is the head object we received, and in that head we have document, that is the title and all. And if you see the last statement, we have document. Basically it is not a document object, but it is the title that we have of that web page, right? We wrote document there, we wrote document here, right? If you see we wrote document here. If we will change it, documentary, let's suppose, let's save, let's run this. Now this output will change, you see. So these are some methods that we can repeat. So these are some methods we can implement. Now if you see what were the methods that we implemented, right? Domain, URL, title, right? Then we also saw head, body, right? And we can also access all the elements that are present in our web page with the help of document.all. Okay, if you see, if I wrote something here, right now we access some parts of that page, right? Some of the attributes or some of the elements were accessed, right? For example, body, head, title. Now what if you want all the elements, right? You can write basically document.all, and it will give you all the elements that are present in that HTML page. Now this is not basically an HTML, this looks like an array, but we can access elements here in the form of array. But if you try to implement the array methods on this HTML array that we got, I will refer it to array, but this is a collection. Okay, so this is a collection, and these are all the indexes that are present, or all the elements that are present in this collection. So it will be referred to an array, but it is not an array. If you see, if I try to implement some of the array methods on it, for example, let's suppose reverse, so we or let's suppose any method of the array, so we cannot implement those methods on this HTML collection. So we will receive, you see, if the proto is HTML all collection, so it is a collection, not an array, but we can access with the help of index, right? In the similar way what we did in arrays, right? When we used to access them with the help of square brackets and the index, right? So in that form we can also access it here. Now let's see what else we can do. Now we have this thing, we can access this in the form of array. So how we can access it? For example, let's suppose all, and the index was the length was 5, right? So if I try to access fourth element, right, the fifth element, that is the last element, right? Let's save this. Let's see what is the output that we get. Undefined, 4 is not undefined. Let's see what is the size. So 4 was okay, so it is undefined, right? Because body didn't contain anything, right? Now let's suppose if we want a title is there, right? So title is index 2, right? Let's suppose I want to access index 2. Let's go back and let's run this thing. You see, we got the title object, right? Now you see, this is the other method that we can use. Basically we can also use forms, number of forms. It will also return a collection, right? Number of forms. If there are several forms available or present in our HTML page, we can refer to them. We can refer to the links that are available in our web page, right? For example, you wrote document.links will give you all the links that are present, list of all those links, right? And similarly, to access any image, we can also use document.images. Now the question is, now we have accessed it, right? We have accessed it. Can we change it from here? Yes, we can, but it's not a genuine way or not the appropriate way, but we can. For example, if I wrote here document, right? Let's suppose, let's paste this thing first. If I wrote document dot title, let's change the title, okay, equal to let's say let's give it some arbitrary number 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now when I run this thing, right, now earlier what is it here written, right? Documento. And let's now run this thing. You see, now this title has been changed to 1 2 3 4 5. This is not recommended. Why? Because maybe sometime later, if you included some more meta tags in your head tag, right, then this thing, maybe this title is there, right? Title will be there. So you see how we change this head title tag, right? Is there any other way? Yes, there is, with the help of that, right? The document all method, right? So if I wrote this thing here, right, document.all, and then I remove, I don't want to print it. Now let's suppose we want to change this, okay? Equal to, now if we want to change it to, let's suppose YYY, right? So now changing it to YYY, right? And let's suppose not this, let's change the content of that. If we want to change the content of it, we have to use what? There is one method that is in property, text content. Okay, so if we change this text content and then this braces, let's suppose TTT III TTT LLEE. So now that we have changed it, this content of this title, now let's see, are the changes made? Yes, changes are made successfully, but this is not the appropriate way. You can do it, but this is not the appropriate way, because let's suppose our collection, whatever that was the collection size, if it increases, right, if it increases, earlier there was no meta tags included, right, all those tags are not included, right, the script is not included. So maybe this title will shift to third location, maybe, let's suppose. Then whatever we try to think that, okay, with this method we will be getting the title, but it has shifted to third index. So this is not the appropriate way to change the elements or change the content of the title. Okay, so it's better to use title tag, document.title, with which we can access this and change this, right? So this is all the methods that are most commonly used methods with document. So now let's talk about element, text, and attribute nodes. So the browser renders and converts the HTML document into DOM, right? Where every HTML element, every HTML element is treated as an object, right? Corresponding to the element node, right? There is an object related to that. Now DOM contains the element is a tree-like structure, right? This DOM is a tree-like structure where HTML nodes form a root, right? The HTML node is the root of that tree, right? This will create a hierarchical structure, right? We have seen that already, right? Now all the text is converted and they form a text node, and similarly all the attributes that are there in the HTML page are created or are converted into attribute nodes. So we have three types of nodes, right? So the text node, the attribute node, and the element node, right? So, and whatever we have at the top is called as the root node, right? And which is the HTML node. Above that HTML node is the document object, and above that document object is the window object. So this is the hierarchy. Now let's see how to query on the DOM, right? There are different methods for accessing different DOM elements, right? Basically there are many more, but these are some basics, right? Basic methods for accessing the elements on the DOM. Now that we know that there will be elements, right, all the HTML elements will be converted into objects. Now first we will access them and then try to manipulate them. Now in this part we will first try to cover how to access these elements, right? So there are few methods, right? Document.getElementById, right? We have CSS selector, that is the ID selector. We will select it and we will access it, right? And then we will try to manipulate it later. So there is getElementsByClassName, getElementsByTagName, Document.querySelector, and querySelector all. So now let's try to see one by one how do we get or fetch these IDs from our HTML page. It takes in an ID and returns one element that matches with that ID. ID is unique, right? We know that, and can only be associated with one element in the entire document. For example, if you have an HTML element with an ID of main heading, right? We have this id present in the HTML page. Now what we will do, we will create a variable, right, named main heading, and then we will use Document.getElementById. We know why we are using this document, right? Because everything, whenever we load this page, the document object will be created, and every elements that are or each and every element that is present on our web page, that is in our HTML page, is converted into object. Now this document is used to fetch those elements, right? We have Document.getElementById, and we pass in the id, that is the main heading, which was the id in our HTML page. Now if we do console.dir, that is directory main heading, passing this variable main heading, we will get all the properties contained in the main heading object. Now let's quickly go ahead and see how it works. Okay, now here we are in a document or the HTML page in which the title is document, right? I have changed it to document. So now let's create a heading in our HTML page, right? So first let's create a heading. Let's name it h2, right? And let's write some text in here. This is a heading, or let's call it a header. This is a header of our web page. Okay, now let's close this header, h2 tag. Okay, done. Now let's create some paragraph so that we know there is something written in here, right? So again, we know how do we do it, lorem, and then press a tab. You will get this text. Okay, so let's create another paragraph. First let's do break line. Okay, and then let's do a paragraph here. Okay, just a minute, let's do another paragraph here so that we know that there is something written in our web page, so that it will make sense, right? Let's save this file and let's see if the changes are made. Okay, this is the earlier what we used to do, what we did, right? The prompt message. Okay, okay, done. And we have our this page. Okay, now we have our page ready. Now let's try to access this element, right, with the help of id. So now let's create an id, right? Let's create something here. Let's do a footer here, right, which will be not as significant as the heading, right? Let's do a footer here. This is the footer of a web page. That's it, right? Now we have done this thing. Now let's create an id in our HTML. Let's create h2 as an id. How do you create an id? Just you have to write id and then the name of the id. Let's call it heading, right? That's it. Now when we want to select this in our we have seen these methods, right? Let's comment out these methods, or let's remove these methods, or maybe we can just implement these one by one maybe later. So now let's remove this thing as well. Okay, now let's first write a message that we are connected with this console, with this web page, with this JS file. Okay, console.log. Let's write something as connected. Okay, I always use this thing to make sure that we are connected with our HTML page, right? Now let's try to how do we do that? How do we access this id? We will use first we will store it somewhere, right? Let's call it head. Okay, now how do you access it? We get document dot get element, right? Get element by, you see the camel casing, by id. So if the first letter is small, G is small, and after that all the words, the first letter is capital. Okay, now we have written this, and now we will pass in the head ID that we have written. What was the ID? So ID is heading, so we'll pass this heading. That's it, we have accessed it. Now if you want to see what are the elements that are present in that head, right, what are the properties contained in our main heading, right, we can also see that. Let's first make some headings in this. Let's try to do some more things in this. Okay, this is our first web page. Then let's create one more header in it, or some paragraph in it. Okay, and some bold text, right? So bold, for that we have what, strong, right? Strong tag is there. Let's say head, and let's create some more elements in it, or properties in it. So let's suppose we create a paragraph, a small paragraph. Lorem. Let's remove these lines. Let's a small paragraph, just to know that what are the elements or the properties inside that ID, right? So that we know what are we looking for. Okay, so let's close this. Done. Let's create another heading in it. Let's name it h4, and let's name it inside h2. Okay, so now we have these elements inside. All these elements are inside h2, right? So yeah, so let's save this file, and now let's do console.dir and pass in the head, which is the variable. Okay, nothing. Let's save this file, and now let's try to reload this file. Okay, now we can't see anything here. What we do, we will just write Control Shift I, and we will get this thing. Okay, Control Shift and I will get our developer console. So you see, now we have many elements or sub elements inside that ID, right? But it showed null. Why it showed null? Because directories will give us the properties contained in that main heading. What are the properties, right? The properties that are there, or the attributes that are there in that main in that head tag, in that heading, right? Which is, now if you want to write some properties in it, let's do it. Now let's try to do and try to implement some of the properties inside that head. So you can just write simply, let's try to do some heading on it. Let's suppose we change the color. That is how we do it. Okay, color then equal to, right, and let's name it red. Okay, and let's save this file. Let's go back and save this file as well. Now let's try to run this thing. Okay, oh, the changes are not there. Let's see, inspect it and see if we have any errors. Okay, no. Let's refresh it. Go back in the heading. Just a minute. So instead of this inline styling that we are using, we can also use something that is global styling. So let's try to implement that. Okay, so simply what we will do, we'll just write style, okay, style and equal to, and then this thing. Okay, so now let's see if we are able to get the text color as red in our HTML page. Let's cross this out. So now let's go back in our script file. So now we just did this thing, right? We don't have any properties in it. So maybe if we do something, what if we try to do this thing for let's try to create another ID. Let's try to do this thing on a head tag. Okay, let's create an ID equal to head 1. Okay, so now let's try to fetch this thing and try to implement this thing on that. Okay, now head 1, right? And now let's see what is the thing that we get. Okay, let's save this file and let's go back in our console. Let's refresh it. Done. Control Shift I, and you see that, repeat, you see that now the properties that are present inside the head tag, right, the head element, are that these are the properties that are present in that head element. So what are the properties? That access key, area atomic, area busy, right? These are all the properties and these are right now set to null. So auto capitalize, right, auto focus is false. Child element count is 2, right? We have 2 childs in it. Why do we have 2? If you see that this is the file and it contains 2 files, right? 2 child element, that is title and the script, right? And let's go back and let's see the child nodes that are present, the text, title, the text and the script. These are all the node lists that are present there. Okay, the child nodes, in the child nodes, right, we have a script tag, we have title, we have text, right? And what else we have? We have data set, we have dir, right? And element timing, first child, first element. These are all the properties that are associated with this head tag. Okay, for that was not working because that didn't contain any properties, right? So we see, so this is how we access these things, right, with the help of this type, I mean to say, with the help of get element by id, that is the query selector that we used right now, right? So now let's check the other query selectors as well. So how to query on norm. So this thing is done, right? Get element by id. Now let's check how to get something. If there is a class in our web page, now how to access it and how to fetch it. Okay, so multiple elements can be grouped together and treated as a single unit, right, by having the same class name, obviously, right? These ids are present only, these ids are unique. Now what if there is a class container and in that container we have different I mean to say 2 or 3 separate classes, but we want to, or 2 or 3 ids, but we want all of them to be, I mean to say, to be contained inside the single class. So what we will do, and we want to, or in whatever the elements are present inside that container, we want to imply all the same properties to all of those elements or all of those id, that classes, right, must have same properties, right? So what we will do, we will create a class, obviously, and then inside that class we will create whatever we want to set those properties to. Okay, so that they will be treated as a same class, so that they will treat it as a single unit, right, by having the same class name. For example, we have squares and all inside the container we have 6 squares, so we will create a class square and class container will be there, and all the 6 squares that are inside that container we will just use the id class, right, and equal to squares, and for all the 6 we write class equal to squares, class equal to squares, and all those things, right? So this is to make these squares inside have the same class name, right, so that they will be treated as a single unit, right? So how we'll do that? For example, we have used a variable subheading, right, equal to Document.getElementsById, not by id but by class name, and the subheadings what are there will be used. Okay, so any manipulation done on subheadings will reflect the change on the elements having the same class name. So obviously, so whatever the elements are there, as they are treated as a single unit, so if one unit is changed or one element is changed, so all of them will be changed. And if we write console.subheading 0 to access the first index, we'll see how. But if you observe that we are accessing it in the form of array, but technically it is not an array, it is something collection, it is something that is called collection, but it looks like an array, and we can access just like we access elements in an array, we can do same thing when we are trying to access those elements, right, which are fetched, or those classes which we are fetched with the help of getElementsByClassName. If you want to see the difference but why this is not an array, maybe we can add some, we can apply some or implement some array methods on this. We'll see that those won't work. Okay, perfect. Now let's see the demo of it. Let's first try to create something. Okay, now let's go back to our file. Okay, so now heading is done. Let's try to create a class container, and inside that class we will use something. Okay, so let's create maybe let's try to create an unordered list or the ordered list. So I'll first create a class, or let it be. So let's create this thing. Let's name it something. Examples are very hard, so let's name something, maybe hobbies. And inside this hobbies we have what, let's suppose some lists. Copy this thing. Okay, paste. Okay, so let's copy this thing, paste this thing, paste. Okay, so now we have 4 list items that are present inside this hobbies. Okay, let's close this thing. Close this thing and let's try to put hobbies, right? So cricket, football, chess, and maybe carom. Okay, so these are the hobbies. Now let's try to implement some class here. Let's name a class and let's name it hobby. Let's do for every other list item that is present, so for every other list item let's create the same thing. Okay, perfect. So this is something is wrong. So yeah, now this is done. Let's save this file and now let's try to access it. How do we access it? Get elements, right? There will be several elements that will be associated with it, right? So we will use get elements by the class name, C capital and then class name. So whatever is the name of the class, that is hobby, we will pass in as an argument. And now let's try to maybe console log it and try to see what are the elements that are fetched. So let's name it to list of hobbies, right? And let's try to print this thing, list of hobbies. That's it. Let's save this file and now let's try to see the output. Let's first run this thing. Okay, we have our hobbies there. Okay, perfect. Now when I use Control Shift I to see what are the elements, you see we got a collection of 4 elements because there were 4 class names, right? We have 4 classes. Hobby class was applied on 4 li elements, right? Now you see li hobby. If you see what is the text inside it, we will see what is the text inside it. 1 minute. Where is it? These are all properties that can be applied on that single element. which is present in that collection, the first element. Similarly will be for all. You see, the text content is cricket, the title is none, tag name is li, tab index is -1, right? And the value is 0. These are all properties. Translate is true. These are all properties. Now let's and this is for the li2 that we have, right? The text content will be football, right? We saw that. Similarly, we have 3 elements in it. Now let's quickly close this thing and try to refresh it. I want to show you something else. Control Shift I. Okay, so now you see this collection in which contains 4 elements. Now if you see, the length of this is 4, and proto is html.collection, not arrays, not the object which of which we have object, right? The proto. So if we create any array, the proto of that should be arrays, right? Now if you see the proto, that means the prototype chaining to which it is referring, right? This proto means to the class to which is the object this is referring to, right? This is referring to collection framework, right? HTML collections, right? So this is not an array. Okay, so this is how we do it for the elements, that is get elements by class name. So you see, we saw get element by id, now we saw get elements by class name. So right now we are just accessing it, right? We are not doing anything, we are not manipulating it, we are not changing the text or changing the attributes, we are just accessing it, right? Now let's see how to get elements by tag name. It's simple, right? It directly uses tag names to access and manipulate HTML elements. What do you mean by this thing? Instead of using any class or using any id, right, we have this selector with which we can directly access all those elements. For example, it operates in the same way as the two above, right? But it refers to general HTML tags. For example, if we have list items, we have unordered lists, we have lists, we have head tags, we have headers, that is 1 to 6. Rather than specific, we are being specific here, right? That we want these elements, right? We are not being specific, right? I'm so sorry. We are not being specific here, right? That we want this class or this id we are just generalizing it, right? So to return a list of elements with h2, right, all the h2 tags that are present in the HTML page, we'll just use get elements by tag name. Now you see again, in the id there was written get element by id. There was specific that it's not showing the get elements by id, it's showing get elements. So always there will be one element. But in case of get elements by class name and get elements by tag name, we will it depends, right? For class name, it depends. If we are having only one class, right, then it will give one element. But if we are having multiple classes, then all of those will be fetched. Similarly, if we have a single h2 tag in our web page, right, in our HTML page, so that will be fetched. If there are multiple, all of them will be fetched, right? So that's why get elements, not element, by tag name. Okay, get elements by tag name. Now let's quickly go ahead and see this thing also. Okay, so now just let's open this thing and let's see what are the lists. We have 4 lists here. We have 1 2 3 paragraphs. Okay, let's try to implement this on paragraph. Okay, so we just have to remove this thing, get elements by class name. Instead of class name, we will use tag name. Okay, that's it. And what is the tag that we are trying to fetch is a paragraph tag. So we will write what we write the paragraph tag, that is p tag. That's it. Now we have list of paras here. Paragraphs, that is, we have 3, right, paragraphs, and let's change this thing to list of paragraphs. Okay, let's save this file, and this was unchanged. Let's still save this file anyway, and now let's refresh it. So now you see we have a collection here again, and in that collection we have 3 paragraphs, right? Length of those paragraphs is 3, right? And again there is a list of properties that we can access on this element, right? Now if you want to access this element, how you can do? So basically you just used in the form just we did earlier, maybe we just didn't access it. For example, let's say now if you want to change this anything, right, and similarly you can do it for that one as well. So you will use para 0. Now let's suppose we want to change this paragraph to something, that whatever was the content there, we want to change it. Let's suppose we use text.content here. I will get back to this thing, what does this do, right? Text.content equal to, let's suppose we want to change this para to something, changed paragraph, right? Changed paragraph. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to save this thing and let's try to run this thing and see if the changes are made or not. Close this thing, refresh it. Okay, let's refresh it. So now, okay, just one minute. So let's do Control Shift I. Cannot set the text content of undefined. Okay, what is the undefined here? Just a minute, guys. Or let's suppose, let's not change this thing, let's try to console this element. Okay, let's make it simple. Okay, console.log. maybe we'll just get back to this thing when we are dealing with this thing. Okay guys, so we don't have to worry right now. So what is text content or anything? So the first element, whatever is the data in this, will be printed. So now let's try to see. So it is showing that this is undefined. Is my paragraph undefined? What is the text content of it? 1 minute. So there will be inner dot text. Okay, if you want to change, we have to use inner dot text. So whatever is the text content in that is null, will be null, right? So do we have text content? Okay, we have text content here, paragraph tag is here. Okay, cool. So to access its elements, right, are we using the right name or not? So just a minute. List of para. Okay, all the paragraphs will be, the first paragraph is this. So we have this paragraph and we want to access it. So now guys, we were seeing that we got this undefined. So because something was already present in the cache. So if you see, when we wrote list.para 0, we got the first item. That is, the first item was this thing. And when we do 1, then we again have this item as a paragraph, and this was much larger than that. So if you want to change this paragraph, we can use simply .0 equal to something, for example, let's say hello, and we will be able to change this thing. Okay, so we will be able to change this thing. So now if we want to see again what were the elements that were present in this list of para, we'll again see that. Now if we want to access the first element, now we will see what is the output in that. So you see, we were able to change it, but we didn't assign it to it, so that's why it was again showing this thing again. So we will cover these things, how to manipulate these things. Right now we are just focusing on how to access these, so we know how to access these things. Okay, so now this get elements by tag name is also clear, right? So we see how to access with the help of tag name, right? Document.querySelector. So now to fetch elements, it utilizes CSS select style selectors. What are those style selectors? That hash is used for ID, dot is used for class, li is used for the number of list items that are present in the, either the unordered list or the other ordered list, right, or the unordered list. So h2, and with the help of tag names as well. Similarly, what we saw as earlier, right, h2, ul, all those tags can be used directly. It just returns the first matched element. So now let's suppose we want to implement same thing, right? Let's see. So if you see, when we use this thing, when we use get element by id, and when we try to save this thing, and when we try to run this thing again, right, just reload it and try to control shift I. Okay, you see we got this thing, right? And inside of it we have 3 elements. Now if we just change this, if we just change the selector or the query selector to, right, to what, query selector, we just wrote here, instead of get elements by tag name, we just wrote here what, query selector. And again we are doing the same thing, right, selector. Okay, now if we see the difference, right, we will see the difference here. Now if you see, let's minimize this thing. We had a collection of 3 items. Now let's reload this thing. Now you see we got null because it was not able to find the paragraph tag, right? So what for example, if we have so this is the tag name that we are using, right? So we just have to name this thing, right? So let's name this thing as a paragraph tag. Okay, that is p tag. Let's save this thing, and now let's see what we get. P is not defined. Okay, query selector, and we're trying to select the p tag. We got null. So, and if we would do something on a class, and for class we will use what, dot, and what was the class name, hobby, right? HOBBY, hobby. And now let's try to run this thing. Let's save this thing. Okay, and now let's try to run this thing. Again it's showing null. Okay, something is wrong. Query selector, list of para. Let's change this name to list. Now if you see, it is showing us null. Why is it showing us null? Because the classes that we have defined are present in the, not in the, they are present inside the li tag. So if we just replace this thing, right, we just need to replace these things, or we just have to change these things, right? Let's write a class hobby instead of li. Let's write a class hobby here on ul, right? And let's write a class hobby here. Okay, let's write in here so that it creates something, right? So now we have 3 classes, and inside the 3 classes let's remove all those things. So these will not be accessed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's say, so when we try to access this, and let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so now let's try to implement it here. Okay, just write Document.querySelector. Okay, query selector, and now let's try to select what, dot hobby, and let's see how many elements we will get. Okay, so we got null because hobby is not written in this way, right? So if you see, we got only the first element that it matched, right? It was that, right, HOBBY, yeah. So perfect. So now if you see that the first element that we got was this, but rest of the things were not displayed, right? We got only the first, right? We have written query selector, and we just got what, only the first element, right? First element that it matched, right? The first class that it matched, because we used dot. So if we used, there were several classes, right? So now what if we want to get all those elements, right? We just have to replace what, we just have to replace this get query selector with get query selector all, and that's it. we will get all the classes that have the name as hobby, that is 7 in total. We will get all of them. Okay, so if you see, the difference between the query selector and query selector all is that query selector will only pick one element, that is the first element it matched, or a first class id or tag it matches, it will return you that. But if you talk about query selector, it will give you all those elements or all those classes in this case that match this thing. Okay, so we can also implement it on same thing, right? If we want to do it on a paragraph, we just write p here, right? And that's it. So we got the first one, and now if we do just by replacing this with all, we get 3 paragraphs, right? We have 3 paragraphs inside it. So this is all the things that how we access these with the help of these query selectors, right? So now we know, right? So now we know how to select an id, now how we know how to select a class, how to select a tag, right? How we use query selector, right? We saw this works, right? The var tags and then the query selector, then li.a.special. So this query selector also takes the basic HTML tags like so what happens in above case, right? If we see, if you might observe that I have written li, and inside that there is a.special. So this li, inside the li there is an anchor tag, and inside that anchor tag there is a class, right? Dot special. So we want to access that. Similarly, if you see that this type of document.querySelector h2, we have seen it, right? We saw how to access with the help of tag name, right? And to select a specific type of element, for example a numeric input, we can also use that, right? Document.querySelector and then input type equal to number. Okay, so if there is any specific element, for example a numerical input you want to access, okay, so if it's something that is inside some another tag, so you can also use right what we used here, right? Li, inside the li there is the anchor tag, and inside that anchor tag, that is the class, right? Therein we have, in that anchor tag we have a class, so we use li, get inside the li, get inside the anchor tag, and then access that class. Okay, so this is all about query selectors. Now let's see how to manipulate those styles. Okay, so a DOM object style property is one way to manipulate an HTML element style. For example, if you have selected an ID with the main heading, right? This is the name of the ID that we have selected, and when we set style.color property to 8, we are actually changing the color of the main heading to blue, right? Let's see the demo of it and how to implement it. Okay, so similarly we can change the backgrounds, the border length, all those styles can be changed. And for not for only when we select an ID, if you select any class, same thing will happen. If you select any tag, same thing will happen. And for query selector also same thing happens, and for query selector all same thing happens. Okay, now let's see the demo for one and repeat. Now let's see the demo for one, and it can be implemented on all the selectors. So here are we in our HTML page. So we can either implement it in a JavaScript file, or we can directly implement it in a console. So let's see the ID here we have. Let's paste it here. Okay, so this is the ID, and we got this ID, right? Now we selected this ID. Okay, so we have selected this ID, right? Here is it. So if you hover over this ID, you see we have this ID selected, which was earlier in our HTML page. As you see, there is one heading, that is h2 is the heading, and the name of that heading ID is heading. Okay, now we have selected it, this. Now let's try to implement the style property on it. So how do you style this? So basically you just have to write what the name of the variable, that is id, right, dot style. You see, align, you can align it to the center, right? So right now we are going to implement what? We're going to implement this style property, style, which is a global attribute, style dot color, right? You see, color equal to, and that is, let's suppose, red. So when we press enter, you see the changes are there. Now if you want to set this id, I mean to say, we talk about several other factors, that the other properties that can be implemented on this. So if you wrote something align, let's suppose, and let's align it to center, right? So you see the text got aligned to center. Similarly, when we just wrote id, and these are the list of properties dot, these are the list of properties that can be set to it. So if you want to focus, you can. So now let's try to implement some simple functions. Let's suppose we will see the event handling as well, right, once we are done with this DOM. Okay, so how to use events, like these are all events. Okay. What are the other properties? There are a list of lot of properties that we can apply. So style, we apply it, right? So we have other names, right? Class name, we can set those, query selector. So all these properties can be set. Okay, now let's see. Now we have applied this property on it. Okay, so can we do anything else? This is all about styling. Can we change the content, or can we, with the help of this object, right, that we have right now, can we change the content of our web page? Yes, we can. Let's go back in our style. So we saw how to manipulate styles, and all those, whatever the styles that you have. For example, change the background. If you want to change the background, right, we can also do that. Like, let's say id dot style dot background, right, background, and then we change the color to, for example, let's say blue, and then we press enter. You see, we have the background color of that id as blue. So similarly, we can apply all those styles. Manipulating text or content. Okay, so in this we have text content property, retrieves the text whatever is inside that element, right, and we can change it. Okay, for example, if you see here in the example, main heading dot text content, we have changed it to goodbye. So basically we will just use this. Now there is another way with which we can change this text. Okay, what is that? That is called inner HTML. Basically that will also manipulate the text that is present in the HTML page, but one of these, the text content property and the inner HTML property is responsible, or pays attention to the styles. Okay, so now let's see how we will implement both of these and how one of them is different from the other. Actually there are a lot of differences, but the main difference lies in the that one of them will focus on the styles. Okay, so now let's see it. Now we are here. So how do we change the style, this text content property? We just have to use id dot, right, so id dot, once we use this dot, we can use text content. Okay, you see the text content, that the text that is inside this will came down, right, and now we'll change this thing to, let's suppose, header, and when we press enter, you see the text content got changed. Now similarly, if we wrote inner.html, okay, and now let's change to head, you see that too got changed. Now what is the difference? Why are there two properties that are doing the same thing? Is there any difference? Yes, there is. So The difference lies in the styling. Now let's first go back and add some element or add some style to this this heading. Okay. Now if you see, if I just added some span here, okay, let me add some span here, okay, and put it here in this span, okay, and now uh, let's do one more thing. Okay, so now let's change some styling in it. Okay, so now that we have added this span, now let's add some properties to it. Okay, or just do one more thing, one other thing that we can do here, just remove this thing from here. Okay, now let's add it here and let's put some content in it. This is the header of the web page, heading, header. Okay, so and now let's put a style property to it. Style is equal to display. Okay, we will use this thing later. Let me just put it here and let me just remove it for now. Okay, first we will see are the changes there. Okay, let's save this file and let's go back in our browser and let's refresh it. Okay, so now that we have this header head, okay, this is the first page and then we have that head span. Okay, so now when we create this id, right, we have to create this id again. Okay, now we have this id. Now if I use that property, same property that I used earlier, so let's see what the text content is, what the text content gives me as an output. Okay, when I press enter, it gives me the header. Okay, I shouldn't have changed it. Okay, so let's do it again. Let's refresh this. And now first of all, we have refreshed it, right? Now let's change the style property back to none. Okay, let's do this thing, style display equal to none. Okay, now you see when I go back to the browser and I refreshed it, so that header is gone, right? So now since it is not present in the web page but it is in the HTML page, right? So if I created something id here, right, let's create an id is done. And now when I access this text content here, okay, you see I do have this thing as an output. Now if I do same thing for the inner HTML, now if you see the output of, as in here, you see it gives the output and it focuses on the styles as well. So you see there's a span where displays properties none, header is given, strong is another text. This gives all the styling whatever is in the HTML page. This inner.html fetches it exactly in the same way. But when we do it for the text content, it just deals with the text. Okay, that's it. That's the main difference between the text content and the inner HTML. Okay, so there are a few other properties that we can implement as well. For example, if you want to do something like this, so let's suppose inner.html id is equal to, now let's implement something. So let's implement a head tag here, h1, let's put it h4, and let's make hello, or let's suppose header tag. And then what we did, we have to close this h4 and then this. Okay, so now you see the header tag. We were able to implement this header tag along with this, I mean to say the styling. We also added styles, right? We included it as an h4 tag, right? Now we can also Can we do the same thing in text content? No, it will always put as it is, right? So if there is something you have included, it won't be affected, right? If you see, it straight away got affected, right? This header tag is of what is the element associated with it, that is h4, but you can't do this thing in this in the text content. Okay, so this is all about the styles and the manipulations of an ID. Similarly, we can implement these properties on class name when we fetch the element by class name, when we fetch the element by tag name, and with query selector, and as well as query selector all. So this is all about the things that we did here. Okay, so we manipulated the text and the content. We can also manipulate the attributes as well. So if you want to manipulate attributes, we can modify it by using get attribute and set attribute. Okay, so we can manipulate the attributes as well. For example, to return the URL of the following, for example, if you have the following link is there, right? Following variable, we have created a variable name link, and then we are using query selector and we are fetching the anchor tag, right? We are getting with the name of we are selecting on the basis of tag name. So whatever the tags are there and will be selected, the anchor tags. Okay, and then what we did, we just changed its attributes, right? The href, that is the property or an attribute of anchor tag, right? The href, wherein we have the link to which when we use anchor tag, we get a link on, and we along with that we just go to the Google, right? That is the text. So once we click on that text, we go to the Google page, right? So that link. Now what we are going to do here, what we did with the help of this link variable that we created, the object that we created, we are getting that attribute, right? That href tag. And then what we are going to do, we are going to set that attribute with the help of set attribute property or method. So modify the link, we used the state of the attribute as the first argument in the method and the new URL as the second. So the state is href, right? And then we provide the second argument, which is the new URL. For example, earlier it might be linked to Google, www.google.com, and now what we are linking it with yahoo.com. So we can also manipulate attributes. Okay, this is a simple attribute, that anchor tag we are manipulating. Similarly, rest of the attributes can also be manipulated. So this is all about DOM. We did what first we access the elements, right, on the HTML page. Then we tried to manipulate it. We tried to change the text or the content of that. We changed the styles and we changed the attributes. We know all these things now. Okay, now the attributes, let's see this example wherein we are changing the text of the, for example, if we have some text area, right? So we can also change that as well. For example, attributes are there with the HTML tags, right? We know that these attributes are converted to properties when DOM object is created. Obviously, that when the DOM is created and objects are created, when the DOM helps us to convert these properties, these attributes to properties. Okay, now we can change them as well. Not every attribute has a one-to-one mapping to properties, so that means there is not direct association. Some of them have indirect association as well. For example, ID is mapped one-to-one and chains are synced. For example, if you see, when we use getElementById, as they are synced with each other, now we can easily change the value property of that ID that we selected. For example, we selected the text, right? We have a text area here, we have the text, we have the input as text, right? So we change the value to hello. Okay, you see, and the changes are synced, and we quickly, at that moment when we change this thing, we get that in our web page, right? The changes are synced with each other, and as soon as we hit the change, we make the changes, they will be automatically updated. So the text value is changed to hello. Okay, now before we move ahead, let's try to implement what are all the objects that DOM has access to, or if you want to know what are the elements that are present in your HTML document. Okay, so now let's try to figure out a program that will display all the elements that are present in your HTML page. So to do that, let's go straight into the console. Okay, so I will implement this in console. So for that, what we will do, we will use a variable, let's suppose x, and it will contain what we'll get the document object model. We will use document. Okay, document dot get elements by, obviously by tag name, because we want all the elements there. Okay, and let's maximize this. Now this thing will be clear, and let me minimize the size of this as well. Okay, cool. So now let's try to figure out a way. So what we will do here, we will not specifically write any tag. Okay, we'll just use a star sign, that means all, and we'll minimize it. Okay, now we have created this object. Okay, so it will contain all the tags that are present in our document. Now what we will use, we will first try to calculate its length. So we will use another variable, let's suppose length. Okay, len equal to whatever is the length of this object, x dot length. Okay, done. Now we will use one inside the for loop. Okay, for that we will use for. Okay, and that will help us to print all the elements that are present in our document. So for var I equal to 0, starting from this, I less than length, right, and I plus plus. Now what we are going to do is we are going to print it on the console itself. Okay, so shift enter, and then console dot log in the console itself. Okay, now what we will do, x hyphen I. Okay, the first element, the first tag that it has, dot tag name. Okay, dot tag name. Okay, then we also enter, we want it to be in a separate line. Okay, else it will be in the same line, so we will use break line here. Okay, so break line. Okay, now this is done, or let's leave this thing. Okay, okay, now console dot and then shift enter, then we just close our tag and we press enter. So these are the elements that are present. So we have one HTML tag, one head tag, okay, one title, one script tag, one body tag, two header tags h2 and h4, one paragraph tag, then after that we have h4 tag, then paragraph, then br, and h6, then unordered list, then in that we have 4 list items. Okay, so you see how we implemented this program of getting all the elements that are present in our this HTML document. So you see HTML doc, head, then we have title, then we have script, and we have body, h2, right? These are all the elements that are present in our HTML file. Cool. So this is all about what the document object model. Now let's see what are the events that are associated with the DOM. There are different events that are recognized by DOM application interface, that is API. Some common events to be most familiar, which are used extensively, are click on click, that is click events, change events, mouse over, mouse out. Event will be triggered when our code is running and certain actions has been taken, as opposed to automatically executing when the page loads. Okay, so when the page loads, after that whatever you do, for example if you click a button, when you hover over a link, when you are pressing a key, all these are events and that can be handled with the help of DOM. So event must be selected and then attached to a specific element by means of event listener. So we will see how we will implement. For example, if you clicked something, okay, so for example there is a button in your HTML document, okay, now you clicked on it. Now what is the event that you want to be triggered once you clicked on it? Okay, and now if you see an example here, to add a event listener, we use add event listener method through the syntax. The syntax is first the element, then the name of the element, right? So whatever the name of the element is, then we add what? Add event listener method along with the type and function to call. For example, a type here may be on click, right? Click event, and then the function to call, that is the callback function. It can be anonymous function or it can be some function. For example, right now we haven't created any function. So for example, if you have created some function and you want to print something, right? Let's suppose the same program that we just did, you want to print every HTML element that is present there, so you can do that. Okay, for example, to have a message print on the console when the first button is clicked, right? For example, if you want, when the first time the button is clicked, you would state that okay, this is first you have clicked the button, right? Now if you see, we have var button and we use the query selector to select that button, right? Now the element is selected. Now button dot add event listener is the method that we called, and we used a click event here, and then the callback function is console.log. That is the function is just printing that the button has been clicked. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to implement this on click event on. So basically these events, when a user will clicks on the mouse, when the web page is loaded, when an image is loaded, when mouse moves over an element, input field is changed, HTML form is submitted, right? All these events, or a user presses a key, all these events can be implemented easily. So now let's see, try to implement this program. Okay, so we will go back in our console. Okay, not in the console, let's try to implement it here. Okay, so now let's remove all these things. Okay, and let's write HTML in the tab. Let's call it events. Okay, now let's create a h1 tag here. Okay, h1, and now we will use something called on click. Okay, this is a naive approach. Okay, on click event, and we will call this, that is, it refers to the same object that is currently we are on currently. Okay, inner.html, okay, then we press the message button here. Okay, let's suppose clicked. Okay, so we are using this one here for this one, and we closed, and once we click on this text, okay, we'll get this message, clicked on this text. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh this. Okay, close our this, and now when we click on this, you see clicked, it changed to clicked. Okay, now this is a naive approach. Now when for example you are using this as a naive approach, now we haven't included any JS in it, right now we are just seeing on click event. So once you have clicked on it, the event occurred, that on click event got triggered, and that got text to be changed. Okay, now the same thing can be done using a script, right? A JavaScript. How we will do it? Let's see. Let's go back to our Sublime, and now you see. So on click event, and instead of this, what we will write, let's remove this thing. Okay, okay, now let's remove this thing, and let's see. For example, we want some function to be called. Okay, so let's say let's name the function as change text. Okay, or change, let's suppose, let's name it change, and we will pass it this object, that is currently we are on this object. Okay, we have to refer to this object that we want this to be changed, this, that is the current object that we are on. Okay, now we go in our script file, and let's try to connect our script file with the help of script. We just use script, and let's name the file, that is source, as c equal to first .js that has already been created in the other section, right? First.js is here. Let's remove all those things and create a function which will be called. So what is the function? How we create a function? With the help of function keyword and then the function name. Let's name it what? Change. This is the name, right? So change will be called, and this will take an argument as, let's suppose, let's name it something. Let's name it id for now, let's say. And now what we will do, we will just use id dot inner html, right, equal to clicked, what we used earlier, clicked, and that's it. Same thing we did, right? So once we are done with this, we go back in our console and let's click it. So this event got clicked, and then the message we got as clicked. Okay, so this is the on click event. So for example, if you want to create a button, and when you want that button, on the basis of that button you want to create some other function, for example you want to change the date. Okay, so you can also do that, and a lot of things that you can do with the help of this, right? So on load, right, on load events, mouse or when you move over it. Okay, and now let's see how we implement this thing in our I mean to say, when the console, or when we repeat. So now this is done, right? Now let's see how to create this event, right, the button event in our HTML file. So first what we will do, we will create a button, obviously, right? So let's create a button. So how you create a button? Right button, press a tab, you get a button. Okay, so on this, what you want is your event to occur. So for that, what we need, let's name it something that is specific to this thing. Okay, so you want this click event to be triggered. So now what we will do, we'll just use equal to, when we clicked on this and you call the function, let's name that function as button, and you pass in the argument. Okay, and then what you will go here and you use the function keyword, and then the button, it will give you something, and then what you will do is, okay, so we can do it in another way as well. Okay, so let's first see if we get any errors in this, and then maybe we'll try to see why we got this, why we have these errors, and how we can rectify these things. Okay, so now let's first see how to add an event in the in this button tag. Okay, so let's remove the above thing, we don't want that anymore. Let's remove all these things. Okay, so now let me create first a var, right? Now let's create a button here, var button, and then what we will do, we will just document with the help of document dot query selector, we will use a query selector here. Okay, and then what we do, we will have this thing, the tag name as button here. Okay, now we have selected our button. Okay, we don't need those function calls or anything. So now what we will do, we'll add a button dot add event listener here. Okay, now what we will do, we will use the click function. Okay, click is the name of the event, right? Type of the event that we are using. And then we have something, we can create an anonymous function as well. Let's create here, for example, what is the difference between an anonymous function and a normal function is that after this code has been executed, okay, we won't be able to use this function anymore. Okay, this anonymous function. And now let's do something, console.log. Let's print a message that button was clicked. Okay, so that's it. Let's save this file, and when we go into the button, let's create what, we don't have to do anything. So we have created a button here. Let's remove all those things. Let's keep it simple, and let's name this button as click me. Okay, let's save this file, and let's save this file as well, and let's go back to the console. So okay, let's refresh it. You see, is click me, and this event would have been triggered. Similarly, we change this, right? So that's why nothing is happening. We go on to the inspect, and we will inspect our, okay, there is add event listener of a null. Okay, event listener. Okay, change is not defined. Okay, cool guys, cool. So now what we will do, whatever we did in our JavaScript file, we'll just copy paste it here. Okay, that's it. Okay, button is selected. Okay, let's use this for now. Get elements by tag name, and the tag name is button. Okay, button is event listener. Add event listener is not a function. Okay, now let's create this thing first. So now we have used this thing, right? Get elements by tag name, and the button is there, right? So when we refresh this thing, so okay, now let's do one more thing. Let's create an ID here. Okay, ID equal to, let's name it button btn, and let's save this file. And now let's try to do a query selector. No, we'll use what, get elements, get element by id. Okay, and we will get our id btn, and then what we will do, we will add btn. Okay, btn add listener, and then this is done. Okay, let's save this file. Let's remove this thing now. Let's save this thing. Let's refresh it. Okay, no errors, good. Now let's put it here. Okay, ptn. Okay, get element by id is not a function. Document.getElementById we are passing in the ID. Okay, just wait a minute, guys. Let's do one thing. Let's first fetch this thing. Document dot get. This thing happens when when something is present in the cache. Okay, so okay, you see this is a function, and now when we do get element by id and we pass this btn, right, we have this in our page. Okay, now you see it fetched it. Earlier it was not fetching it because it was already present in the cache, so this thing happens. Okay, now we have our button. Now what we do, we will just add event listener here. Add event listener, and what we will do, will just, the type is that when we click on this, we want this anonymous function to be called. Okay, so we want this function, just maximize it. So we want this anonymous function to be called, and what it will do, it will just console.log. Same thing I'm writing, nothing special, whatever I was doing earlier. Button is clicked. So earlier it was not able to fetch because of some things that were present in the cache. Okay, now what I did, okay, missing argument lists. Okay, missing one parenthesis. Yeah, so this is for this add event listener method, and this is the anonymous function, and here we have to write this. So anonymous function is okay, it is having problem with the anonymous function that we just wrote. Okay, so let's try to think what is the mistake that we are doing. Think, guys. So now if any one of you can tell me what was the mistake that I was doing from past 2 minutes. So basically, add event listener is not a function. It was saying to me again and again, right? So the spelling was there, mistake, the spelling mistake was there. Okay, so now when we press it, it will work. Okay, now when I do this thing, it says button is clicked, button is clicked, button is clicked, button is clicked, and it will go on whenever I click this button. Okay, so uncaught was there because that thing was not we didn't dealt with this thing, right? We have a function here, right? We have a function here that is saying that change is there, that should be called when we click on this, so it couldn't find that function. That is because of that. But for this thing, this is working fine. And now if you try to implement this thing in here, it will work as well. Okay, now just write paste in here. You see again listener, spelling is there, right? So the spelling mistake was there. Add event listener. Okay, listener is the yeah. So now we have the button, and on that button when we clicked, we get this message. Now when we refresh it, okay, again it's not getting recognized, so you can just implement it in this fashion again. Okay, now when we click on it, it gets called. Okay, so these things happen when you try to run something on your console and something that is associated with your browser. So these things happen, you don't have to worry about it. JavaScript behaves very weirdly in some cases. Now you have to sometimes even have to, if you are running something on a browser, you have to clear your cache because some variables which you have used earlier might be there already, so it will say the variable has been already declared and all those things. Okay, so now we have implemented this thing, right? So we have implemented this thing, right, the button. And now let's see, it's not necessary to use an anonymous function, right? The same code can be written what we saw in an anonymous function. We can create a separate function that is written here, right? The print console is a separate function, and once we clicked on that button, this event listener, this function will be called. You see the difference. However, we are not using this parenthesis sign, right, in the event listener, right? The event listener method, the second parameter, we are not using the parenthesis sign because that is something that on the click the browser will call itself, right? The browser is responsible for calling it, not you. Okay, so that's why we are not using the parenthesis sign. It is kept just the name of the function, and once we click on it, browser will click the engine that is associated with it, the V8 engine, wherein we have the compiler. Once we click on it, it will be called on its own. Okay, we are not responsible for calling it, because whenever we use a parenthesis sign, that means we are calling this function. Unless there is a need to use this named function again somewhere else outside the listener class, it's better to simply use the anonymous class. That's what I told you, right? So if you don't want to, use this function anymore, or is this that this function is only associated for this particular problem or this particular function, you can just put it in as an anonymous function. Or if you're using it again and again somewhere, it's better to write it as a separate function so that it can get called from that other event listeners as well. Okay, now these are certain facts about the events. Okay, you can have more than one listener on a given element. Okay, they will execute in the order that we added them. So if you have multiple listeners on for example, if you want this call after this click event, you want this to be called, you want this to be called, so in the order in which they are added, they will be called in the same order. Inside the listener, this keyword refers to the item that was clicked. Okay, you see that when I use this keyword, it refers to the same item that was clicked. Okay, on hovered upon or on clicked, you can use it on a click event, on hover, when you move your mouse pointer on certain element or certain page in the certain element on the web page. It can be associated with that as well, that this is the pointer and this is the element to which it is referring, or when you press a key. Okay, so whatever element is attached to the event listener, add event listener, is the event to which this refers. Okay, so whatever is the element, it's self-explanatory, right? On which whatever the element we have added the event listener class or in an event listener method, it will be this will refer to that same element. Okay, this is useful in situations where you want large number of similar but individual sibling elements to run specific code upon itself when activated. So for example, what do you mean by this thing? So for example, if you have an element, and in that element there are multiple sub elements in that. For example, in UL unordered list there is li, and inside each li there is again an unordered list, and in that we have again a list, so the list of lists. So to specify to a particular element in that list, for example, the second inner list, which is the second list which is inside the first list, and you want to refer to some element, at that time this will help and it will be very beneficial, right? We don't have to specify explicitly that you have to go first inside this UL, then there's a list, then go inside that list, there's an unordered list, then in that unordered list there's a list. So instead of writing these things, you can just refer to this. For example, this is the element that was clicked, so this is the event listener that is associated. This refers to this event listener. Okay, so this li in that unordered list. Okay, so now for example, if I told you earlier, right? So if you have an unordered list with dozen of li tags, okay, there are dozens of li tags within it, and you want each individual item to change its color when clicked, you can use a for loop and this as follows. So we will use this and the for loop. So it will refer, it will keep on changing, right? For example, now we are on the second item. When we clicked on this, so the color will change, so the color will change again and again. So if you see where dot we have used the variable that is lis, and we are using query selector all, so all of these elements, all of these items will be fetched. Okay, so what is the other thing that you can use? You can use a class name, and then you can use a class name, right, in the class id selector, and then you have to add all to all those items, list items, you have to add that class, right? So if you don't want to do that, you can use a query selector and query selector all, it will fetch all the list items. Okay, so then we traverse just like what we did when we tried to find out all the elements that were present on the HTML page, right? So similarly, what we are going to use here, a for loop, and it will run till the length of that, whatever is the length of that HTML collection, right? So after that, each element will be fetched one by one, and we add an event listener there, and upon clicking on it, the function will be called, and we will change the color, the text color property of that, and the text color will change to pink, right? Simple, guys. So this is all about what DOM manipulation and DOM events. So let's try to run this thing. Okay, so first let's try to create a list in our HTML page so that we can refer to it. Okay, let's remove this event, we don't need this anymore, so we'll keep a button for now. And now let's enter another list here. Okay, and inside that another list we add a li. Okay, let's copy it several times and then try to implement that. li. So okay, li. Okay, now you see, we will just enter here, okay, and enter here, and enter here, and this is done, and we close our UL tag. Now let's add list items. Let's suppose this is the one list item, then this is okay, then this is another SD, okay, this is SSS, then DDD, then A, and then DDD again, then MMM. So these are all the list items that we have. I know these are not very expressive, but it will work, right? So for now it will work, and now let's see how to implement it. Let's remove this thing, let's save this thing. Okay, now let's go back in our console. See, the list items are added and we are connected to our JS file. Now what we will use, again we will use a var and list, and what we will use document dot query selector, what, query selector or query selector all. What we will use, query selector all. Done. And what will pass it as an argument, the li's, right? Done. Okay, now let's see first what li contains. You see 8 lists, right? We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? Yeah. So now if I use dot length property with it, I will get this 8. Done. So we don't have to use that another variable. Okay, so now let's create a for loop. And we'll use var, or you can also use the better approaches to use a let keyword, right? So that it won't be accessible outside. So let var, you see again that thing is coming, I has been already defined, will come if you have used this. So that's why try to clear your cache. Okay, so let's suppose I is equal to 0 and I is less than what, lis dot length, right, and I plus plus. For each we will iterate. Okay, and now we are done with this thing. What we will do, we will use lis that first element, right? This is not an array, again this is a collection, HTML collection. Okay, And now what we'll do, we'll add event listener. This time let's write the right spelling. Add event listener, and upon clicking on it, okay, the type is that when we click on it, okay, when we click on it, we want this function to be called. Okay, now should I use this sign? No. This if this is an anonymous function, then I have to, because then I will be declaring it in here. Okay, so if it would have been some other function, the callback function, for example, which I'm going to use in the next, or in any other add event listener, right, in any other listener, so at that time we can create a separate function. Right now I don't want to use it anywhere, so that's why I'm creating an anonymous function. Then this refers to the current one, that is li0, that is the 0th item. When I click on this, I will change the style property, right, style dot, I will change this dot style dot color, and the text color will be changed to what, let's suppose it will change to red. Okay, done. And then we end this and we close our function, and then we close our event listener, and then we press and enter the end of statement, and then our loop, then we close our loop, and that's it. Okay, so we are done. So now let's try to implement it. Okay, so you see nothing is happening here because we haven't defined it. Now once I click it, it changed. Once I click it, it changed. Clicked it, changed, this changed, this changed to red, and this changed to red. So you see, this is how you implement what, events. Okay, similarly, when I used, for example, you can also use on hover here. Let's change this thing. 1 minute. Okay, first let's copy this thing. So now when I hover over it, okay, 1 minute. So when I clicked on it, it's not doing anything. I have to refresh it. 1 second, guys. Let's copy this thing, all of it, and let's refresh it. Okay, and now let's try to implement it. Okay, so first we need, what do I need this thing? Okay, let's do it one by one. First I will just select this. Okay, then I will use the for loop, and it will iterate through all the elements one by one, and I will change this thing. Okay, one by one. So now it will iterate through it, and let's do mouse over, and let's change this to what, pink, wink. Okay, so you see it doesn't give you any error, that it means that, okay, now let's see. You see now when I hover over it, okay, just by hovering over it, it changes color to pink. Now you see all of them are changed to pink. Okay, so this is all about events. Okay, so we are done with events. Now let's talk about closure. So what is closure? If someone asks you what is closure, or maybe if an interviewer wants to know how deeply or how in depth you know JavaScript, he or she will definitely ask you what is a closure. Now what is a closure? When a function gets called, it's popped out of the stack, right? Now if a function gets called, it is put on the stack. After its execution, it's popped out of the stack, right? But still, not all the arguments are removed from that stack, right? There is something that is called closure, wherein we will store those type of variables which are dependent, right, on the inner function. Let me give you an example, and after that, once we will see that example, then these two examples that are written here will be much clearer. Now let's go straight away into the demo part. So now let's see first how we can declare a function, right? So we write the function keyword and then the name of the function. Let's call it parent, right? So this parent function will do nothing, but it will print console.log, and let's print some string, let's say hello, right? That's it. Now this is how we create a function, right? And let me copy paste it in here in the console, right? So now when we want to call this function, we will simply do this thing, right? This is simple. We know this thing, right? We have already covered functions, right? Now what if there is another function that is inside this function? Let's call that function as child. Okay, and it's also doing some print, right? Let's say print log by, right? And then what this function does, the parent function, it will return this function, that is child function, without invoking it, right? So once it has returned this function, right, now let me copy paste this thing again in our console, right? So now once we have created it, now once we will call this parent, right, you see this function was never called, right? Now if we want to call explicitly this function, so what do? How would we call this function? If we want to call this now what if we want to call whatever is in the child, right? So we want to call that function because it printed out the statement, then it called that function, right? It didn't call that function. So to call that function, we will simply write what? Parent, then it will return a function, right? So this function gets called, it will return a function, then we are calling that function, right, which it returned, right? So it prints out hello and bye. So this is one way of how we can write nested functions, right? So basically it's a function returning a function. Now, so what is a closure? So basically a closure is when the inner function isn't self-contained. So right now if you see, this function is self-contained because it is not dependent, or there is no variable that is defined in the parent function that we are using in this child function. So this is not a closure, in short. Okay, now how we can, let me just clear this screen on the other side. Now if you want to create the same function and we want to use closures, so what we will do, we will just simply create a variable here. Let's suppose var x, and that is equal to 10. Now what this inner function does, it will use this variable x, and let's suppose we are adding 10 to it. Okay, now let me just copy this thing again. Okay, now what happens here, this inner function isn't self-contained. So here now, what do you mean by self-contained? Again, same thing. The inner function is using some variable which is defined in the parent function, right? The outer function. So this is what is closure in the most naive way. Simple, right? So now if you want to call this function, we will again use parent, and then again we use two parentheses, and that's 20. So 10 plus 10, right? So this is what a closure is basically. Now let's see those examples which were shown on your screen, right? Let's see those examples, and then we will dry run them. Okay, so basically if you see here, we are using a function named family, and the argument has been passed as grandfather, right? Gfather, and it returns another function which is having argument father, right? And that function is returning another function which is having a argument as son. And then in that function we are using the variables which were defined in the outer functions, right? So father, which was defined above son, is the parameter, that argument, the variable has been used in son. The grandfather has been used in son. So this is a complicated example, a little bit complicated example of what is a closure. Is it clear? Right? So now let's see a demo of it, right? So we'll just open this browser as well, and here we will type this thing. Okay, so now let's clear this thing. Okay, so now let's write this thing. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating a function, right? Function that's name, let's name it family, right? Or let's name it function F1, right? So now this is having a GF, right, the grandfather, and then this function is returning another function, right? Then this grandfather is returning another function, that is, what was that? So this function gets called, and now in this function we have another argument, that is father, right? And then this function is returning another function, that is what? That is this function, and then this function is having another argument, that is son. So we know if we want to print with the help of literals, right, the $, we know, we have already covered that, how to print without using the concatenation operation and all those things. We will simply use what? The sign that is below your escape key. Just put these two signs, that is the commas, right? And then what we use a $, right, a $sign, and then the name of our variable, that is GF, that is grandfather, and without concatenating it, right, then we put some kind of a, right, some kind of separator, that is this sign. Then we will use again a $sign, right, then the father, then this thing, then $, and then the son, right, that is S, right? So this, what it does, it is this function that I'm highlighting is dependent on the arguments or variables which were defined in the above function, that is F, right? Father has been used, grandfather has been used, and the son of this particular function, right, this which I'm highlighting. So now this is done. Okay, so we are missing out the parenthesis, so let's put a parenthesis here, right? So we have 1 2 3 opening and 3 closing. So let's copy paste this thing and put it in our console, and let's press enter. Okay, so now how we can call this function? Basically we use F1, and then we will pass the argument. Let's suppose who's your grandfather. Let's suppose AAA is my grandfather, then BBB is my father, and then CCC is my son. Okay, so now what should be our output? It should be AAA, then two separators, that is the hyphen sign, then hyphen, then BBB, then CCC. Okay, AAA is not defined. Okay, these are strings, right? So we are using them as a string, so we have to pass in the, right? So these arguments are treated as string, so we have to put these signs. Okay, so now if you see that A, B, B, B and C, E, C, this is a little bit complicated example of what? A closure. Now if you want, we can just continue with the other example, right, which was shown, that we showed earlier, with using, we will be using an arrow function to define the same thing, right? Now arrow, if you see, arrow function is much easier to write, though you need to know arrow functions. We have already covered those arrow functions, right? So it is another type of function expression, right? So let's do it with the help of function or arrow function, right? So now let's go back. So now let's do it with the help of arrow function. Let's remove this thing. Okay, now let's see how easier it is to write with the help of arrow functions. So you defined a let, right? So let me name that function F1, which we used earlier, right? And then the argument, right, GF, and then we will use this arrow sign, right, and then father, right, and then arrow sign, and then the son, right, and then we will print out those statements, right, console.log, and now same thing which we did earlier, right? Let me just copy this thing, if I can copy this thing. Yes, I can. So I will use this thing, right? So herein we will be removing this thing, right? So we are just printing out this statement. Let me just maximize it a little bit. So if you see how easily we wrote this thing, right? with the help of arrow functions. We just have to define it in a single line, and that's it. We are printing it, and then at the end we will print out end of the statement, right? We will copy this thing, let's scroll it back in, and let's put it here. Okay, F1 has been already defined. Okay, so we haven't cleared our screen, so that's why it's happening. So let's put F2. Okay, so now if we want to pass in the arguments, how would you do that? Same thing, let's put it in this way, right? Grandfather, right? The first argument again in the form of strings, right? We got the earlier we got then error in this, right? So father, and then let's put a father sign as an argument, close it, then put a son, right? This is how you do it. Okay, so grandfather, father, and son, or I will put some. Okay, so cool, you got the point, right? So this is how you define and closure with the help of arrow functions. Okay, so this was all about closures. So in short, if someone asks you what is a closure, you will straight away give him an example, and first you will explain him what do you mean by closure. What do you mean by closure? Closure is nothing but when an inner function, that when we have two functions, right, nested functions, and the inner function isn't self-contained, right? That means it is using some parameters or some variables that are defined in the outer function. That procedure or that function, that whole thing is called a closure, because we are storing some of the variables in a location which is called a closure. So basically it is nothing but a location wherein you will store your parameters or your variables, right? So that's it. That's all about closure. Okay, now let's talk about currying. Currying is an advanced technique for working with functions. Okay, it is used not only in JavaScript but in other languages as well. Currying is transformation of functions that translates a function from callable as f, then we have the arguments, into a callable that f, then we have a set of argument individually, then we can call another function at the same time, then we can call another function. So basically this might not be, you might not be able to understand it right now, but with the help of some demos and some explanation there, it will be easier to understand what do you mean by this second line. Okay, then currying does not call a function, it just transforms it. Okay, currying is a technique for evaluating function with multiple arguments, as you can see in FABC, right? So into a sequence of functions with single arguments, as you can see. Then we have a function with argument A, then we can call it simultaneously the second function with argument B, then the third function with argument C. Now, as you might be thinking already that this is something we already did, right? We can do it with the help of closures, we can do it with the help of normal functions, we can do it with the help of arrow functions, right? Now let's see the other thing. Now let's see the examples, right? So if you can see the example that is shown on your screen, right? I have shown directly the example of an arrow function, right? How we can implement it with the help of arrow function, right? We will see how we can implement it with the help of normal functions, and we will also use bind. Okay, we will see it in the demo part. Okay, for now let's try to understand this example. Let multiply equal to a comma b, then we have a multiplication with b. So normal multiplication function, right? Now when we are currying it, basically if you see, we have defined a variable named the curried multiply, right? Curried multiply, and it is having a one argument, right? And then there is another arrow function, then there is another function which is having another argument with the help of arrow function, and then we can multiply it. If you see how we called it with the help of that, with the help of 5, right? First we multiply it with, if you see, now we have calling this curried multiply with the help of one argument, right? Multiply by 5, as you can see. Then we can call it with the help of multiply. Now if you see the second statement that I have shown, the second example. Now let's say we want to multiply by 7, and always by 7, right? Now we can fix one argument 7, right? Now if you see let multiply by 7, we curried multiply 7, we passed in 7, and then we multiply, when we called multiply by 7 with the help of another argument that is 2, so it will give, obviously it will give 14, right? And then curried multiply 7 by 5, then 7 into 5, that is 35. Okay, so these examples might not be clear, once I will show you the proper flow of it, right? This is just an example, just to keep get, so that after this lecture or this tutorial is over, you just have something on which you can get a talking point or something that you will relate upon. Okay, so now let's see the other example with the help of bind. So if you see, we have here add function, right? And it has two arguments, a plus b, right? Now if you see, I declared another variable that is add by 10, and then I used bind function, and then the first argument represents the function, right? I will show you how it what this does actually. It just copies this function, whole function, and then I'm passing the argument as 10. So this 10 is same as, I will show you. Okay, don't worry about it right now. Okay, now let's, without going any further, this is the last example of this, right, of currying. Let's go into the demo part and see one by one how we will transform from functions, then what exactly it means, then how we can transform to closures. Okay, so basically this is something that you have already done. The arrow functions, the functions, and the closures have been already covered, right? So now let's see example. Okay, now first example that we are going to see is with the help of functions, right? Normal functions, and we will see how we can implement it with the help of closures. Okay, first we will see closures. Now first we will define a function that is add, the function expression, right? And then we have function, right? And then let's suppose it is having one argument as x. So earlier what we were doing, we were passing multiple arguments, right? Two arguments. So if we have a normal function, we will pass x comma y, and then we will add it, right? So with the help of these things, closures, how we can do it. Okay, then we will return, obviously we will return another function, right? Function which is returning another function, and it is having an argument of y, right? And then finally what we did, we just we just printed it, right? Console.log x comma x plus y. Let's add them. Okay, so now if you can observe it carefully, one variable is dependent on the function, that is, inner function is dependent on the one of the variables that is defined on the outer function. Obviously this is the closure, right? So now what we do here, now how we can call it, what is the procedure for that? Earlier we used to call function, then passing two arguments, right? Making it from function a comma b comma c to function a, then parenthesis b, right? That was how we transformed it, right? So now what we can do here, we just declare another variable, like add by 5. Let's suppose we are adding by 5, and then what we did here, we added, and then we passed one variable, one argument, that is 5. Okay, cool. Now it is done, right? And now when next time when we have to let's suppose now our one argument is fixed. That is what I meant by we are fixing one argument, right? So one argument is fixed, that is 5. Now we can get a table of 5, right? 5 like this, right? Let me show you. Add by 5, obviously it will be having the function that is x plus y, right? It will be returned by that, it will contain that function, right? And now one argument is already present. Now we just have to pass the second argument, that is 2, right? And now similarly we can do the same thing for, now let's do a little bit of table, 2 into 5 or 5 into 5, right? Then again 5 into 10. Okay, I just saved it, I don't need to save these things. Now we copied it and we'll paste it in here, and now you will see. Okay, identifier add has already been declared. Okay, let's change the name. Let's first just clear it. Let's just change the name to ADD. Here ADD. Okay, ADD has also been taken. Okay, let us name as add1, and then now you see, then what we are adding to, we have fixed one argument, that is 5. Now 5 has been added with 2, then 5, then 10, right? So 7, 10 and 15. So this is with the help of closures, right? Now let's do it with the help of bind function. Okay, so now how we can bind it. Okay, and then finally we will see. First let's see how to do it with the help of arrow functions. Okay, let's clear this thing. Okay, now this thing is clear how we use closure here, right? How we transformed our function from earlier. If we were using functions, right, and we have some set series of arguments, right, a comma b. Then what we were doing, we were passing these arguments in. Now let's suppose it's having some body, and then what we were doing, we were calling this function as, let's name the function add, and then what we were doing, we were calling this function add as how can we call it, 4,5, and then it used to do, it might be having some body. Let's suppose it's adding two numbers. We used to do this way. Now what currying helps us, we are just fixing one argument and we are just making multiple function calls, right? And where each argument is passed with each function. Okay, that's what I did. That's what we did here, right? With the help of this. Right, with the help of closures, right? Now let's see how we can do this thing with the help of bind. Okay, the same add function, right? So let's suppose we have a function add. Now let's not name it add this time, let's name it multiply. So we have a multiply function, and let's do binding operation function. Okay, now what we did here, we have two arguments, right? Let's suppose x comma y, and now when we have these two, and now what we are doing, we're just console.log x plus y, right? Simple, right? This is a function expression, how we declare it. This is how we declare it, right? So now how we can curry it, right? How we use currying. Now we use multiply by 10, let's suppose, and then what we will do, we'll just call mul dot bind. Now we will use binding, and later we will see how we can remove this bind and use arrow functions, right? And then what we will pass, the first argument will be this, and I will show you what this represents. And then we are passing this 10. Now we are fixing this first argument as 10, and then what we do, we'll just use mul by 10, and then we passed multiply by 10. Let's suppose we are multiplying it by 7. You can use this way. And now again, if we do the same thing for other variables as well, okay, multiply by 7 into, let's suppose, 8, and again 10 multiply by 9, so 70, 80, 90, right? So now what does this thing does here, this so basically it bind helps us to create a copy of this multiply method without invoking it. Okay, we haven't invoked it, we haven't invoked the multiply function, right? We just binded it. It creates a copy. So basically what happens internally after this statement, let me just put it here. So after this statement, what exactly this looks like internally, it looks like something let mul. So it will look like something like this fun function. It is having one argument as y, wherein this other argument that has been fixed as to 10, right? And then what we are doing internally, this thing happens. Okay, we are just console logging x plus y, that's it. So okay, so bind returns the function definition that can be used later. Okay, so basically this bind helps us to return something that we use later, that multiply by 10, right? So therein we will use this. Okay, so this is something that happens internally. Okay, so now let's remove this thing and let's put it here. Okay, done. 17. Okay, we are adding it. Okay, we have called this multiply, but we are adding it, so we need to change our definition. So we just use multiply here, that's it. So 70, 80, 90. Okay, so this is how we can do it with the help of bind. Now let's do it with the help of what? Arrow functions, right? So how easy it is to do with the help of arrow functions, right? So we just need to change certain things. So basically what we had, let's suppose we had this let multiply, we will change it to something like we don't need function in arrow functions, right? So we changed it and then we have two arguments, and then what we did, we just used let's do this in this way, and then what we did, we just console logged A into B. That's what we do, right? Okay, so now what we do here, we just multiply, we just again just curry it multiply by 10, and instead of bind, because arrow functions automatically bind these things, we don't need to explicitly bind. So what we can do here, we just need to pass arguments, and that's it. So what we do here, okay, so basically this will also change. This is the first argument, and then we will call another function, then the second argument. Okay, so now when it will be passed, we are just multiplying it without console logging it. Okay, let's just console log it as well so that we can see. Okay, so now we changed it to this thing, and then we multiplied it, and then we remove this thing. And so how would you do this thing? And then what we'll do, we will just pass this thing, multiply by 10. So now what happens, we are just passing it in this fashion. So now this 10 will be fixed, right? And now after that, when we have to call this function, let's store it this function as well. We'll use this variable mul10. So once it returns this thing from that, and then after that we can use this mul10 to just multiply our other numbers, 8, right? So copy this thing, paste it, 80, 90 and 10. Let's put it 10. Okay, let's copy this thing and put it in our console. Let's first clear this thing. Okay, sorry, paste it this thing. So let's check the syntax first. Everything seems to be in place. Let's run this. So if you see, so now what we did, we didn't require any binding. Binding was not required. If you can observe it, it was somewhat similar to our functions, right? That closure thing, right? So this is how we do it with the help of arrow functions, right? The same stuff. So multiply, first there's a variable, right? There's a function expression mul. So it is having arrow function, that then there is a function, right, which takes argument x, and then there is another function y, another function which takes argument y. Then both these variables are combined and multiplied together. Then what we did, we just used multiply 10, which is return, when we call mul10, it returns a function, right? And within, now this function becomes mul10, and then in mul10 we will pass our argument, that is the second argument, right? So this is how we do it with the help of what? With the help of arrow functions. Okay, so now we have seen 3 different ways, right? With the help of arrow function, with the help of functions, normal functions, with that is closures, with the help of closures, and with the help of bind. Okay, so this is all about currying. Okay, now let's talk about final advanced function. That is, this was an advanced function, right? This currying is an advanced function. So software developers who are having experience, that is JavaScript developers who are having experience more than 2 years, 3 years, even they might not know these concepts that we are covering here today. Okay, so there is a quite possibility some of them will know. Obviously exceptions are always there, so some of them will know, but this is a highly advanced these are highly advanced topics that we covered within last 1 hour. Okay, so these are advanced topics, and these will bring a lot of benefits to you when you are facing any interview, that is a face-to-face interview, when they want to know the in-depth knowledge of JavaScript. Do you have that or not? Okay, so now let's see this composition. This is fairly simple. Function composition is a mechanism of combining multiple simple functions to build a more complicated one. That is it. So if you have somewhat experience with mathematics, if you have seen this fog and golf, right, function of function, right, functions of function, right, function that is f of g of x, right, then both of these functions are dependent on x, right, whatever is the input given by this, the g of x function is dependent on, will be dependent, f of x will be dependent on that, or f of g of x, right. So the result of each function is passed to the next one. So g of x, whatever is there, is passed to the next function. In mathematics, you might have often seen these f of g of x. So the result of g of x is passed to f. That is the function. So example is fairly simple. The constant, there's a constant expression, right, function expression, that arrow function that we have used again. So arrow functions are very important, right. So it makes your code readable and it makes it shorter, right, easy to understand, right. Now we have this function which takes 2 arguments and then we are adding it. Then we have another function multiply which takes 2 arguments, then we are multiplying it. So basically, if you see how we combine both these functions with the help of this composition, right. So basically, add is having one of the arguments is 2 and the other arguments is dependent on the multiply, the whatever is the multiply of 3 and 5, right. So first that function will be called, it will bring the output of 3 into 5, that is 15, and then that output is dependent on the other function that is outside it, that, so basically it's add of multiply of, right. So add of multiply of a and b, right. So basically then this output will be added, that is 15 plus 2, that we have our output as 17. So that's it, right. So this is all about composition. Now let's talk about promise. A promise is an object that may produce a single value sometimes in future. Okay, so basically what happens, it is a promise. For example, when you are fetching something from the server or from any other different location, so there will be a possibility that either you will be able to get that thing, or for example, let's talk about any file or any image. So there will be a possibility that promise that you are expecting something from the other server or from the other file, so you are expecting something that comes in return. So that return, that maybe in sometimes in future, that you will be expecting, right. So that can be either true or that can be either false. So basically, a promise is an object that may produce a single value sometimes in future. It will either return a resolved value or a reason why it was not resolved. So you got the point, right. So you're expecting a file from other server or from any other different location. At that time, if you get that file, then that will be resolved, right. And if you don't get, then you will get the message that why it was not resolved. Okay, so basically promises can have 3 states, right. Either your promise will be fulfilled, or it will be rejected, or it is pending. So basically, what do you mean by fulfilled? If you're expecting a file or an image from the server, right, so you will get the file, right, and then your promise will be fulfilled, right. If that file is not present, then you will get, again, your promise will be fulfilled, right. So basically, sometimes it happens that you didn't get any response, and at that time, when you wait for a certain amount of time, that time is called pending time, and once you will not get any response after that amount of time, it will be rejected, right. So before promises, we had callbacks. In callbacks, you get complicated nested functions, right. So for example, this is the element dot on this element we are adding an event listener, right. Click on submit button form, right. So when the user clicks, submit form will get opened, right. So then inside that submit button form, there is another form. So let's suppose the login form. So that thing, the callbacks were much complicated as compared to promise. So then you can see the other example, right. In the function call, you will have, if this is a function, right, in that arguments you will have another function call which will have another function call. So these were nested functions calls were there, right. So the stack will be filled with all the function calls, right. So that was all about callbacks. So right now we are focusing on promises. So let's see how we can write a promise. Basically, if you see, we have written here a promise, right. So it's a constant promise, and then we declare it with the help of new keyword. Now new promise, then it will have 2 arguments. Either it will be resolved, that is resolve, or reject, for example. Then with the help of arrow function, we have put that, right now we are putting that it will be always resolved, right. If you see that true is written, that means always it will be resolved. So once we will run this thing, we will always get it worked, right? So if you see the example, and if we are not able to resolve it, right, let's put a condition on it, right? So let's suppose if 10 plus 10 is 20, right? So we will put if x is equal to 20, only then it will work, right? We will get a resolve message. Or if it's not, then we will get a reject message. It broke, right? So if you see the promise, then how we can call this function, right, with the help of this promise dot then what happens after this promise is fulfilled, what happens, we basically are printing out the result. So basically we will get a result, something, maybe it worked, right? We will get fulfilled, right? Those 3 states, right? Fulfilled, rejected, or pending. So this result will contain that, and along with the message that we got, it worked. Okay, so if it is not, then we will write dot catch and we will get that thing, right? So if you see the promise, how we can write it, let's see a demo of it, and maybe things will be clear from that. Okay, so now let's quickly go into the demo. So now basically how you write, let's put it again in the notepad, right? So Sublime const, right? So basically we wrote const and then we write promise, and it can be any name, right? We just printing if this name might vary. Then new, then this thing, it has to be there, right? The constructor, the promise, right? And then it will have 2 arguments, either it will be resolved, right? We will have a resolve. So it will have 2 arguments, then we will write our arrow function, right? So this is our arrow function. Let me just maximize it a little bit so that it's visible. Okay, so now what we have is a promise, then a resolve and a reject, then the arrow function. Then what happens if it is true, right? If this thing is true, then you will just resolve, you will use resolve, and then let's suppose it worked, any message, right? We'll see how why these messages are important. Okay, else, right, what we will print in the result else part, that reject, and let's put it here, it did, we will put a message that it did not work. Okay, and that's it. Then we will close our promise here, right? So that's it. So after that, what we will print, we will use promise, the object, this object that we created. Okay, we will use promise dot then. If this promise has been fulfilled, right, then what you will do, you will just print the result, that message that you will get from that, will print that result plus some concatenation and then some maybe, yeah, nothing. Okay, so then and that's it. Okay, so now let's copy paste this thing in the console, and let's control plus this thing as well. Okay, so this is the promise, this is how it looks. Okay, so when we press enter, then you will see, you will get a message. Okay, let me minimize it a little bit. Okay, so now when I pressed enter, you see you got this message, promise, that the promised has been fulfilled, right? And it worked, the message that we got right in here, this message, right? So here we got this message, it worked, and then that concatenation that we did, right? If we put a space in here, okay, if we put a space in here, then it will look a bit better. Okay, sorry, I saved this file. So control A, control copy. Okay, this promise was already defined. Okay, so let me change the name of this promise to promise. Let me just go back and then do this and then press enter. Okay, okay, now you see, if you see here what we have, this promise fulfilled as it worked, and then there's a space. Okay, great. So now let's clear this screen, and now let's see one more a bit variation what happens when this promise is not fulfilled. Let's do one thing. Let's remove this thing. Let's put a false in here, right? And let's put this as P, and then put a P in here, and now let's see what happens. Okay, so now we don't have the what happens if this promise has not been fulfilled. What happens? We got an error, right? It says rejected, right? The rejected state, right? It was not fulfilled, it didn't work, right? So that was the message, right? It didn't work, right? So now if you want to catch that thing and you want to make it fulfilled just like the other thing, then we just write catch, right? And then we will put in the result same as the above, result, then the arrow function, and then we will print that result. Let's say he. Okay, now let's copy all this thing and let's change the name of the promise as well to P1 and to P1. Okay, select all, copy all, and then we'll paste it. Now you see, even though the problem was not resolved, right, but we got the message from that, we were informed that okay, whatever we were doing, you were not able to do that, but he still informed me, right? The promise was fulfilled, but it was a negative promise basically, but it's showing, right? You see, it's showing that fulfilled, right? So earlier it was showing the rejected state and now it showed the fulfilled state, right? So if there is sometimes, maybe there is a chance that sometimes you are expecting and it takes a lot of time, that at that time it will show you the pending message. Okay, that is all about promises. Okay, this is the message that we got, right? It worked. Now let's see some advanced array functions, right? We will see some advanced, we have already seen array functions like push, pop, right? Those were some methods. Now let's see some of the different functions that arrays have. So the first one is map. So basically it is used to create a copy of the array with some manipulation. So basically we will be having some array already, right? As you see, 1, 2, 3 is an array which has been defined already. Now we will manipulate it, okay, with the help of for each. Right, if you see in the example, we have array.forEach. Now what a for each does, it will iterate through every element in the array and it will store it in num, and then we will push that new number multiplied by 2 in the new array. As you can see, new array. Okay, so now what happens, it will use a for each loop, and then there is an extra push function that for adding every element, right, in the new array, right? So that thing is there, and also there is a side effect, okay, and the function purity gets compromised. What do you mean by these two things, right? We can see we are using for each, that is okay, right? We are having an extra push for each and every element, that is obvious, right? We are using a push function, right? But what is this side effect? And this function purity gets compromised. Basically what a side function is, when we are working in any application, right, when we change, when a state changes, right, which is observable, which we can observe outside the function, right? So basically when something has changed and we can observe it outside the function, right? So basically what do you mean by this thing? For example, right, in here we have this array method, right, and this we are changing it, and it is observable that we are changing it inside the function, right, inside that for each loop, right? And we expect when we are returning from it. So what do you mean by that thing? We can expect that thing when we are returning that thing. Okay, so basically, so what is a side effect? Side effect is nothing when we are working in any application, and in that application we are performing some state change operations, right? We are right now, if you see the array that we are using, we are performing we are using some operations and we are performing some changes on this array and storing it in a new array, right? So that thing, when it is observable, that we can observe it, right, observable outside the called function, except when we are returning from it. Okay, so that thing is okay when we are trying to return something, but when we are not doing that in the return, that at that time, that is what is called side effect. Basically side effect includes modifying the variable or array objects in this case, or the object, of the parent or global scope, right? What do you mean by parent or the global scope, right? If you see, both these are having global scope, right? They might be on the window object, right? We know what a window object is, right? So both of these are in the window object, and the scope of these are global, right? And inside the array function, right, that we have defined in the for each loop, we are defining it, and we are changing its, we are manipulating it, and this is what we can observe from this function, right? So that is what is called a side effect. Some, maybe if you're trying to trigger some external processes, at that time it is also called a side effect. Or maybe you are calling some other function in which there is a side effect, at that time it is also called a side effect. So these are all side effects. Basically, in a naive way, what does a side effect means? When you are changing something outside the function, right? If you have two variables, right? One is if you let me put it in a naive way, right? So then maybe things will be clear. So we have a variable which is defined outside the global scope, right? And inside that global scope we have some function, right? And in that function we are changing that x, or that global variable, so inside that function, and it is observable that we are changing that function, that we are changing that variable inside this function, right? So at that time it is called a side effect, because we don't want that thing. Okay, we want what do you mean by this thing, right? This is a side effect. And what does this affect? So basically it affects the purity of the function. What do you mean by pure? What do you mean by a pure function? Basically, in that function we will avoid shared states. Okay, like in that example, right, with what I told you, right? So x is defined outside the, in the global scope, and we have a function. Inside that function we are explicitly changing that x, maybe multiplying it by 10 or adding 10 to it. So at that time, that is what is a shared variable, and we want to avoid that in a pure function. Okay, the states should be mutable, right? If you have some familiarity with the strings, right, in Java, so that those functions are immutable, right? If you want to, if once you have declared them or initialized them, you cannot reinitialize. You can reinitialize them, but you cannot manipulate them, right? So that is what is called a mutable state, right? So mutable data should not be there when we are talking about pure functions, right? And it should obviously not contain side effects, right? So this is how this side effect will affect the purity of the function. So I can give you a naive example of how a pure function, what is the difference between a pure function and a non-pure function. Let's do that thing first. Okay, so now let's see a small example in the notepad, so that you get an idea what is an impure function. Okay, so basically let's define a constant, right? And that constant is basically taking two arguments, x and y, right? Okay, now the arrow function has been defined here, and in that arrow function what we are doing, we are adding those variables, right? That's it. And now when we call this add, right, if we call this add, let's suppose 2 and 3, 2, 3, right? So now what happens is this function a pure function or not? How would you know? Like, let me just copy paste this thing here, and let me show you one thing. So now if you see, this function has been called, right? And if I call this add method again, right, add, let's suppose 2 and 3, again it gives this thing, again it gives this thing. So this is a pure function, because its input is not changing, right? On every, when I if I called it again and again, its input is remaining same, and its input is remaining same, right? But its output is also remaining same, right? Its output is not changing when I'm calling it again and again, right? So if you see that this is a pure function. Okay, now how would you know that a function is pure or not? So let me give you another example wherein we will see how. Now if I define a variable x, right, and I put 2 in it, okay, so now I will call the same thing, I will do the same thing, a little bit kind of a same thing, right? So I will add this add equal to, right, and then we will have one argument y. Okay, and now let's see, we'll use some arrow function here, and now I will return what, x plus equal to y. Okay, so now that's it. And now let's copy this thing, add has been already declared. Okay, let me put it on name add. Okay, now this function has been declared, right? Now when I call this function add on a variable, what? Stop, there was a noise. So now when I call this function on a variable 5, okay, I put an enter, it gave me 5. Again I called it on a 5, it gave me 12. You see, now although the input is same, but every time when I push it, right, it gives me a different result. Every time I'm on same input, it is giving me different output. So this is an impure function. And now how would you know? If you observe this example carefully, this let has been defined outside this global. It is global, right? It's kind of a global thing, right? When I put it on side in the window object, right, in this console. So this is a global object and it is used inside this function, right? This function expression that I have defined, the arrow function that I have defined, right? Basically it is an function expression, right? We know that. So inside that arrow function, I am accessing that variable, and every time I'm changing its state. So that is what I mean by what? Side effect, right? If we have defined something that is outside, and inside that function we are accessing that variable, and we are manipulating that variable, this is what a side effect is. And once we have a side effect in a function, or this is a function expression, right? Once we have inside this arrow function we have such side effect, it is an impure function, right? Every time when a function is called on same input, the output is changed, right? If you see, first I called it, the next time it gets 47 up to 47, right? So this is what an impure function is. Now let's go back and let's talk about this map. So basically this is how a map, we used to do this thing, right? This was how we used earlier, what we used to do. This is the thing that we used to do to change or manipulate the data. Now map is the better approach, right? There is no for each loop required, right? For each is not there. There is no new array, that we are not using any, we are not manipulating any object that is defined outside, right? So no push is required, no side effect is there, and also purity of the function is maintained, right? How important are these points now when you define a map? So map always returns a value, right? We know that map will return something because we are using some function that will return something, right? So if you can see how we define this new array. Now let's do that thing as well. Now let's do this thing, right? So now let's define this with the help of this arrow function, right? So we know that this thing, we don't want to deal with this thing, right? We don't want a for each loop, we don't want this thing, because this is having side effect and this is also a impure function, right? So what we will do with the help of this map. So we'll first define a new array, right? And in that new array, what we will do, we will just use function that is arr.map, right? And inside that map, what we will do, we were iterating through that array that we defined earlier, right? So let me define that array as well. So basically what we do, we created an array which is having values 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so these are the array elements, right? Cool. So now these are the array elements, and we are using a map function to just iterate through each and every element. And once we have iterated through it, and then what we will do, we will just multiply. So basically this, when the first time it iterates, it multiplies 1 with 2, then again with 2, so then 2 with 2, then 3 with 2, and all the elements, right? So basically then it will be assigned to the new array. So let me just copy paste this thing in my console, right? And where is our console? Let me clear this thing first. Let me clear this thing, and now if you see, now when I do this thing, new array, right, you see this thing. Now what happens when I again call this, when I again use the same thing, right? So basically I have to do the same thing again, right? So this is the thing that I have to do, right? So if I want to call this, or how I would know that this is not an impure function, right? So again I will do this thing. So again when I do this thing, again when I check this thing, the elements in the new array, right? What do I do? New array, Again, this is the output, same as the previous, right? So you see, the input is not changing, our input is not changing, our output is not changing, rather on the same input is giving same output, right? That is how would I know that this is a pure function. Okay, so you see how many problems were there in the earlier approach, right? Side effects, purity of the function was lost, and we were using extra pushes, right? So this map came in as a savior, right? So this will help us to basically create a copy of the array with if we need some manipulations, we can do it with the help of map, right? So this is clear, right? This is very important stuff, right, guys? So promises, we have studied already promises, right? We have covered closures, right? Now this is a map function. This is another important function, right? Basically, when I talk about filter, think about it in a day-to-day life, right? So filter is nothing when you try to filter something, right? If you see in here, we are having an array 13, 50, 21, 45, 39, 60, and now I'm filtering it based on some value. So I want a new array, that is filtered array, which contained only elements that are greater than 20, right? So this is how a filter means. As per the condition, we applied the condition and we changed that array. Okay, now let's do a demo on it as well. So we have this thing here, right? So we have a new array again. We will just use this as filtered array, right? We will change its name to filter array, and then what we will do, we'll simply just use arrays.map. Instead of this, we will use arrays.filter, and we are filtering based on some condition. And what is that condition? That this num should be greater than, we are having lesser elements, let's put a 20, a 30, and okay, so our number should be greater than 11. Okay, so now our array should contain there should be only one element, that is single element, that is 30. Let's make it simple, 9, so that we have two elements. Okay, so now let's copy this thing and paste it in here. Let's first clear this thing. Okay, sorry. So now we have cleared this thing, we are printing it this. Now we will see whatever is in our filter array, fill array, right? You see 10 and 30. Okay, so now we just filtered. So now what we did in this filter array, we just filtered from the elements that were already present in the array ARR, and now we filtered it. Now we have only two elements, that is 10 and 30, right? Cool. So now let's go back to our slides, and this was all about filter. So basically filter as per your condition. Now another important method is there, that is called reduce. So basically what it is a combination of a filter and a map, right? So what do you mean by this thing? What does a filter do? It just filters based on some condition. What does a map do? Map does what if you want to manipulate the if you want to do manipulation to the array, right? So basically here we have an array that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and in that we are applying array.reduce. Now what it does, it iterates through the elements, all the elements one by one, and puts it in the accumulator, right? That ACC is the result, the output result, right? And then after that, what we have in that accumulator, right, we just add 5 to it. Okay, one by one, each element is added in that accumulator, and once we have all the elements iterated, and after that we will add the initial, that is after that thing is done, we will add 5 to it, and once we have executed the statement, we will get an output of a single value output, that is 15, right? If you see, we have iterated through all the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, it added up, put it in an accumulator. Once it was done with this, then that 5 was added to it, right? That 10 plus 5, that is 15. That was the single output that we got. Okay, so now what we are doing, we are filtering it and we are manipulating the elements, right? Okay, now let's see a demo of it. Okay, so now again we have this, let's call it a reduced array, RED. So now we have a reduced array, and then what we used a method that is called reduce, and then in that reduce, what we have two arguments, as one is the accumulator or the result, that is called result, and then we one by one we add all those elements to our accumulator, right? ACC plus num, one by one they are added to this accumulator, and once we are done with this, we will put the initial value, that is, let's suppose 100, right? so that we will know this thing. Let's put it 1 2 3 4, that gives us 10, and after that 10 is added to 100, that gives us the value as what? 110, right? Perfect. So now let's copy this thing and put it in our console. Where is our console? Okay, great. So now let's put it in here, and we have this thing. Now let's define what is present in a red array, that is reduced array. It is 1110. Okay, cool guys. Now what if there is an array that is empty? Should this work? Absolutely, it will iterate through, it will get the sum as 0, and then we will do this. It's the same thing that we are adding 100 to it, so our output should be 100, right? If you see, 100 is the output, right guys? So this is all about reduce. Okay, the table of content. So what are the things that we are going to build? Okay, cool guys. So the things that we are going to cover in this section, we are going to first create an HTML page. Then we are going to select those elements which we created in our HTML page. Then we are going to draw shapes, then the required objects, and then creating those functions. Okay, first let's see the HTML code that we are going to use. So as it's obvious that the skeleton of HTML will be there, right? So it contains HTML, then the head which contains title, which will be above in the tab bar, right, in the tab section. Then the background we are setting, though can anyone quickly tell me, is it the correct way or the right way to style your HTML page that I'm using inline styling here? Quickly guys, just tell me yes or no. Is it the right way or the appropriate way to use an inline styling in the body section that I have used background color gray? Is it the right way to do it? Yeah, you can do it, but is it the right, I mean to say, right approach or anything? If yes or no, if anyone can tell me. Quickly guys, I am waiting for your answer. You should have a separate file. Exactly. Mano, this is not a right way. You can do it, but this is not a correct approach. We have to use the separation of concerns. But since my CSS file will contain only one line of code, that is this background color, that's only the CSS that I'm going to use. So that's why I used here as an inline CSS. That's the reason. If you have many lines of CSS code, I mean to say I'm using a lot of CSS, then it's better. The best approach is to have a separate file. Okay, it can be done. Yes or no, it can be done, but it is not the right approach. But since my file will contain only this much CSS, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to create any external CSS file. Okay, for JavaScript, I'm going to use an external JavaScript file, but not for this thing. Okay, cool. Let's get started now. So then I'm creating a canvas ID, that is the canvas element, which will give me whatever the graphics that I will do will be within this block of, within this block, that is which contains width 600 and height 400. Then I close my canvas, and then I will include my script file, that is JavaScript file. Okay, cool. Now let's see the demo of this part. Okay, first let's see the demo of this part that we're going to use. So herein we have this. I will just remove the CSS part here. Okay, this is the same thing that I told you guys, right? And now let's run this file. Ping Pong .html. Here is it. Yeah, so you see, now this is the file, right, that I just made. Okay, but you cannot see the canvas, right, since it is not containing anything. So that's why we are not able to see the canvas. Okay, that's the only reason. But if you see, the background of this page is gray, right? And which is rightly so, because I have used this background color gray. Okay, this is the file that we got, right? So now let's move ahead. So HTML part, this is the only thing that we are using in HTML section. Okay, apart from this, we are not going to use anything in our HTML page. So if anyone is having any confusion with all the elements that I have written, please go ahead and tell me. I will just explain you a little bit about it. But apart from that, this is nothing, right? This is the only this is the skeleton which is contained in every HTML page, right? So now this is the page that I got, right? Just the HTML, including the CSS, because there were only one line of code. So that's why we used this. Now the JavaScript code. So the first thing that we are going to, what we created in our HTML page, we are going to select How do we do the selection? Document.getElementById, because we created an ID which was called table, right? We created here an ID which is called table, right? You see, this is the ID that we created. Now we are going to select it with the help of, okay, the canvas is used to just to create the graphics, that's it. So and what about the script? The script tag is just for including the script file. So since I have commented it out, how do you comment in JavaScript? This is the way that you comment in JavaScript, right? So this was commented, I commented this line because I was not including any JavaScript in it, right? So I commented it. Now I will uncomment this line. Okay, so this script tag is used to include your JavaScript file in your HTML. That's it. And the canvas is used for graphics so that we can create any graphics on the with the help of HTML. So if you want that, canvas element can be used. Okay, which contains the ID table, and width and height are its attributes, right? So that will be on that page, okay, on the HTML page. Okay guys, so now we will select these elements, and then for drawing anything we need this draw function or this get context function, right? So what is the build of this? It's in the form of 2D, right? We are going to use X property and the Y property. So that's why we are going to use this, whatever we fetched from this, right? We first selected the element, right? Which tag, what is the tag? To include CSS file. So to include CSS file, you have to just use the link tag. Okay, so for example, if I wrote here anything like this, right, I will press and enter here, and then I will write link, and then here you can just refer to the CSS file .css, and that's it. You can get your CSS file included here, okay, with this link tag. Now let's save this file again and let's go back to our slides. Okay, so we selected that, and with the help of get context, that is the method, we will build our whatever we want to do. So for drawing the shapes, let's first do this thing. Okay, let's not get you guys confused. So S1 is the script file that I'm going to use. Now I'm going to use this S1. So you see, I selected the element with this, right? The DOM object, that is the document I created, and then I selected that element ID, and after that I put it in an object that is can, and then I called the function get context. If you guys can see it, I will just maximize it. Okay, so get context is the method, and the build of this is 2D, that is we are going to use x-axis and the y-axis. It's not a 3D event, so I will put it in the draw, and after that I will just use fill style to fill that thing, right? The color of that canvas will be, the canvas color will be black, and fill rect is the method, another method that we are going to use, which contains this fill rect will contain the x position, the y position, and the width and the height. So width and height will be same as the height and the width of the canvas, so that's why we are going to use can.width and can.height. So after, when we run this, we save this program, and when we included this in our script, in our HTML file, and after that when we run this thing, now you will be able to see the canvas. So this is the canvas, okay, that we are talking about. So this until this point everything is clear or not? Just quickly write a yes. So whatever we use, whatever we need to draw anything, if we need to draw anything on our canvas element, we need to fetch first that element, and after that what we will do, we will just use get context. So this get context is used to draw anything on our canvas. So that's the main objective of this canvas. Okay, so just quickly write a yes if everything is clear. Right now we are talking just basic stuff. Okay, so now let's go back in our this thing. Okay, so now drawing the shapes. Okay, so now we are going to use first the fill style, that is used to fill the color. Okay, great. So now the fill style is used to color, and fill rect method is used to fill the to draw the rectangle. Okay, after that we are going to use we are going to need just not the rectangle but another thing, that is the circle, which will point to here and there. Okay, so if you can see what we are trying to build, now we are going to try to build this thing. The first is the rectangle, right, and the circle. So for that we are going to use these methods. Okay, so draw fill style will fill in the color, right, and after that begin path will, that means when you're trying to build a circle on the canvas, you need to call this function, that is begin path, and then the close path function. Okay, and after that fill. Now to draw and circle, we need an arc method which contains x position, y position, that is the x-axis, and the y-axis, the coordinates, right? The x coordinate, the y coordinate, and then the radius. Obviously, in circle we have something called radius, right? You know that, guys, right? And the circumference of the circle is 2 pi r, right? So mat.pi into 2, which will help us to create the circumference. This 0 represents the start angle, right? The start angle is from 0 up to this circumference of the circle, that is 360. Okay, after that this false is written there, right? So what this false means, it means that we are going to build our circle in a clockwise direction, though it does not make any sense, but since we have to send it in an argument, right? So it doesn't, after when we run this code, you won't be able to detect if it is we are building in a clockwise direction or in an anti-clockwise direction, but this is an argument we have to pass. So false means that we are going to build in a clockwise direction, and what if it is true, that means we are going to build it in a anti-clockwise direction. So now let's see, when we run this thing, we are going to use the same thing, right? Now here is my s2 file, right? So in this I'm using the same thing, right? So draw fill style is red, and the rectangle I'm going to build is of the x position is 100 and the y position, that is the starting x coordinate and the y coordinate, then width and the height. So width is 30, that's why it doesn't look like a rectangle, it looks like a square, right? Because the width and the height of this is same. And then we have our circle, right? First we fill in the style, that is the color of the circle, then begin path method, then close path, and in between we are going to use the arc method which contains the position, that is 200 and 200, right? If I you going to use this position, right, the x position is 100 and the y position is again 100, that means we are going to build both the rectangle and the square on each other, right? They will coincide with each other. And then we have the radius of the circle, that is 10, then the start angle is 0 and the end angle is 360, that is mat.pi, which gives us the value of pi into 2, that is the circumference, right? So 2 pi r, right? We created our circle, and then the false represents that we are going to build it in a clockwise direction. Then we close our path, and then the fill. So this is the syntax, right? This is nothing, but we need to follow this syntax to create anything on our canvas. Okay, now let's save this file, and after that let's include it in our script file. Okay, s2 done. Are you using arc method to create a circle? Yes, Ayushi. So now let's save this file, and now let's see what is the output that we got. Earlier when we were not having any circle or any rectangle, right? Right now it looks like a square. We will change it for later. Okay, so now once we will press the refresh button, now you see these circle and this square, which means a kind of a rectangle that we are trying to build, it will coincide with each other, right? Because you see, now there is one important point. You see, this circle is not completely coinciding with this square, right? This property we are going to use again and again. This is because the center of the circle is the thing that we are going to what the circle center will be its starting point, right? The circle center means that what we used as x coordinate and y coordinate was 100 and 100, which was same for the square, but it coincides with that center point. Okay, apart from that, we are going to use this for when we detect the collision and all those things. Will be the main objective will be that thing. We need to remove those signs. Okay, just for now you can just understand that without confusing you guys. You just understand this thing, that this circle center point and the squares, what is the square starting coordinates, that is x-axis and y-axis, will be same as center point of the circle, right? So 100 comma 100, which is the coordinate for circle and which is the coordinate for what? The square as well. So the center point and the starting point of the square will coincide. That's the main objective of all those things. Okay, now let me just remove this thing. This was the S2. You see, although we are going to create this x-axis and y-axis, that is the x coordinate, x position and the y position on the canvas is 100 and 100. It should start, the circle should start from the same position, but circle center point represents these things. Okay, that's the main objective that I was telling you. And now let's separate them, that is the x position and y position. Let's change it. Let's run this thing. Now if you observe carefully, the canvas that we built is gone, right? Because we are not going to, we didn't include that thing in our file. So now let's see. Now let's go back in our, right now it's clear, right? We just used this thing, we selected them and we just build the circle and the rectangle. That's it. Though it looks like a square because its coordinate, its width and height are same. Okay, now this is the output that we got, right? Now let's try to create these objects. Okay, so first we need an user method, right? User object, right? There will be two players, right? The first player which will be controlled by you and me, right? The player 1, and the player 2 is the computer, that is the CPU. Okay, so these objects we require, and then the ball, which will on the basis of which we decide whether you one or the CPU one. Okay, and then the separator. The separator is just for the sake of to beautify it. So separator will, and between those separator will divide the CPU and the player 1 from that. Okay, and then the scorecard. Now let's see first what is the ball object. Okay, so ball will be having, obviously it's a circle, then it will be having what? The x coordinate and the y coordinate. So we have used canvas dot width divided by 2. Why did we do that? Because we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, that's why. How the AI computer will be implemented. So we will get into that, Abhishek. We will get into that. So how we will implement, I will show you the 3 ways how to implement that. Okay. Now if you see, this const ball will contain x coordinate and the y coordinate, right? Then we divided it by 2. That means we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, the width and the height. So after that, circle will be having some radius, that is 10. Then the velocity in x direction, that when it moves in the x direction and when it moves in the y direction. So x-axis and y-axis. Then the speed of the ball, right? You might be thinking that velocity and speed, what is the difference? So velocity is nothing but the speed plus direction, and speed contains only the speed, right? And then the color, green. Then the separator, which will again be at the middle, okay, in the middle of the canvas. Now why I subtracted 2? Because that is the width of that, what, of that separator, right? We are going to use the rectangle for separator again, you will see. Okay, so now I subtracted that thing from, because that's the width, so we want it to be at the center, so we subtracted width from it. And then the height and the width, it is going to be in the form of rectangle that we are going to use. Okay, and then the color white, so it will be in color white, or whatever we want. If we want, we can change it. Okay, now this is the separator and the ball, right? The separator and ball object is gone. Now let's see user bar. So the user object that we are going to use, right? So now the user means that we are going to build a tab or a bar, right? So that bar will represent what? There will be x position for it, there will be y position, that is x-axis and y-axis, right? And after that, we are going to, again, we are subtracting this thing from the x coordinate, what? The height, right? We are subtracting it so that it will not go beyond the canvas, it will be in the canvas. Okay, so that thing will be subtracted, and width will not include anything in apart from that. So width is there, height is there, score, we have to keep it, right? We have to keep a track of something, that when the score was scored by user or it was scored by computer, right, or the CPU. Then the color of those bars. Similarly, we will do the same thing for CPU. Same thing applied here, right? Now CPU, if you see, I subtracted 10 as it was the width, because CPU will be on the right side. Okay, that's why we need to subtract this 10 from that. You will see, if I won't, then the rectangular bar which we create for CPU will be some part of it will be outside the canvas, which we will not able to be, we won't be able to see. Okay, so that's why we subtracted this thing from the both. Okay, the x-axis and the y-axis, the width and the height respectively, and then the score, then the color is white. Okay, so now when we create this thing, okay, let's create these things first. Okay, so now this page is gone, and now let's see how to build it. So again, you see what I built here was same thing. I first fetched the thing, right, the canvas element, then I used draw function, then whatever I wrote is written in here, the velocity of the object, right? So the color of the ball will be green, and the speed in x direction and speed in y direction is 5. Then the speed of the ball is 5, and then we have two objects, that is the user object and the CPU object, right? So once we created these objects, right, it's same stuff that I taught you earlier, same thing I have written here. Apart from that, there is nothing. Now the separator. Now if you see, I have created these functions for doing what I want. If I want to build something, right, let's talk about functional programming or something. You use functions. Why you use functions? To create modularity in your code, right? So the script tag is used to include the this JavaScript file, and the source, which contains pp.js. It was written that the name of my file is ping-pong. So I wrote it in the shorter manner, p-p, that is pingpong.js. This is the file that I'm going to use. Right now I'm going to use S3, after that S4, S5. So that thing is included here in our HTML page. So right now if you see, the source is S2. So I'm on this page. I was earlier, than when I run this program, this thing was run, right? And now I'm on S3. So now, got it? And sir, if the width of CPU bar is 20, around 20, then x canvas.width minus 20. So no, whatever we used as a width, we will see. I will show you in the demo, Supriya. Just wait. I will show you in the demo. If I didn't subtracted that thing from the x position and the y position, what will be the output? Okay, I will explain you each and everything. So now, if you see, I have created these functions. We know how to create a function in JavaScript, right, guys? So basically, we use the function keyword, right? This is function declaration. Therein we have JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two things, right? Function declarations and function expressions, right? So this is a function declaration. We will call these functions, right? So now if you see, I have created a draw rectangle method, right? In that we have x position, y position, width and height, and then the color. So color is used to fill the color of the rectangle, and draw fill rect is used to create the rectangle. So I will use these functions because I need to create rectangles and circles. So that's why I built functions for that, because it's the best way to do anything. Why we do this thing? Because we want to create modularity in our code. Create functions, we will create modules, right? This is one module, right? So this is done. Let me minimize it. Okay. So after that, we created same thing for circle as well. We use arc method to create the circle, right? So this is also done, right? We have explained this thing: fill style, begin path, close path, and fill. This is also for circle. And now we need the score, right? So for the score, basically what the score represent the marks, right? So if a user will throw a point, then he will call this method. And if a CPU wins a point, then he will call this method. So that's why we created this score, and this has 3 arguments: the text, and then obviously this will be placed somewhere in the canvas, so we have to use the x position and y position for this, right, guys? So after that, we will use same thing. First we will fill in the style, that is the color will be set to these, whatever we wrote, that will be the color of that is white, and then the font, that is 60 pixels, and then the family to which is belong, that is Arial. So this is the syntax for that, right? And after that, fill text, whatever we wrote in, whatever we get from the function, right, function arguments, that text will be here, and then the x position and the y position. Simple, right? So this is for creating the score. Okay, and now then this draw separator, basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a loop here. Okay, for this, when I use this loop, basically what I'm doing, I am just iterating, and what I mean to say, basically I am creating in the middle of the canvas, I am creating rectangles, right? and after some space where I'm creating again rectangle, 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 so that there will be a space between the user position or the user bar or paddle and the CPU paddle. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Cool. So now let's see. You see, I created a rectangle, and then the separation is that the object I used here. Okay, separate object, this. So I'm setting its x position, its y position, right? Separate dot x, separate dot y, and then plus y, because I want this thing to be separated. I will show you. First, let me run this thing. Let's save this thing and let's connect this thing with S3. Maybe then we will be able to connect the dots. Okay, so now when I run this program, this is the output that I want. If you see carefully, the positions, that is the position, the bar, that is the CPU bar is on the left side, the user bar is on the left side and the CPU bar is on the right side. Now we are creating this thing. Basically that bar is a rectangle function that we called. Then the draws text that we used, right? The draw text function that we used, right, was that 0 that is represent for both the user and for the CPU, that 0 0 thing. Okay, and then this separation line, that line you see of orange color, is I'm creating the small rectangles of width which is having less width and less height. Okay, and the location of the circle is on the center. Okay, now what Supriya told, let's see that. What if we didn't subtracted that thing from our width? Okay, let's do it for maybe CPU. Okay, now if you see, if I didn't use this thing, okay, I just removed 10 minus 10 which was width. Okay, now let's see if the output remains same or not. Now you see that thing is gone because width of the canvas, whatever was the width of that, it got hidden. It is not hidden, basically it got removed before that. The canvas that we built, it is after that. So to include that thing in our canvas, that's why we are using the subtraction sign. Okay, got it, Supriya? And what if we use 20 here? Out of the window, exactly, out of the window of the canvas. Yes, exactly. So what if we didn't included the height as well? Let's remove this thing. And you see, we are just whatever we wrote here, we are just printing everything in the center. So that's why the canvas dot height, whatever the height of the canvas is, divided by 2, that is the x position. Okay, the y position. Now let's save this file first, and now let's see whatever the height was of this. Now you see, whatever the height was, it started from that point. Okay, so basically it is not in the center, right? If you see, what difference did it make, right guys? Right, Abhishek, you see what difference did it make? So it's not in the center of the position, because again this creation, the x position and the y position, is that it's the center, right? It's the center point. So center point, we need to remove that height that we allocated to it. So when I use this height to subtract this thing, so after that you will see then it's aligned to the center. Okay, now let's refresh it. Now you see it's aligned in the center. Same thing I'm doing for each and every object. Okay, now let's see what are the things. Okay, now how I created this separate. So draw function is clear. So draw score, again you will see this, right? Yes, it is not in the center. Exactly, Supriya. So now what I did for creating this separate function, right, the separator, that line that was of the orange color, for that I used loop. Okay, it's the edge started from the middle point. Exactly, Abhishek. Abhishek is right, it's the edge. Yes, started from the center point, that is starting from the center point. So to bring that thing in the center, we removed that, what, the height thing. Okay, so now this separator function, if you see, we are looping around up to the canvas height. Okay, from starting from 0, and every time we are incrementing it by 20. So basically here it represents the 20 is not value 20, basically it is a pixel kind of a thing, so that there is a separate gap between what, each rectangle. Now if you see, there a gap. If you see my mouse pointer where I'm pointing, you see this gap, this is created then another rectangle is created, then I'm incrementing it by 20, then that means there's a separation. Now if you see, if I incremented it by maybe 50, then there will be more separate. They will each rectangle will be much apart. Okay, they will be, you see, now they are more apart from each other because I created this 50 pixel gap between them. Okay, now let's remove this, keep it 10. So let's keep it 10 as it was 20, right? So yeah, so now what I did, I'm just creating the rectangle, and each rectangle, now you see, I'm not doing anything with the x position because x position is same, the y position is varying. So that's why whatever is in that I will vary, and the y position is changing, and after that same thing, width and height are set, and then the color, right guys? So it's basically what I'm trying to do here. I'm creating rectangles. Okay, now this helper function that I created, basically what it contains, basically now this callback function that I'm using, basically let's go from line number 86. Okay, you see what does set interval function do? It calls this thing again and again, right? So this thing will be basically why I'm using this, because I'm using this to create an illusion that my this whatever is in the center, that circle, right, or that ball is moving. What I will do every time when it's called, for example, let's visualize it why I'm using. So first time when a function is called, everything is black. Okay, and now whenever everything is black, there is a circle on it, okay, or the ball on it. Now every time when this set interval function is called, if I will do something that I will just recreate this circle, right? I'm recreating the circle, but I am just shifting it 5 position to the right. Okay, so now there will be two circles, right? So now I will just again I will change the background. So you see, when I did that game, that snake game, therein what I was doing when I was trying to move that pointer, right, same thing I'm doing here. I'm just blacking out the screen and then placing again, blacking out the screen, then printing it again, blacking out the screen, and then printing this ball again, and it's done with the help of set interval function. So within every second this function will be called. If you see why I'm using fps here, just to, I mean to say, this is every 100 millisecond, means every 1 second this function will be called. So I am blacking out the screen, then I am creating an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, so every time black screen, then the ball, then black screen will hide the previous ball and new ball will be created. Basically it will create an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, you got me guys, right? You feel me? So are you able to figure out the illusion that I'm creating? Basically what I'm doing, every time this set interval function is called, I'm creating an illusion that I will first there will be black background will be black, and this red will be there, red circle will be there. Now what I'm doing, I'm blacking this circle and I'm creating another circle upon it. So this creates an illusion that this ball is moving. So this set interval function will help me in doing that. Okay. So can you visualize this thing? The set interval function call again, the background will be changed, then there will be an illusion that we are moving this, but we are not moving it. We are creating an illusion that again this will be created, same thing happen. So we are recreating it, but what this thing happens every half a second. So that's fps, this 50, I can also write this frames per second here as 50, okay, or 60. So this is the illusion, and every time this function will be called, so every half a second this function will be called, the set interval function. We know that this is a higher order function, right guys? So I will just write it again, what fps, okay. So this fps function will call this function, fps is the variable I'm using. I don't want to use something 50 and then explain it to you guys. So this thing calls the, now therein we have redrawing after an interval. Yes, set interval every half a second. Yes, Abhishek, great. So now this will call this callback function, the function that we are going to use, right? In set interval we have two arguments, right? The first is the callback function and then the interval, right? So this callback function will call the helper function. Now you see, if I'm talking about this helper function, now what we are going to do, first we are going to create a rectangle, right? Of which the background color, right, it will start from 0 0 position and the background color is black. So this is the background. So that's with the help of this we will create an illusion. So every time we are redefining that rectangle, that canvas, okay, and it is of color black. Now you see the score. Listen, observe it carefully, okay. So now draw score. Again it will contain what? X position and Y position. The Y position is can width dot I mean to say canvas width divided by 4. So right now my canvas size is what? Width is what? If I will just go back and see what is the canvas width, so it's 600. Now if I divide 600 by 4 or something in 4 parts, then I will get something 200 pixel, 200 pixel and 200 pixel, right guys? So let's go back to this S3. So I'm creating it at that position. So if I'm not using this thing, right, now you see what happens. If I'm not using this thing, basically it's all about your I mean to say intuition and all about visualization. Now you see right now this 0, and now you see this 0 is gone because I didn't subtracted that width from it, right? So now, because now let's try to create this thing and 4 here, and now I am multiplying whatever was the score of the user. Now I'm multiplying that thing with the if you see the draw score function, another function, I'm multiplying it 3 times so that it will be separated from the earlier one, okay. So I'm just trying to print it wherever I want it. So if you see, if I print 2 here, right, I multiplied it divided by 2, so it will be somewhere around here. Now you see it's somewhere around here, okay. So because 600 divided by 3 will be something around 300, so 300 will be somewhere around here, okay. So the X position and the Y position, just to separate these things, that's the mathematics I used. It's all about what? Observing things, and it's all about intuition, right? I wanted it to separate in separate lines, so that's why I divided this thing by 4 and then the canvas height by 5, okay. That's the thing I'm going to use, okay. That's it. So draw function will contain what? These arguments, right? This is the text is 0. Yes, 300 pixel exactly. So similarly for the height as well, and same thing, the 0 is the text, and same thing for the CPU as well. Then the separator function will be called, right guys? This separator function will create a rectangles in the line in the center, and then we have the rectangle bar for user, right, and for CPU, the user bar color of which is what we wrote red, and then for the CPU same thing is done, and then we created the circle. And when every time right now we are not creating it in a dynamic fashion, right now we are not updating anything, so that's why it remains static. Let's save this file, and when we go into this and when we run this thing, you see this thing. Now this thing is called again and again. If I write something Control Shift I here, okay, 1 minute, Control Shift and I. Now you see in the console, there is nothing happening because this function has been called again and again and again. Maybe if I just removed something from this thing, you will see the error that I get. For example, I wrote this thing here. Okay, let's remove this part. Okay, I wrote user. I wrote just a user. Okay, I'm creating an error so that you guys will know that something is running from this thing. Okay, it's not giving any error. Okay, just remove that thing. So basically what I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to visualize you guys. So F12. Okay, so now where were we? Okay, now this thing. So let's do one more thing. Let's save this file. Okay, now this thing is gone. Now we created our objects, right, and the functions that will help us. Now let's see what is this helper function doing. Now you got the point, right? We created everything. Now let's make it move. Okay, now for making it move, there is another thing that we want. First let's try to create some more functions. Okay, the restart function. If something is happening, right, if maybe for example right now when the user touches the screen, right, touches the canvas, I want that function, I want that ball to be placed again in the center, right guys? So this restart function will help me do that. Okay, basically if you see the ball.x and ball.y, the x position and the y position has been changed. to canvas width divided by 2 and canvas width height divided by 2, so it will be on the center. And once it will, for example, if at this time it's moving in the x direction, then I want it to move in the opposite direction. So that's why the velocity of the ball has been changed, because y will remain the same, right? So we are just changing the x position, the x velocity. So x will go in the this direction. Earlier it was from the CPU side, then it will go from the user side, and the ball speed will remain again same. Why I'm using this ball speed? Because every time when I'm going to use this thing, I'm just going to increment my speed every time. So that's why. Now let's try to move that bar which is controlled by us, right? The CPU bar that we are going to use. So the CPU bar, that is the not the CPU bar but the user bar, will be controlled by the mouse event, right? So we will add event listener there, and with the help of mouse move, whenever we move the mouse, this get mouse function, mouse position will be called. It will contain the event, right? And then this get bounding client function, right? This function will return several arguments, like the x position, the y position, the top, left, bottom, right. All these will be returned. It will return, if you just run this thing in the window, right, the browser, it will just return the DOM event, and that DOM will contain all these pointers. Well, x position, y position, top, left, right, top, bottom. Okay, all these position. And now, since this position, only the y position will be affected, x will remain same, right? The x position will remain same, only the y position will change, right? I'm dragging it up and down. I'm not going to take it out from the that position which earlier it was in, right? So this position, what will it do? I will just, whatever the whatever the earlier position was, I'm just subtracting that new position, whatever I got, and the top will be changed, so I'm subtracting that top from it, and the user height, because height will be also changed. So this thing divided by 2, obviously that this height earlier, whatever was the position, then this position will change, because I want it exactly at that position which I did, right? When I removed that height divided by 2, you see that that bar got shifted to the center, right? So no, that was not exactly on the center. So to get that thing, I did this thing. Okay, so now this pointer will help us to move, and then we detect the collision. So first, detecting the collision, let me show you how we will move the CPU. So the first thing, we will create a CPU movement, or we will create one function. So what I'm going to do, every time I'm just going to move it in the y direction. Whenever it sees the ball, based on the direction of the ball, y position of the ball, that is the y coordinate of the ball, I will just increment this in the y position, or if it is going in the other direction, I will just decrement it in the y direction. This is one way to do it. Okay, the other way is that we are going to use this mathematics, that basically what AI we are going to use. Basically this mathematics will help us to, again, this will always be the case when the CPU will always win. Okay, so we are not going to use this thing, because then it won't make any sense. Okay, so again, another function is that what we are going to use, we are going to create a random function, and then we want that random function to create values between the height, whatever was the canvas height. So that's why we are multiplying this thing from that height, and then it will be allocated to CPU's y position, right? So these are few things, few ways we can do it. The simplest one is to create this, the CPU movement, whatever was the movement, based on the y position of the ball, it will just increment in that position plus y when the CPU position is less than the ball position, that is the y coordinates are less, then it will increment it in the y direction, else it will increment in the plus in that direction. We will subtract it. We will see all those things. Now, how to detect a collision? So basically, if you see this function carefully, and is this diagram that I have shown here. Okay, so let's see it now. Okay, so basically, obviously we have to detect the collision from either side, right? It can be the detection, the collision can be on the CPU end, or it can be on the CPU end, or on the user end. So basically what I am going to do, this player.top is equal to player y. So basically this whatever we got, whatever is the player's y coordinate, we will put it in the top, and similarly y. And why we are incrementing this, the plus height, why we are incrementing, if you see earlier when I talked about y coordinate, we just removed that height from that. So that thing has to be included again to know the bottom, right? So exact bottom will be this. So similarly, left will be as it is, but right will change because right will again contain the width. If you see, when we created the object and then we subtracted those things, so we are just again including those things in this. Okay, great. So now left, right, top, bottom, we have all those things. Similarly, as I told you, the pointer will start when I talked about that circle. When we try to create, again that circle was created in the center, but we have to just remove the radius so that we are at the top, right? So when we are at the top of this ball, that means we have to remove that radius from it so that it comes at the top of the circle. Similarly, the y position, that is the radius, the bottom will be again incremented so that we are at the bottom, right guys? You're trying to visualize at the first step that I told you about the pointer. This is all about this addition and subtraction is all because of that thing, because every time when the circle is drawn, the center position we are known only the center position, that is 100 comma 100. It is the center position, is the center coordinates. So to get to the top, we have to add something to get to the top, right guys? So that will be obviously ball radius, and to get to the bottom, we have to add that ball radius, and to get to the up, we have to remove that ball radius. Similarly for the left and the right guys? So to add something and to go to the right, we have to add, and to remove something, we have to go to the left. So these are these pointers which will be used to detect the collision. Now, this is all the things that we now all the length, the breadth, the top, bottom, left and right are known to us now for the players, both the CPU and the user, as both of them. Okay, top should be, what should be top, Vipul? So +1 y1, basically the radius, right? If you're talking about ball, it should be plus something, right? No, okay, you are saying the top should be plus. Oh no, because if you see, whenever the pointer is at 100 comma 100, so you are thinking about that coordinates which we have in mathematics, but this thing works in a different way. Okay, some of the licenses are showing private. Please explain the top. It should be plus. No, Vipul, you see now, if something is at basically, let me show you, let me try to visualize this thing. Okay, Vipul, plus radius, see the code. Now if you see the code, listen to me carefully. So right and left are clear to you, right? So something is at the center. Now if I decrement something from it, right? So earlier what was the position of ball x? Let's suppose it is on 10 10. Okay, now this 10 will be at the center. So to reach at the top, I have to decrement something from it, right? To reach at the top, because whenever we move in the top direction, the coordinates in this canvas will decrease, and whenever we are at the bottom, the coordinates will increase. So that's the main thing that I'm using. Okay, so to subtract something, I will just go to the top. Okay, and to add something, I will go from the bottom to the bottom. And now what will I add and subtract will be the radius. Okay, that's it. So you try to visualize it, you try to play with that canvas and see, whenever you move up, is the coordinates decreasing or is the coordinate increasing? You will get the point there. Right now I told you whatever you need to know. So basically when you create a canvas, try to, yeah, cool Vipul. So try to visualize, whenever you are trying to move up, do you increase your coordinates, or do you decrease your x coordinate? Okay, you will get that. Eventually you will get that, you don't have to worry. So right now these things I have to keep in mind. And then now let's detect the collision. So if you see now, if top is less than bottom, okay, the player's top is less than ball's or bottom of the ball, that means we are touching the that bar or that paddle at the top. Similarly, when we are, same thing is happening for the left and the right and the bottom. So you try to visualize it. For example, let's say as example, now the player top is at 100. The player top is at 100, right? And now when the ball dot bottom is less than, that means it's going beyond that, right? And now when we will see, if it's going beyond the top, that means top is less than the ball, that means it's touching at the top. So top, bottom, left, right, and right, left, and bottom, top. Exactly, the graph plotting. Yeah, so this thing Now we have detected the collision, okay, and now let's do the main thing, that we want. Let's try to see the whole program that we built. So now you see this s5, that's s5.js. Now you see, if anything is not clear to you, tell me guys. So now what we did, we created this, we have this first line, that is we selected the elements, we draw with the help of get context. Then we have these four objects. What are the four objects? Ball, right? We have this ball, done. We have this user function, this user object, right? Done. I'm just minimizing it because this is almost done. CPU object, now this separation object. Anywhere you feel that you're not able to understand, just tell me at that position. Rectangle function is done, circle function is done, draw score function is done, separation function is done. Now restart function is obvious, right? Whatever, if we want to restart the game, we don't want to go always in the CPU's direction or on the user direction. We are just, for example, if you see, I'm just negative time, I'm multiplying whatever the value of that velocity is, right? So it will go in the opposite direction. -5 into -5 is +5. So +5 into -5 is what? -5. Now -5 into -5, again 5. So this is the thing that we are going to use. So it's a lot of mathematics in here. So this is the detect function. Then the event function, that is the mouse event function, right? The CPU function that I'm going to use for the CPU movement is this. As I told you that AI mathematics can be also used, right? So after that, helper function is there, right? This is done. The helper function is done. Then this update function we will cover this. This callback function is there, and we have this update function, okay? And then the helper function is done, okay? Now we are left with what? This update function. Basically, okay, detect collision. So basically we are detecting the collision by in this manner. Basically what is happening in this detect collision. So let me first try to tell you guys about update function, because after that whatever we do, this update function is responsible for all those things. For example, detecting the collision happens in there, mouse movements will happen in here, okay, everything will happen in here, and all the updates, okay. So basically, now if the ball's x position is when we subtract radius from it, right, because we know whenever we are trying to calculate in the x direction, we have to remove that radius, right? So if it's less than, that means whatever is happening, it is happening to the CPU score, right? So that's why we okay, let me quickly just explain this mouse function first. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a function that is obviously associated with canvas, that is get bounding client rectangle. So this means whatever, if we are changing anything, whatever is the new positions of that change that we did, right, so it will be present in that. With the help of this get bounding client rectangle, we will able to fetch those things, what? Top, left, bottom, right, and x position and y position. So basically x position will remain same, right guys? So that's why we are just dealing with y position. So the now y position will be, so whatever is the, whatever was the new position of that, which we just moved. For example, if we moved mouse from 100 to 200, I'm talking about y coordinates. So what is the new coordinate that I got is 200. Now I will remove the top position of whatever was the earlier position of that. So I removed that thing, and I removed what? The height divided by 2, okay? So that's what I'm doing, only for the y position, okay? Only for the y position. Similarly, what the CPU movement and what was this function detect collision, okay? Now, so basically, you got the point that why I'm removing some things from the top left and from the bottom and the right to get to the exact location. If you just when I got this to this point, when I talked when I started this slide, I talked about you the positions, that what happens actually, what is the pointer location. So that's why, keeping that thing in mind, I added something, and I added something from the right side, and I removed from when I talking about, you see, there is a difference. between the when we try to create the rectangle and when we try to create a circle. So circle, in that circle everything needs to be changed, the top, left, bottom, right, because the center point is, if I'm talking about the x coordinate and y coordinate, it will be the center location. So to move to the top I have to remove something, to move to the left and to the right to the bottom. So there needs to be done this abstract this addition and subtraction. When we talk about the ball, when we talk about rectangle, some things will remain same. What? The top position and the right position, because that is the top location of the, whenever I talk about 100, 100, this 100 represents the top, this 100 represents the what? The right position, and this top represents the y position. So that's why player dot y and x dot this left and the right are as it is. Okay. Now when we talk about bottom and the right, you need to add the height, because if you see, when I earlier tried, when I not removed, when I was trying to create the objects, at that time I removed something from it. At that time it was clear to you guys that why I'm removing this thing, right guys? So now that thing needs to be added here to know the exact location of that, what? Of that rectangle. Okay. So now once I remove this thing and then I'm checking this condition, if none of these is, if anything is false, that means, if it returns false, that means there is no collision. Okay. Now if it returns true, that means there is a collision. And what exactly I'm doing here basically is this thing. Keep this picture in mind. Okay. Now the player dot top, if the player dot top is less than the ball dot bottom, that means we are touching its top. You need to visualize it. You take coordinates, you take some coordinates and then try to visualize it. Fetch, for example, you try to, whatever you are trying to do, try to do it with some numbers. Basically when you use it numbers here, basically you will get the idea of what I meant by when top is less than the bottom, that is player's top and ball's bottom. It is less than, that means I'm touching the top, and similarly for the left and the right and the bottom. If it's greater than this thing, that means I'm touching at the bottom of that paddle. Okay. So now let's keep this picture in mind and use some pointers. Okay. Basically when I talk about pointers, you have to use x coordinates and the y coordinates for ball as well as for the player. That means the x coordinate and the y coordinate, and use these addition and subtraction to get the exact location of them. The top location, the bottom location and the left location. You will find out that this thing is justified, whatever is written here. And this thing is used here, and if all of them return, all of these conditions are true, that means this will return a true. That means we have detected the collision. Now let's talk about the final function, that is our update function. Now if you see, if x, that is the ball x coordinates, is when I subtract this thing from what? Ball radius. Okay. Now we get the exact x coordinate. If it's less than, that means that it is going beyond that, whatever is the, if the ball is in the what? It's in the user's area. That means when I talk about the area, you see, that means this ball should have been somewhere here. If you see the pointer, my pointer, it should be somewhere outside this box. That means that user lost the point. That's why I am updating what? CPU's point. Same thing goes for this. Now that thing was dealt with the help of ball, but when I talk about the CPU side, that means ball dot x plus radius. That means ball will, whatever the ball, if the ball is touching something on the width on that other side, that means it goes beyond the canvas width. That means user scores a point, and once it scores the point, we call the restart function. And if it was on the user side, then the ball will go from the center position towards the what? Towards the CPU side, or vice versa. Then the CPU movement is called, because CPU needs to move again and again and again. It keeps on moving with the help of that. Now for the top and bottom, if you see, if the ball touches the top and the bottom, okay, if the ball touches the top, that means I have to divert its direction. That means it will go beyond something, beyond the bottom, the top side. That means, that is why I'm showing here less than. The Vipul was saying that why I'm subtracting, because when we move upwards, the x coordinates and the y coordinates will, the y coordinate will decrease. So once it will go less than 0, that means we are touching the top. And similarly, if we talk about bottom, at that time it will increase, that means y is incrementing. So if it's greater than the uh, canvas height, that means we have to redirect its direction. That it means earlier it was going down, then when it's once it touched the that canvas, it should go upwards. So that's it. With the help of pointers, try to use some, I mean to say, some arbitrary values, 100 comma 100, that is the exposition of the ball, and of for the CPU you used, for the player you will use different pointers. Once you will put all those values and find the exact top, bottom, left, right for both ball and the for this paddle, that is the player's paddle, that is the rectangle that is shown. Then you will try to, once you will use those methods, those greater than player dot bottom should be greater than top, then you will find out that okay, this is the thing that is happening. That means I am touching at the top, and then that means when I am touching the bottom, this is the thing that is happening. You will find out. Okay, just try to think of it. Cool. Now let's detect the player. Who is the player? Basically, now the player can be either the CPU or the user. Now let's check how will we be going to use this thing. If the ball dot radius, obviously it is, if it's in the this portion, then this thing happen. If this is in the this portion, then this thing happen. Okay. Now once I will use this thing, I will find out that if it is, let me show you here. Now if the ball is in this portion, okay, the user portion, that means the radius should be less than, right, the ball dot x plus ball dot radius is less than this thing, which means the canvas width, it will be on that side. That means we are playing right now, user is playing, and same thing is happening when it's on the other side, that means CPU is playing. Now we detect the collision, and once we detect the collision, if it came to be 2, then we find out the collision points. So basically you can remove all those things that is written in here, and you can use simply just revert back that if the collision is detecting, just go in the x direction or y direction. Now what I'm doing here, I'm just trying to use some mathematics here. So basically we check here, the first line, we check whether the ball hits the paddle or not. So basically this line will show that if the ball's paddle is hit or not. So basically what I'm doing, player dot y minus that heights, the player of the height of the player and the y coordinate, when I add them together, and I will find the exact location where the ball hits. Once I found out this thing, then what I did, I found it out the collision point. Then I am just reverting the direction in the degrees. I mean to say 45 degrees, 0 degree, and the plus 45 degree. Basically these things can be removed. If you don't want to use, you just revert whatever was the position. Just use minus sign to get it back, and use plus sign to get from the other end. That means multiply it by the minus sign. You will also be able to do this thing. And now after that, what I'm doing, finally I am just incrementing the ball speed every time this if this thing is happening. So finally when I wrote everything this together, so these are the functions that I wrote. And now let's save this file, and now let's add this file, and let's see the final output. When I run this thing, you see that thing is moving slowly, and right now we are not getting anything because none of the this is missed. You see that restart function got called, and again now let's see here. Now I missed. You see the ball pointer again started from the center. Okay, now let's try to, you see again I missed. Again it started from the center in the opposite direction. Earlier it was going in this direction. Now you see the AI is not making me win. He is moving in the ball's direction, whatever is the ball's direction, because I used AI. So if you use the CPU mouse movement, at that time you will be able to win. Okay, so these are the functions that we used here. The two vertical lines, the ball, then the CPU movement was all those things. Then the movements of the bar was on the update function. Detection, collision detection, updating the score. Okay, so that's it. We are done. CPU is not losing because I am using AI here. So if you see, if I show you guys this function, where it is in the update function, collision is detected here, and now let me show you here. So this is a function that I used. So this mathematics, CPU ball y minus whatever is the direction of the y coordinate of the ball, I'm using this thing to subtract and from the CPU's position and height. If you want the CPU to lose, then this is the thing that you can use. You just create this function CPU movement and then add 5 in the either of the directions. Okay, so that's it. Today we are going to build this game, the color picker game, using JavaScript. Right, so let's see the table of content. So we are going to have a target color. It will be mentioned at the top and will be the target that has to be picked from the remaining options. Right, there will be a new color button to click click it and we will reset the game. Okay, then there will be, if we printed or if we picked the wrong choice, then there will be try again option, and if we pick the correct message, then we will get the correct message. Okay, and if you want new colors, we can click on new color, and once we start playing the game, then this new color will be changed to play again. Okay, so this is all the table of content that we are going to build. Now let's see how this game looks like. So this is the game that we are going to build. Okay, so there will be a name, that is color picker, then the RGB, then which color that we are picking, the new color sign, which will be, once we click on this, it will be changed to play again, and therein we have those messages, right? Correct message, try again message, all those messages will be on this stripe, that is white, right? Blue, white and black. The black is the body, okay, wherein we have these 6 squares, right? And in these we have different colors. Okay, right? So now let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is when we picked up the wrong choice. Okay, you will get this new color, try again. Okay, and that color which was earlier shown will be faded to black color. Okay, this is all that we are going to use. So this will be faded to black color, and if we picked up the right choice, then there will be a message play again with the correct sign, that is green, of the color of that text color of that correct sign is green. Okay, yes, it is very easy. Yes, so once we pick up the right color, then the color will be same for all the squares, right? And you might be thinking that this is not a square, but we have just rounded off the borders. I will show you how to do it, and then the same color will be given to the the tag, the tag that is above it, in which we have the color pick. So yeah, it will be changed to this color. Now let's see the HTML code first. So in this game we are going to deal with which ID should we use. So the ID you can choose of your choice. The ID that I am going to choose is Sublime. Okay, we are going to use Sublime Text. You can choose Visual Studio, right? You can choose Atom, anything you want. Okay, now let's see the HTML code. In this game we are going to use HTML, we are going to use CSS, and then finally we are going to make these changes, right? The verb of the page, right? The verb of the page, that is all the actions that we perform on this page with the help of JavaScript. Okay, now let's see the HTML code first. So again, the structure will be same, right? The skeleton of the HTML page that we have, right? When we press HTML tab on the Sublime, then we get the skeleton. So in the title, we will give the name of the title, that is color game, right? And then we link this file to our CSS, that is the CSS file. We will link that to it. Then in the body, we have this heading, right? That you saw, the color picker, right? So the color picker will be there, okay? And after that, we'll just break it, right? We have written a break line, right? So that this target color that we are going to use. So you see, there is no target. This is the ID that we are going to use. Right, you have an idea what an ID is, these selectors, right? ID selector, class selector, then a tag selector, right? We are going to use here an ID which is a span, so that this doesn't come in the next line. So we are using break line above and below. Okay, all this thing comes in a single heading. Okay, with the help of break, we can just put a new line in between the color picker and the target color we have. Then we have this white stripe, right? That I was talking about, the stripe. In that we have new color, right? ID, and the new color text. The text will be there. It will be a button, okay? So it will be a button. Then the message. So message you will not be able to see at the starting of the game, right? As I showed you. After you pick the right option or the wrong option, based on that, this message will be printed. So this will be a div. So there is a header, and then there is a div, the stripe, and then there is a class container. Why I have put a class for all these squares? Sir, can we execute this in Notepad? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So we have I have declared 6 divs, right, for 6 squares, right? And I'm putting all these squares in a container so that I can style them later, okay? So the script, after that, there's a script file that will be linked to it. Now let's see the demo of it, okay? So here is my file. So let me just first pick it from the desktop. So this is my file, right, that we are going to build. Now let's go into a Sublime, right? Herein I have already created 3 files, right? The HTML file, the CSS file, and the script file, okay? Now let's remove these links first. Let's see how the page looks if we don't have any styling added to it, okay? So this is how we comment in our HTML, and then hyphen, and then this has been commented, okay? Let me just maximize it. So there is no CSS to it. Now let's remove the HTML, the script file as well, right? Done. Let's save this file, and now let's run this file. This is a web page without adding anything to it, right? This is only the HTML part, right? Can I get this source code? Yes, it is in the slide deck that will be shared to you, Supriya. That will be shared to you. So you don't have to worry about it, the source code, okay? Now this is the file that is without adding CSS to it and without adding what? JavaScript to it. This is our HTML file. This is how it looks. Now if you can see this HTML file, there's nothing that I have done. The doc type HTML, then the title of the page, right? That thing that comes on the tab, right? You see here the color game, that's the title due to the title. And then we have what? The color picker as the header, right? And then I told you that this target will be with the help of, we will be able to get this target color with the help of JavaScript. So that's why we were not able to see anything. Hello sir, can you provide the source code? Yes, Kriti, it will be provided, okay? You don't have to worry about that. So now the stripe, you will not able to see this, right? The new color is there. You see that the new color was there, right? If you can see, okay, this new color button, right, is there, and rest will be when we apply CSS to it. You see how it changes, okay? And then these divs, you cannot see any changes because of these divs. Why? Because they don't contain anything. Neither they have any images, neither they have any neither do they have any text in it. So that's why we're not able to see this thing right now. So because just it is an HTML file, so that's it. This is the HTML file that we're talking about, okay? These divs, we will see how to change these, how to manipulate these with the help of JavaScript, okay? Now you got the point that this is only the HTML file. Now let's see. Now this HTML file look like this, right guys? Then now let's talk about the CSS code, okay? Now you see the heading tag that we used. We will apply a color, that is the text color of that will be white, okay? The background color will be steel blue, that is the blue color, right? And the text align will be aligned. The text align will be to the center. The weight will be normal. The text transform, that is the text transform that we are using, okay? Okay, thanks Akash. So the text transform that we are going to use will be uppercase, so that everything that we wrote in this heading tag will be uppercase. So the color game will come in the uppercase, and then the padding just to beautify it, okay? Then setting the background color to black and font to Arial. Now the body, whatever is written in the body will be set, the color will be set to black. So this octothorpe sign that we are using, sir, the CSS is used for changing only the background just to beautify it. Yes, how we use SVG elements in CSS, we will talk about them. Abhishek, okay? So now the body, the background of that body, the background color of everything that is written in the body section, right? the body element, everything is that is written in that will be of color black. So this octothorpe 232323 can be replaced with black. Okay, there's nothing new to it. Okay, then the margin, that is 0, and the font family is Arial. Okay, this is the body tag. These styles were added to the body tag. Now the target color, you won't be able to see it, but we are just increasing the font size, because once we will click on this thing, okay, the font size will increase. Now setting up the button background to white with bold text and some other styling. So the button, the styling that we do on the button is that border is none. Okay, we are not putting it, sir, what is the stripe used for? You use and the source code. Okay, the stripe that is used for basically all the message that we get, right? So if you clicked on the correct color, then that message will come into that stripe. Once we will play this game, after that the text will change, right? Earlier we saw that there is new color. Once we will start playing, that text will change to play again, and retry options, all those options will be added in that stripe. Okay, so the text transform that you see here, okay, the text transform is to change the for example, I have written color game, right? So the color game, to change its to transform it to uppercase, right? So earlier you might be you might have written everything in the lowercase. So that will, what this text transform will do, even if you have written it in the lowercase, it will change it to uppercase. Okay, now the text transform, again, the uppercase button, everything that is written in the button will be uppercase. Height, we set its height, we set its width. Okay, yes, it's a property. Yes, Hash, yes. So color is steel blue. Letter spacing between these words, the new color, there is a spacing that of 1 pixel that we have put, is just to style them. Sir, didn't get the answer. What was the question that you're trying to say, Nitish? Okay, yeah. Now the font size will inherit this from the parent class, right? The parent div, that is within this stripe. The button is present in the stripe ID, right? So whatever is, whatever we apply to that stripe will be applied to the button as well. So transition. Now this transition, what is this? This is basically the transitions that happen. For example, if we click, so that click will change something, right? To transform that click while changing, right? If you clicked on something, so how quickly do you want to change this thing? Okay, this is a transition. How to change from one thing to another thing. Okay, cool. This is about button. Okay, now once we will hover it, once we will point our mouse to it, right, the color will be changed to white and the background will be changed to steel blue. Okay, why should we use this property? Which property, Kriti? So just to make things beautiful, it's all up to you guys. Even if you don't apply these things, then we saw how the page looks like, right? There was nothing to it. Now you see how the transition will take place. Now the square ID that we use, we will change the background color to red, width and margins will be set, float will be left, padding, border size, border radius. This is why the squares are looking something that is not looking like a square, right? The borders are trimmed. Okay, so this is with the help of border radius. Then again the transition, that how quickly does this transition happen, because when we click on a square, right, when we click on the square, it goes to the background color, right? Whatever the background color it changes to that. So that transition, how quickly you want that transition to happen. Okay, this is all about this thing. The container, again we will apply some some CSS to it, margin 20 pixel, auto, max width, right? Then the stripe, the text align will be center, background color will be white, right? And the padding will be 0. Okay, this is all the styling that we are doing. The message, okay, the message, text transformation. Yes, Kriti, the text transformation, I told you that how quickly you want that thing to absorb. Okay, so for example, when we click on any of these squares, that will be changed to the background color. So that change, how quickly should it happen? Okay, so this is only the text transformation that deals with this thing. Okay, so the message, that message class that we used, right, that font family should be Arial, text transformation should be upper, height, width, letter spacing should be 1 pixel, size, font size should inherit from the parent I mean to say the div, that is the parent of that container, right? The stripe, and the transition, again the transition. Now when we applied CSS to this HTML, this is how it looks. Okay, earlier we saw how it looked, right? It didn't look very beautiful, right? So once we applied all these properties to this thing, right, so this is how it looks. So that's why what I was telling, the blue background of the header, the stripe color is the color of the stripe wherein we have new color. When we hover over it, you see how it changes. Okay, we will see in the demo part. The background is black, that octothorpe that we use 232323, right? That number, 6-digit number, right? With the octothorpe in it, or what we call as hash symbol, right? And the color of this. Okay, Aman, what are you trying to say? Aman, just tell me your question. I am not ignoring your question, so you can just write it. Okay, so the color of these squares is red. Okay, now let's see how this thing looks when we apply CSS to it. We just remove the CSS part here, right? And now once we will uncomment these things, okay, now let's save this file. This is our CSS file. Everything that I told you, I applied that thing here. Okay, the h1 tag, right? The body tag we have hash, the classes, right? The IDs that we have here. Okay, then the button hover, when we hover over the button, what is the color that we want? The ID square, right? The class square that we have, the class container that we have. Okay, the stripe, the message, all these things are present here, right guys? So you see the IDs here, right? The classes are here, the square classes and the container. What are the styles that we are applying are present in this file. Okay, now once we will save this file, so we're going back to this file. You saw this was the file that we used, right? When we were not applying any HTML. Aman, sir, is there any app or website so that I can design all programs in Android? I'm not sure about it. I will just yes, there will be many apps available or websites so that I can design all programs in Android. Not sure about Android, Aman. So once I refresh this page, you see, just applying CSS. That's it. We just applied CSS to this file and you see how it beautified, right? It's looking more beautiful, right? The background color is changed, right? So all these things, okay? So now when I click, you see how when I hover over this file, when I hover over this new color, you see how the color changed, the text color changed to white and the background changed to blue, okay? This is when we hover over it. This is mouse hovering. Whenever we put some, what are you not able to get, Nitish? What is the problem that you're facing? Please tell me. We just added HTML and CSS. That's it. We didn't do nothing. There was nothing new to it. We just added HTML file, and to that HTML file, we just added what? CSS. Okay, that's it. That's it. What we did until this point. Okay, you see how we beautified our web page, right? HTML and CSS. Earlier, how it looked, we saw that, right? Now let's continue with the main portion of this application, that is adding JavaScript. Right now, you see there are 6 squares, right? As you can see on your screen, there were 6 squares, right? Those are squares. We saw how border radius changed. This the border has been changed so that we have trimmed off the borders. Okay. Now there are 6 squares. We have placed a variable. We are just in here. The first part that we are dealing right now with is that the HTML elements are fetched and we assign JS variables to it. That is, JavaScript variables have been assigned. That's it. Nothing new. Whatever we use, we just fetch them with the help of what? The HTML elements are fetched, right? And we are assigning them to a variables. Okay. Now we have declared array. This array will contain all the colors for all the squares. That is the color, right? The RGB colors will be present in this array. Okay. And we are just why top websites like Facebook, Amazon, and their source code CSS looks like gibberish. Why? So it looks like gibberish because, Abhishek, maybe there are so many things to that, right? There is some JavaScript added, there is some CSS added, there is Bootstrap added to that, right? So that even if we don't add Bootstrap, right, then you see what we did, we wrote these many lines of code, but with Bootstrap it makes much more sense. Okay, CSS is not supported by all the browsers. I would not agree with this, not all the browsers, but yes, some of the browsers have some of the features that are not available in them. Like if you see when we set the background style background property, it doesn't the earlier one, the background style dot background that we used was not supported by Mozilla, right? So then they changed this thing to style.background, right? So that is supported by all the browsers, that is Google Chrome. So there is changes, right? There we need to change these things, right? There is no static thing that works in all the things, right? If you see the comment tag, you can use it Internet Explorer, but the comment tag cannot be used in the Google Chrome, right? We have to use those less than and greater than signs, right, Aman? Right? Hamid, right, Hamid? So there is some CSS properties, some HTML elements which are not supported by all the browsers. Yes, you need to check that. So we use this array to store the colors. Okay, then whatever the color we picked, the target color from whatever we have picked, we need to check if that is the color that is written above and are those colors same. Okay, then once the target color has been, now we are just using fetching with the help of document object model, we are just fetching the squares, right? By class name, all the classes have been fetched, right? The squares is the class that we fetched. Okay, now the ID that we fetched is target color, because target color until this point was empty, right? Now we change that target color. Okay, we'll see how we change it. Now the variable message that we fetched, we will fetch the message also, right? Is this correct? Is this wrong? All this, there is nothing we are doing in this slide. We are just fetching all the elements from HTML with the help of DOM. Okay. Now the head tag is the head wherein we will have our colors, right? The color that you want to pick. Okay. Now the reset button, once we have played this game, we will see if we don't use this reset button, what happens. Okay. So this is all the fetching has been done. So whatever we used in our HTML page, we have just fetched them. Okay, that's it. That's it what we did here. It might look scary, but this is the only thing that we are doing here. We are just fetching the elements and that's it. And storing them in variables, right? These JavaScript variables. Now, calling the first statement will get the same, right? Now we are calling our function that is initialize, right? Init function. In that function, what we will do, right? We will just first. Now, is this the algorithm? This is the algorithm. Okay. Yes, this you can say that this is the algorithm for this game. Yes, you can say. But the CSS might change. You might not use any CSS, or you might include some other features in the CSS. That might differ. But the moreover thing, that is, these functions will remain same. It's just how you do the things. You can. To say the moreover algorithm will remain same. Yes. Okay. Now we will generate the random colors. Okay. We will have this function generate random colors is the function that generates all the random numbers. How many random numbers? 6 random numbers, right? Right. The colors that we have in this, I will show you the demo part, right? These colors, right now we have all the red, right? Now how to generate these random colors? For that we have created a function. Okay, this generate random function, and the argument that we are passing is 6, right? We saw here, you see the number of squares is 6, and we pass that thing to here. We will see how we will generate these random numbers. Okay, then now we have generated the random numbers. Now we want to pick the one that is present in the target, right? So yes, there will be a session on Bootstrap as well. Yes, there will be a session, because now CSS, we don't use that CSS thing, because if something is already present, why not use that? So Bootstrap is nothing but a framework for CSS. CSS is, right? The framework for CSS is the Bootstrap, wherein we have all the codes available, right? We just have to cut and paste them in. Okay, I'm saying normally we don't write JS HTML code in readable format, but Amazon, Facebook, websites, source code looks like gibberish with meaningless names. Why does happen? Not the meaningless names. I won't agree with that thing. The meaningless names are there. There might be some dependency on this code, right? If you see this generate random color, I am using this long, right? This is a long name. So when your application is huge, right, then you won't be using this much. There is a it won't affect you that much, but they might put the name as what? GRC, right? Generate random color. This look like gibberish to you, but according to them, this name will make much more sense. Okay, Abhishek? Cool. So now we are generating these random colors, and then we picked up a color, right, from that array, so that we can just visualize it. Is this color and the color that we picked, are these colors same? Okay. So then we update the color, the target color, and the text content will be changed to that color. Okay. Now let me show you first this thing, how it's done. We will just include the this that we commented the script file. Okay. Uncomment this, and let's save this file, and now let's refresh it. Okay, now you see how many different colors are present here. Okay, cool, Abhishek. So you see how there are 6 different colors. Now with the help of the generate random function, we are able to do this thing. We will see how to do it. Okay, then once I clicked on this thing, you see I got there's a change in this new stripe, right? There is a new color, and try again, because the color is not correct. So you see it just faded to black. This stripe faded to black. Now let's click something which is correct. Okay, now you see we got all the stripes changed to what? Green, moreover to darker version of green, right? And we got the message in the green saying correct message, right? And then this color got changed to the stripe, that is the header, right? That color also got changed. Okay, you see how these things happen. Then when I hover over it, it gave me an option of play again. When I clicked on play again, this is the reset button. This is the reset button I was talking about. This helps us to reset the this whole website again, right? A refresh, right? So again, it got changed to the normal background color, that is steel color, right? Steel blue color, or you can say blue color. And then we got the play again option. That's it. No messages were deleted. And again, these 6 squares got a new color, right? Generate random colors for all the 6 squares. That function got called. Okay. Now let's see the source code again. Yeah. So now we updated this thing. Okay. Now let's see how we will check if the color that is present in that header part and the color that we have picked, are they same or not. So once we have all the colors, right, then we traverse through them, right? We traverse through them. We call the event listener method. This add event listener is a method which will be executed when we click on something. This thing will be the function that is the callback function that is written here will be called. Okay. So then we will check. You see, if picked, whatever is picked is equal to the dis.style.background. Okay. Okay. So if these colors are same, then the message.text content, the message that was ID, earlier it was empty. Then we change the text content of that. This text content property helps us to change the content. Okay. It got changed to what? Correct. And then we added some color to it, that is green. That's it. Right. When we press the right button. Okay. When we click on the right square. Okay. Cool. Then the change color. Then the color got changed, right? Then the change color again, we pressed it. Let me show you in this. Might not be visible. So I am just doing nothing. I am just explaining you this thing. Okay. Now you see this. Okay. Then if it's not right, okay, if the option that we choose was not correct, then the text content got changed, right? To what? Try again. Okay. The message.text content, try again. And then we gave it a warning sign like a color was changed to red. That's it. Okay. And then we changed this .color.background to what? Again black. You see how that fade thing happened? So fading that thing with the help of this 2 3 2 3 2 3. We can also change it to black. That's it. Sir, then if we press the green button, then it will show the correct. No, that is not a button. Basically, I will show you. This is the, let me refresh it again. So this is the first thing that we get, right? Now when we press a wrong button, let's suppose we press this thing. Now you see this color got faded, right? That's what I meant by setting this color to black, right? If you see here, what I meant here, this thing. 1 minute. So you see this thing. If the color that is written above, the picked color, and the color of the square didn't match, then what did I said? I said that we will change the content to try again, and we will change the color, the color of that content try again will be red, and the background property is set again, the background color is changed to black. So this is the thing that we did, right? This is the try again message, which changes text to green to red, and this color got faded. That's it. Then we can't press this try again or new color. We can press a new color because, for example, let's suppose we don't want to play it. We want a new color. We can change that. But once we start playing it, then we got the wrong message, try again. We got the wrong, again try again, right? Then blue, try again. Then this thing happened. Then this thing, it changed. It is the correct color. So we got the message as correct, Supriya. And then this header was also changed to the same color. Okay. Now this is this function that is doing this thing. Okay. To hide the square, we will just set the background color to black. That's it. We are just hiding it. Right? So this is how we traverse it. Now let's talk about these functions, right? Reset, add event listener. So how do we want to reset this thing, right? We saw that with the help of new color, we just changed this thing, right? We just restarted our game. Okay, we'll see. Let's suppose if we don't have this reset button here. Okay, now let's suppose we don't have this reset, we don't want to use reset. We don't want. Okay, now let's save this file. So this function will never be called. Okay, now let's see what happens here. You see, now let's refresh this thing. Okay, now this is the game. Now we press this. Okay, we got the correct. We got play again. You see, I'm not able to do anything. This play again won't work. You see why we need this reset function? Okay, now this play again won't work, nor anything will not work. This will be static. That's it. We are not able to play our game again. So that's why we need this reset function. Okay, let me just uncomment this. Okay, that's it. So reset. We will see what is the code that is written in this reset function. Okay, now to get a random color from the existing plate, right? We need that color, right? It will make sense. Listen to me carefully. So whatever are the colors present in that square, in those squares, right? We need one of the colors from them, right? We need one of the colors so that we can put that color in the header tag, right? So this is the thing, how we do it. So we just pick one of the indexes from that array that we built. Okay, what was the code for the reset? We will see, Abhishek, that is the last function that I am going to show. Okay, so we picked one of the indexes from that array, which contains all the 6 colors. Okay, one of the indexes. You see, you know that mat.random gives us a random number from 0 to 1, with 1 not included in that. Okay, 1 is not included in that random number. Let me show you guys one thing quickly. So when I press this Control Shift I, okay, wait a minute, Control Shift I, okay, we got the console, right? Just a minute, guys. So we got this thing, right? The console, right? If we read mat.random, you see, every time when I call this function, I won't be getting anything greater than 1, right? 1 will not be also included, okay? So we use this function, and then when I multiply this thing from any number, right? The number of choices you want. Let's suppose you want a number from 1 to 6 or 1 to 10, right? So you just need to multiply this thing by that number, and that number will not be included, okay? Every time when I call this function, you see 4, you see 3, 1, then again 1, then again 9. We won't be getting any number greater than 10 without 10 including in it. So it will range from 0 to 9. Okay. Now when I do this thing on this, Okay, mat.floor. Mat.floor. Okay. Now I'll be getting the numbers because it will return, if I use only mat dot it will return mat.random will return a floating point number, but I don't want that. I want that sir, are you using VS Code? No, I'm using Sublime and this is a browser. So okay, 1 minute. Okay. Am I missing any parentheses? Yeah. I'm missing one parenthesis. This is extra. So you see, so now you see, I will be getting numbers only from 1 to 10 without 10 included. Okay, integer numbers. Yes, Kriti, Abhishek, integer numbers. So now let's go back to this thing. Where were we? We were okay here. So you see, now we are picking up the random color from what? The existing colors that is already present in the array, and I am multiplying this by array length so that we are getting the indexes from 0 to 5. We know that if an array is of 6 length, the number of indexes only will be present. How many? 5 indexes, 6 indexes will be present from 0 to 5. So this thing was picked, I picked one of the index. Okay. Now this generate random color. Now you might be thinking, sir, now this thing is clear that we picked one from the existing. Now how would we create that existing random colors, right? This generate random color function will accept limit, that is 6. Here right in we have 6 limit, right? This is the function that we called, right guys? So you see here where we called it. This generate random color is having an argument of number of squares, that is 6, right? Now we created an array, okay, this color array, and now what we are going to push. We know push. What happens with push? What is the push function that JavaScript use? Array, the method that is present in the push. What does it do? It adds it adds a number. It adds to the last index, right? When we are adding in an array, it ends at the end, right? We know that. So every time we are adding to it at the end, but the limit is that we are going to add only 6 numbers. Okay. So this push will call this RGB generator. Now we will generate those random numbers. So RGB we are using, that is red, green and blue, RGB, right? So now let's see how this, so every time we generate 6 numbers, right? Yeah, appending one by one. Yes, Abhishek, yes, inserting elements. Perfect. So once we got all the elements, then we return this array. Okay, that's it. Now let's see what how we generate these numbers. Again we are going to use the same methods, right? Floor, random and 256, because we know for R what will be the number range, that is from 0 to 255, right guys? And for G again it will range from 0 to 265, and for what? For red, green and blue, right? Again red, green and blue, right? So again it will range from 0 to what? 255. So multiplying it by 256 will result in those numbers, right? Any one of the numbers. Now you have to be very careful while returning this RGB. Okay, why? Because there is a space required. You see, I have explicitly written this thing, right? There's a space between what? You have to keep that in mind. If you are getting any errors, please look at the RGB spacing. You have to explicitly use those spacing. Okay. Now, once we have generated this RGB numbers, right, and then we return this function. This will return this thing, and we will push it in the array. Right? RGB generator done. Now, for changing the colors, right? When we pressed correct, right? When we pressed the correct option, then the color got changed. Right? We saw that how the color got changed. So, what is that we are using here? You see, when we press the right button. So you see, we traverse through that array, through those elements, right? We traverse through all those, we traverse with the on the array, the color array, right? And we checked if the colors match, right? If the colors match, then go and change the background color, right? That's what happened. When we press the right button, the background color got changed for all the squares and also for the header, right? So that's what we are doing here. We are changing the colors for all the elements in the of the squares, and we are changing the background color as well. Okay, right? And after that, okay, so after that the reset button, right, Abhishek, the reset function. So in that reset function, we are again generating 6 numbers, 6 new random numbers. I wonder why grade learning just scattered all this stuff like yesterday. Why don't you complete any particular? Okay, Shreya, because there's a reason why we are doing so. Because a lot of the students, well, I mean to say, when we do a series of events, right, series of lectures, then maybe sometimes the other person have not attended the first lecture, so that he cannot understand the next lecture, right? So that's the reason. Sir, what is the external style sheet? The external style sheet that I just saw you, that was the second slide that I did, right? First we added the HTML, Supriya, then we added CSS, and that's it. There is no external style sheet. There are only one style sheet, that is one CSS file, one HTML file, and one JavaScript file. That's it. I'm not using any bootstrap, nothing. Okay, now the reset function. So I'm generating again new numbers. I'm picking one of them and storing it in picked, right, with the help of random picked index, right? Then the message content, I am just removing whatever the message was there, right? We saw earlier we don't have any message, right? So the message content is empty. I am changing the background color again to what? Steel blue, that is blue color, because at the starting when I refresh the game, the header of that thing will be blue, right? And again, then what I'm changing, I'm just setting the colors for all the squares. That's it. So let's see. Let's go back and let's see the function here. Okay, now let's minimize this thing. You see, now haven't I reset this thing? You see, try again, new color. We got the color, same color. The same color was set for all the squares and the background and the header tag as well. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so once we press the correct option, the correct message got printed, and then we pressed play again, we got the new game again. So again you can play this game. So this is just a thing that you can add to your resume, showing that you know all the things, your bases are covered, right? So you included HTML in it, you included some styling to it, right? You included JavaScript to it, and that's it. So you have completed your game, and this is the thing that I was trying to say, that this is the most simple game that one can think of, right? And you have used all the things, the event listeners, the arrays, the loops, right? The functions are used, right? This is all the functions that we have used. Okay, right? So the last function was the reset function, and this is the HTML page, including what? JS file, right? The HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript file was included in this.
So the very first project is nothing but a digital clock. So we are going to prepare a particular web page in which a digital clock will be presented. So let's move to our Sublime and let's see how we can do this. So this is my Sublime text editor. We'll be using this text editor to do all our projects. So let's begin with creating our file. So first of all, what we'll do is we'll create a folder in our desktop. So here is my desktop. Let's create a folder here, and I will keep it as JavaScript projects. Right now, in this folder, we have to create our own file. So what we'll do, we'll go to a Sublime and we will click on File. We'll click on Open Folder, and from here in the desktop, we'll choose JavaScript projects. So it will open up my folder. Now in this folder, I want to create our file. So I'll right click, I'll write new file, and I'll save this file in JavaScript project folder with the name of clock.html. Okay, now why I'm writing HTML? Because we are going to prepare an HTML document, and after that we are going to write JavaScript codings in that particular file. So for right now, let's do it as clock.html. Now if you guys know what is HTML and the basics of HTML, you must be knowing in Sublime, if you are writing the angular bracket with HTML, you'll get the whole skeleton of your HTML code, right? Now here I'm going to mention the title as digital clock. Now what we are going to do in this particular video, that we are going to write each and every step, and at the same time we will see our web page also, that what all changes is happening in the web page. So let's save this particular document. So, and right click, copy file path. Let's open my Chrome and let's paste this particular path here, hit enter, and you can see this is my web page. And here you can see the title which is saying digital clock. So we have now created our digital clock web page. Now, still we have the whole coding left, right? So let's begin with it. Now, in the body, what we are going to do, first of all, we know that we want to present our digital clock at a place, right? So let's create our div element there and let's give an ID. So let's give an ID there as digital clock, okay? And let's close this particular div because my whole particular div thing will come here, okay? So in the body, we will only keep this much, okay? And now what we'll do, we'll create our script. So let's hit enter and let's start writing our main code, which is our JavaScript code. So first of all, let's understand what do we want here. We want a digital clock. That means we want the web page to present the hours, the minutes, and the seconds, right? And the reason being saying is that we want our hours, minutes, and seconds in this particular web page. From where you can get that? You can get that from our date function, right? So what we can do here is we can first create our one variable, which is date, okay? And this date will be the object. So in JavaScript, we can create an object of any particular method or any constructor. So what we can do, we can create this variable as an object of date method. Okay. So we have created this particular variable, which is of date method. This is the variable also. You can say reference variable or an object. Okay. Now, let's bring our hour variable. So this is h, which is our hour variable, and we will use this particular object to get our hours. Okay. So from this particular object, it is going to the date method and getting the hours from there. If you remember, this date method is nothing but which gives you your current date and time from the system. So this date is having your current date, time, hour, minutes, milliseconds, everything. And from this date, we have created an object via which I want only the hours. That's it. Okay. Like this, we can do it for all the rest of the things. So we can do it for our minutes and we can do the same thing for our seconds. Right? So now we have our hour, minutes, and seconds. We need to print it out. So how we can print it out? What we can do is in JavaScript, we have Document.getElementById. So we will use that. And here we will give the ID as what? So you can see, I want to present my digital clock thing in this particular div, which is in our body. So this particular ID I'm going to mention here so that my digital clock will be presented here. Okay. Now I will write here dot inner HTML equal to how I'm going to print out my particular digital clock. I want to print it out as hour and then colon and then minute and then colon and then second, because that is how digital clock is working, right? So what we will do is we want the hour first and then we want colon, then we want the minute and then we want colon and again we want the second. So this is how we are going to print our hour, minutes and seconds in our web page. Okay, so we have done most of the necessary things. Let's save this and let's see our web page. Is something coming or not? Okay, something is coming and it's very small. So let me maximize my browser screen. So remember that I'm maximizing it. I have not written any code in HTML to do that. I'm just doing it manually. So this is what I'm getting. What is it? It is 10:59:10, and which is my current time, right? You can see here it is 10:59 a.m., right? That is what is coming. But is this clock moving? So this clock is not moving right now, right? Why it is not moving? The seconds you can see it is not moving. If I reload my page, then you can see the change is happening. But whenever I reload my page, only that time the change is happening. That means my code is working fine, but this whole code is not repeating every second. The whole code should repeat every second automatically, right? And that's when my particular digital clock will run every second, and it will rerun every second automatically, right? So how we can do that? Let's do it. What we are going to do, because we want this whole thing to be reloaded again and again, so let's keep it in a function. So what we'll do here is we'll first create a function. Let's say the name of the function is showtime. Okay, and because I want this whole thing, so I will close it at the last. Now you can see this is now a bundle, right? Function is, that is why function is used, right? Because in function we write a particular code which can be rerun again and again. That is what we have done. Okay, now we need to run this particular function again and again. So first let's call this particular function. How we can call it? So what we have to do, we have to call this something like this. So this is how we actually call our function. So we have done that. Now let's save this and let's see what is happening. So you can see still it is the same. Why? Because what we have done till now is we have just written this particular thing inside a function, and we are calling that function. How many times? Only one time. So again, we have not done anything. We have just written a code which is again rerunning this part of code one time, right? So still my digital clock is not moving. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this particular function rerun every second. How we are going to do that? We are going to use a particular function which is called as set timeout. Now what is this set timeout? I'll tell you. Set timeout is a function, is a predefined function which actually sets the time till what time you want to run this function. Till that time, that particular function will rerun again and again. So I want it to run every second. That means every 1000 milliseconds, because 1 second is equal to 1000 milliseconds. And in this set timeout parameter, we have to write milliseconds. That is why I've written here 1000. So let's give a semicolon and let's save this, and let's go to our web page. Let's see if it is running every second. So as you can see, every second my particular digital clock is running, and these seconds are changing. Because seconds are changing, so my minutes are also changing after the seconds completed 60 seconds, right? So I think we have already got the digital clock, but still this is not correct. Why is it not correct? Okay, we know that our digital clock is working, but if you see this 3, if you see any digital clock, we will not see a single number digit in any digital clock. Let it be hour, minute or second, all these things will be double digit, right? That means 11, 0, 3, 42. Something like that should be coming, right? So how we can do that? Also, if you see here, this is nothing but not showing that whether it is AM or PM, right? We are very not sure that whether it is 11 PM or 11 AM, right? So what is it? It is a 24-hour format, whether it is a 12-hour format, what is it? We are not being able to understand it, right? So what we'll do is, we will write here one more variable, which is session. So in this session, we'll be able to know whether my particular time is AM or PM. Right now, by default, this is your AM. So what I'll do, I'll write here AM, because by default it is AM, right? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write some conditional statements to make sure that it is following a 12-hour format or 24-hour format. So let's see what code we can write here. So what we are going to do here is, if hour is equal to 0, when the hour becomes 0, when is the time when hour will become 0? It will be in the midnight, right? When it is exceeding 11:59, right? Well, 11 hours 59 minutes. Once it becomes 11 hours 60 minutes, it becomes 0, right? That is what happens. So what I want here is, when the hour is equal to 0, I don't want it to print it as 0. I want to print it as 12. Now what will happen? Every time the clock ticks 0, that means 12, it will print 12. It will not print 0. So what I am doing here, I am not making it 24-hour format. I am actually making it a 12-hour format, because here I'm writing h equal to 12. If it prints 0, that means it is 24-hour format, right? That is how clock works, right? Okay, this is done. Right now you won't be able to see any changes in your digital clock in the hour section because it is AM, right? So it is not following. But once it is evening, then you can see it will be in a 12-hour format. That means if I run this particular program today at 4 p.m., so it will say 04, right? It will not say 16:4, correct? Okay. Now that we have understood this condition, which is nothing but changing our 24-hour format to 12-hour, let's see how we can make our session from AM to PM or PM to AM, right? So what we'll do here is, let's say that, hour is greater than 12. Let's say that it is 1 p.m. Okay. So what I want is, I want that when it is 13, right? When my hour is 13, then I don't want it to print 13. I want it to print how much? I want it to print 1, because 13 hour is nothing but 1 p.m. So what I'll do? What I can do here is 13 minus 12. 13 minus 12 will give me 1. So my formula can be h equal to h minus 12. What it will do? Suppose if hour is 13, then 13 minus 12, that means it will give 1. So hour will now become 1. And that is how you actually change your 24-hour format into 12-hour format. So these two programs, these two conditional statements is making sure that your code or that your digital clock is becoming a 12-hour format, right? Okay. Now, once this happens, I want my session to be changed. Why? Because after 12 hours, always it will be PM, right? 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., right? Till midnight. It will be PM itself. So I'm writing here PM. Now I've written the session PM. Let's see what happens here. Nothing will happen because right now it's morning. So it's 11. But the problem is it is not showing me AM or PM, right? What is the reason? Why is it not showing me the AM or PM? The reason is where I'm printing stuffs, I have not written session. If you will not write the variable name there, then how come the value will be fetched, right? So right now you can see it is saying 11 AM. Why? The reason being the 11 is not greater than 12, right? 11 is smaller than 12. So this condition is false, and that is why this particular thing is skipped. If I run this particular digital clock at 4 p.m. today, then it will be 04 minutes and seconds and then PM, right? So this is a basic code how you can change your 24-hour format to 12-hour format. These two codes are important. Now the left part is what? The left part is, if you can see, this double digit should be there, right? All the hour, minutes and seconds should be double digit, which is not there right now. So what we can do here for it? So let's see what formula we can write. What do we want here is, we want our hour hour, minute or seconds to be in a double digit. So what we can do, suppose if the hour is less than 10, less than 10 means 0 to 9, right? So what do I want here when it is 0 to 9? I want to add a 0 in the beginning as a prefix, right? So what we can do, we can add a 0 to our hour. That's what I want, right? That's what I want. If the hour is less than 10, that is 0 to 9, I want to add a 0 in the beginning, right? The same thing I have to do it with my minutes and seconds also. So let's do that. Let's write here m less than 10, and here I'm going to write m equal to 0 plus m, right? The same thing I have to do again for second. So let me do one thing. Let me copy this and let me paste it here. And let's do here. S. Right? Because my seconds is represented in S variable. Done. Now let's see whether this is doing some changes in my code or not. So if you see right now it's 53, 54, 55, 56. It is counting it, right? Once it reaches 0, 1, and you can see once I reload my page, seconds are coming in 2 digits, right? Double digits. So you can see right now it is looking like a perfect digital clock, correct? So the same thing will happen in your minutes and hours also, because we have written that particular thing here. But don't you think this particular code is really very big? And it is taking so much of lines. If you can see, it is taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines to just do that simple thing, right? Is there any other way that we can do the same thing? Yes, there is. What we can use is we can use a ternary operator. Okay, so what we'll do, we will comment this particular section and I will write a alternate code for it, and let's compare how much lines of code is that code taking. So what I'll do here is I will write h equal to, what is the condition? Because in ternary operator we write the condition first. Condition is h less than 10. If this is true, then what will happen? Then we have to add a prefix 0 to my hour. If the condition is false, then what I want just the hours. That is what I have written here. Again, I'm going to explain you for the minutes. So the condition is if the minute is less than 10, this is the condition. If the condition is true, then I want to add 0 to my minutes. And if the condition is false, then I just print my minute. Right? The same thing I'll do with my seconds also, and you can see how many lines of codes it is taking. It is just taking 3 lines. So whether you will write a 9 line of code or whether you will write a 3 line of code, that depends on you, right? And you can see it will work the same. So if you see, still the 0 is coming here, right? Okay, so this is a perfect code for a digital clock. Okay, but right now what we will do is, one thing is left, which is your CSS, to make this particular digital clock beautiful. So what we can do is, let me make it as 100%, and you can see the clock is looking really very small. So let's write some CSS and let's see how we can represent it in a more attractive manner. So we have written the HTML and JavaScript for this particular our digital clock. Now let's write our style. So we'll do the internal style so that you will not get confused. And in this style, what we are going to do, first of all, in the body, I'm going to make the background totally black. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing that. Once it is black, obviously the whole screen will become black and you won't be able to see your clock. That is so obvious. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write my clock style. So for that, what I want to do is I want to give a class here in which I'm going to write clock. Okay. And then here dot clock. Now I want to give all the respective styles to this particular clock, because this is the div element where my digital clock is coming, right? So this is where I want my all my styles for this particular clock. So what I'm going to do first of all here is position absolute, because your position should be absolute, and then I'll give the color first of all because I want to see my digital clock. So if you now see here, the code, the particular digital clock is coming, but it is very small, that is why you can't see it. Let me zoom it and you can see this particular clock is here. Let me bring it back to 100% because I want to make sure that I'm doing the font size from the style and not from it manually, right? So now I've given the color, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to place my digital clock in the center. So from the top I'm going to give 50%, so that from the top it will go down. So you can see this is the 50%. You can see this is in the middle right now. Okay, and now let me write here. So because I want to move it in the center, that means I have to give what? I have to give left, and left also I'll try to give it here 50%. So top and left 50% will present anything in your center. So if you see, it is in the center, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do, so here position absolute, color green, top and left we have written. Now let me write here transform. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some animation thing here, and let's translate X to minus 50% and translate Y to, let's say, minus 50%. So I'm just giving an animation to it. Let's see what happens. This is, I'm just transforming. So you can see now it is in the center, the exact center. Even if I zoom it, it is in the exact center. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, color I've already given. So now I'm going to give the font size, and font size I'm going to mention here as 60 pixel. Let me write it once again. Font size is 60 pixels. So let's see what happens here. So you can see now it is a little bit bigger, right? Okay. Now, next what I'm going to do, see the green color is not looking very nice. So let me give lime, and now it is a little bit bright, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the font family because that is a little bit simple. So let me give here Orbitron, and in the letter spacing I'll give 7 pixels. That means all the hour, minutes and all, the letters will be having some spaces. So let's see now what is happening, and you can see our digital clock is now beautified, and this is how it is looking. It is working fine, and every second this particular digital clock is running. So we are going to create a particular calculator using JavaScript coding and also with HTML and CSS. So let's jump to our Sublime and let's see how we can achieve that. So what we can do in this particular JavaScript project folder itself, we are going to create a new file. So let me write here new file, and let's save this and write here the name as calculator.html. Once I do that, let's hit enter and let's write the basic skeleton of our HTML. And here I'm going to write calculator project as my title, and let's start with the body. So let me show you how does it look like when it comes to browser. Obviously there will be nothing because we have not written anything yet. We have just written the title, so only the title is coming in the head part, right? Now, so let's start with the calculator. Now, first thing you have to understand in the calculator, that calculators are always looking like a table structure. If you look at this particular diagram which I have attached here, you can see there is a text box. You can say this blue color thing is text box, and you can say these buttons are nothing but a button, right, which you can click. And all these particular things are having a table structure. If you notice, this is nothing but a table, right? So that means we have to use our table tags to do this particular task. So what we can do is we can start with our table and we can create our rows with all the buttons in it. So let's start doing that. Now what we'll do is we'll start with a div because that is where we want to represent our calculator. So what we can do is, first of all, let's give a title. Okay, a normal basic title we'll give, which is Great Learning Calculator. Okay, and next what we are going to do is we are going to close this particular div. We have already closed it. So let's start with the table. Border we are going to give here as 0, and let's begin our coding. So what I'm going to do here is, let's first create our first row. So which you can see I'm writing as tr, and in this tr I'll hit enter and let's see what we have to write. So basically in the first row, what I want is I want a text box. Okay, now obviously if you imagine how does a calculator look like, there will be 4 rows in total, right? And I want this particular text box to be a bit bigger. So what I'll do is I'll make a call span and I'll take 3 rows, 3 columns here. There'll be 4 columns in total, that is 1, 2, 3, and then something, some button, then 4, 5, 6, and then some operator, and then 7, 8, 9, and then some operator. So there are total 4 columns, from which I want 3 columns as a text box. So I am writing call span 3. If you're not understanding, don't worry. Once I go to the web page, you'll be able to understand what exactly I'm doing here. And here I'm going to give here a text box. So for text box, we use input tag, name and all. I don't want to give. It's better I want to give a ID. So what I want is in a type, I want a text format, and in the ID, I'll give an ID name as a result. Why I'm giving a result? Because obviously in the text box, your result will come, right? So this ID, we will use it in JavaScript, okay? But right now I'm writing here because to tell you that the text box will give you the result, right? That's all. Done. Now what I'm going to do, this TD is completed. So let me close it here itself so that you won't get confused. Now there's another TD because only I have taken 3 columns. That means 1 column is still left. What I'm going to create in this particular column is nothing but my particular button of clear. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a button which is a clear button. So let me do something here. Let's write here value. This is a clear button. So let's see C, because in most of the calculator you can see it is either AC or C, the button name. That is what I'm giving. And because it is a button, something should happen when you click that, right? So I'm going to create here one function. The description of this function, I'm going to write it in the JavaScript. What is exactly this C will do? This is actually will clear your text box, right? So that particular program I'm going to write in JavaScript. But right now, as you can see, my first row is totally completed. Let me close this TD here and let me close the TR here. Perfect. Now let's see our web page whether it is showing me the same thing. So if you see, let me make it zoom. So you can see this text box is taking 3 columns and this C is taking 1 column, and you can see it is clickable. Right? Right now this button will not work because you have not written JavaScript. So let it be like this. And let's complete our table with the other rows. So what do you want? This is really very simple, right? What do you want? I want my other particular buttons here, right? So how I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write here input tag because I want a button, and the value I'm going to give, I will do the same thing which I have done in our C because that is how we want it, right? Now I'm going to write here 1, and next what I'm going to do here is on click, I don't want it to give a clear function because 1 is just a number. So what it should do, it should display me 1, right? So I'm creating a function of display, which again I will write the description of this in my JavaScript. So wait for that. This is done. This is my one button. Let's see if it is showing it. You can see the one button is coming. Now what we can do is, not to waste time, we can actually paste this 4 times because we have 4 columns, right? And we can change the numbers as we want. So here I want a division, rest everything will be same. And now again what we can do, first of all let me show you the page. I have not saved the file. Let me save it, and this is how it is looking. This is how I want. Now what I can do, I can paste it several times and I can just change my numbers because that is what I want, right? I want different numbers to be here, to be represented. Again, 4, 5, 6. So here it will come 7, 8 and 9, and minus is done. So let me give you a plus. Again, once more we have to do this. So let's say here. So after 7, 8, 9, obviously you will not be having 10, we'll have 0, and let's say a equal sign, and at last, so our minus plus, everything is completed, and one thing is left, which is our multiplication operator. Perfect. But here, if you notice, these things are perfectly done and my particular calculator buttons are also coming. But one thing is to mention here, that equal to, see, if I click 5, 6 or minus or 7, what happens in calculator? If I click on minus, minus will be presented in the text box. If I click on 5, 5 will be written in the text box. But if I click on equal to, does equal to show up in the text box? No, right? Equal to is used for evaluating. So I don't want to display the equal to, I want to evaluate it. So let me write here, let's say this particular command as equate, because I want to evaluate, right? So I'm writing this particular function name as equate. Okay, so my all functions are ready, all my HTML is ready. So you can see this is ready. What I can do now is I can close my table and I can start writing my JavaScript, correct? Because my HTML is done. All my functions are ready and all my IDs are also done. So let's start writing our JavaScript. Let me create here my script tag and let's start our script. First of all, let's see what all functions we have. We have 3 functions: clear, display and equate. So let me write here function and let me mention here clear, because that is my first method, right? Now let me hit enter and let's write all the functions which I have. So I have my display, and at last I have my what is that, equate, right? I've written all my functions here. I have to just write now my what? I have to write my code. I have to write my basic logic for these all functions. So what we will write here is, first of all, for display we will see what we have to do. Now if you see in the display, in the bracket we have to pass something. Why we have to pass something? Because when you will click on one, right, then we have to tell our browser that take this one and print it in the text box. That is what we want. So in the display we will pass a particular parameter which will be these numbers itself. So that display will not only print one thing, but it is different for all the different display methods. So here, okay, this is not 4, this is your slash. Let me complete this particular thing and let's see after that what you have to do. This won't take much time. This is your minus, and then we have the 7, then we have the 8, then we have the 9, and then we have the plus. Later on, the next ones we have the dot, then we have the 0. This one is equate, so we are not going to do anything in that, and then multiplication. This is done. Now because there is a parameters here, I'm going to pass the argument which is value. So I'm just writing it as val. Done. Now what I want my JavaScript to do is, once I click those buttons, that particular button number, whether it is 7, 8, 9, plus, multiplication, minus, plus, whatever it is, that should be printed in my text box. So what I'm going to do for printing, we use Document.getElementById, and here in which ID I want it to be displayed in the text box. The text box ID is what? You can see the result, right? So in the result, I want what? I want the value. Which value do I want? So if you see here, I want to display the value val. Now the reason being why I'm writing here plus equal to is nothing but, if you see, if I click on 9, so 9 will be printed in the text box, and after that if I click plus, then plus should also come after 9. So it should be 9 plus, right? That is what we are doing here. Val equal to val plus val. So whatever is the value will get added to it, correct? That is why we are writing here plus equal to. So if you are pressing 5, then 5 will be printed, and then if you are pressing plus, then plus will come, and then if you are pressing 6, then 5 plus 6 in total will be printed. That is what we have written here. Let's see if it is working. So let's go to our browser, let's reload the page, click on 6, 6 is getting printed, plus I have clicked, plus is also getting printed, 9 is also getting printed. Whatever buttons you will click, now those all things will get printed in the result ID, which is your text box. Perfect. So display function is done. That is the complicated one. Now let's see the equate, because that is what is also most important, one of the most important function. Now here what I want is, equate should what do? It should equate my particular equation. Let's say this is my equation, okay? Now this particular equation I have to save somewhere, right? Then only I can solve it, right? So I'm taking a variable x and I'm going to save that particular equation in x. So that particular equation from where I can get it from result ID, right? Whatever result ID is saving the value, that value should get stored into x. And then I'm going to take y and I'm going to use one predefined function which is eval. Eval means evaluate. So it will directly evaluate whatever is there in x. What equation we have in x? We have 6 plus 9 minus 3 by 6. That will be evaluated and the result will be stored in y. Now where do I want to present my y? I want to present it again in my result ID. That is my text box, result text box. So what I'm going to do here, document dot again get element by ID. I'm going to write here result. What I want to present here, I want to present here my y value. So I'm going to write here y. Done. Let's see what happens. So if I reload my page, I write here 6 plus 9 minus 3 divided by 6. Any equation you can write. I have written the function of equate, so let's equate it, and this is how you are getting the answer. Where are you getting the answer? You're getting the answer in your text box itself. What is happening around? I'll show you again. So if I write 2 plus 3, this particular thing will get saved into a variable x, and then it will evaluate x and put the result into y, and that y value will be printed in the text box again, that is this 5. Easy. Now if I click on C, if you can see, when I click on C, nothing is happening. If I click on C, this particular text box should be 0. That means it should be empty, but it is not happening because you have not written the code for clear function. So what I can do here is, I can write the function for our clear. So this is very easy. This is just document.getElementById. Which particular ID I want to remove? I want to erase result. Value, I want to erase it, right? So we'll not give anything. because I want to erase it, right? So I'm not giving anything. Let's see if I write here something, if I equate it, and then if I click on C, okay, 1 second, let's see if there is something, if there is some error. So as you can see, when I click on C, this is not working, right? What we have done is, we have written the function name as clear, okay? JavaScript understands CLR as clear. So what we'll do is, we'll change this name to CLR, and let's see now if it is working. So I'm going to write anything, let's say 36. I'm going to click on C and it is gone. So now if I add something, let's say I'm adding 6 plus 3 and equal to 9. If I click on C, it is gone. So remember, every time that when you're making a function which is clear, you should write CLR. So as you can see, this is the program, the whole program for your calculator, but still there is something left, which is my style. So we have to make sure that we are writing our style in this particular calculator, because right now if you see your web page, the calculator is not looking that nice. So what we are going to do here is, we are going to create our style. So let's look here what we can do. We can write here style, and in this, let's give whatever we want. So let's beautify our title first. So in this title, I'm going to write here margin bottom. I'm going to give the margin bottom as 10 pixel. Let's see what happens when I give that. So if you see here, there is a margin space given provided just below the title. And after that, I'm going to make this text align as center, because I wanted it to be in center. That I don't have to show, because you must be knowing what is center do. This particular width I'm going to give here 210 pixel. So you can see this is in the center, and the width is also 210 pixels. Okay, next what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to give the color of this particular text to be blue, and some border should be there, which is nothing but I'm writing it as solid, which is our style, and then a color which is black, and then the size of the border which is 2 pixel. These all things when I do, so my title will look something like this. Now what I'm going to do, the title is now beautified. So what I'm going to do here now is, all the input where type is equal to button, so all the buttons I'll give here some CSS. This is how you should write when you want to provide some style in your input buttons. So I'm going to make all these as black so that it looks a little bit nice. And after this, I'm going to give here the color white, because if I'm giving the black color as the background, then we have to change the text color. And we are going to give the border also. So let's give here solid black and 2 pixels, the same thing which we have done in our title. And next what we are going to do here is the last thing, which is my width. I'm going to give 100%, because the buttons which you can see right now is very small, but when I give 100%, it looks something like this. And look, you can see how amazing this is looking, right? Now the only thing which is left is my text box. So let me write here input, and then we'll give here type, and here I'm going to mention text, because that is what is I have written in the while creating the input tag. So here I'm going to give here the background color as white. Okay, and the next thing what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to give the border. Let me scroll down if you can't see it. So in the border, I'm going to give here the solid, the black, and the same 2 pixel which I've given in both the title and the input type button. Next, I'm going to give here the width, which is also 100%, because right now this was not 100%. So let's see how my text box is appearing. So you can see this is how this looks, and this is my final calculator. So if I now do something, this is working, correct? So this is what is the project of calculator looks like. I hope you have understood this particular project. Let's move to the next project and let's see how we can do the coding for that particular project. Now we are moving into our next project, which is our to-do list. So we are going to make a project on HTML, CSS and JavaScript, where the most of the important role is after JavaScript. So we are going to see how to create this particular to-do list in our web page. So let's move to our Sublime and let's create a new file here. Let's save it as in the name of to-do list.html. Okay, this is saved. Now what we are going to do, we are going to start our coding. So you can see in our folder we have 3 files, calculator, clock and to-do list. We are going to do our next project, which is our to-do list. Now let me first tell you, if nobody knows what is to-do list. To-do list is something like this, in which we have a sheet of paper in which we write the whole day what we are going to do. What are the things to do so that we don't forget it, right? So we write it and then we tick mark it. And if suppose we are not tick marking it, we are just writing it. Suppose some tasks are done, then we cut it, we remove it from there, right? So that is what is your to-do list. So we are going to create that particular thing and let's see how does it work. So first of all, let me write the skeleton of the HTML. So I'm going to give the title as to-do list. And as you can see, if I go to my browser, okay, I have not copied the file path. So let's copy the file path and let's go to our browser. If I go to my next page, if I paste it here and reload, you can see the heading is to-do list, the title which is coming. And now in this particular white portion, we are going to write our code, whatever is needed in our to-do list. So what I'm going to start here with is two things is very important here, which is div classes and the class names which you are giving. So let's suppose I'm giving here the first one as container. What I'm doing here is I am basically typing h1 because I want a particular heading for my to-do list application. So I'm putting here a h1 in which I'm giving different classes. I'll tell you why I'm giving this particular different classes here. You will understand once I will write the whole code. So this is what is h1 looks like. So I have a div inside which I have the h1 and some br tags to give this space. Let's see how does it look. It will be very simple because it's just an h1. So just a h1 is coming. Correct. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another div inside this particular class inside this particular div itself. So you can see we have the div and then we have the another div which is again class row. So there are two class which is having a row. One is your h1 and one is your div again, right? Understand the sequence how we are writing it. Inside this div we have one h1 and one div. So first we need to close this div and then only we can close this particular div, right? Let's see what I'm going to write in this particular div. We are going to create a form. Why I'm going to create a form? Because I want to make a text box in which we can put our list items, right? So here I'm going to make a class in which I will just mention input group, because in this particular text box I'm going to put enough number of inputs because those are the list items list which I'm going to put inside. So I'm going to put here input, I'm going to put here text, input type text, and then I'm going to give here placeholder so that person can understand that what I'm going to write here in this. So in this I'm going to write here what? I'm going to write here to do items, right? And here I'm going to give an ID, the ID which we use it in our JavaScript. So I'm going to write here box because it is a text box. And in the style, I'm going to just mention here the width to be 30 VW. What is VW? VW is nothing but a kind of expression. How do you give, like pixels or centimeter, meter? See, in HTML we give pixels, percentage, or VW, which is viewport width. So we give viewport width here, and then this is done. So I'm going to close this div. Which is this div? This div is this one. And now I'm going to give a br, a space. So you can see one text box will be presented in my web page. So you can see one text box is coming. Now, why there is only one text box and I have written so much of coding? Because I've just mentioned our classes and all, so that while giving JavaScript code or while giving the CSS, we will not be having any problem. Now what I'm going to do, what is my particular thing is I want to give a button so that whatever list you will write here, that I can add it to my list, right? So I want to have a button here. So let's write here div and let's give again a class. This class I'll name it as form group, and here I'm going to mention input. This input will be my button, and value I will just write the name as add, because I want to add those items. So once I click on add button, my list will be added to my list. Okay, now let me give the width. Width I will again take the viewport width, which is 10 VW. This is done because it's a button, so I have to write the on click. Now in the on click, what should happen? There should be a function which the description will be written in the JavaScript, whose description will be written in the JavaScript. This is done, and now let me close the div. This div is closed, and the form also will close, and the div also will close. So this div is now ended. So as you can see, now it is more structured. If you see, we have this row inside which we are writing the form, inside which there are two things. One is your text box and one is your button. So if you see now, we have our button here, right? We have our button in which we can write our to-do item, and then we can click on add. Once I click on add, this particular list item will be getting saved in our list, which we have not mentioned till now because we have not created our JavaScript code, right? So this particular div is now done. So after this, okay, this form is done, this div is done. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write our next thing, which is our one more row. What is this row will do? I'll tell you. So see, when you are adding the element, it should be presented also, right? Like in my PPT, as I showed you, that these laundry, shop for groceries, wash the dishes, feed the cat, water the plants, these all should be visible, right? So to make it visible, we have to have one more div element where we will actually represent it in a unordered list manner. So I'm going to give a ID here in which I'm going to write list item. Okay. Now once this is done, I'm going to close my UL and I'm going to close my div. Okay. Perfect. So this is done. Now what we will do is we will close our last div, and now we can start our script, because that is the most important part. Because right now, if you see, nothing will happen in your HTML. It will just be like that. Even if you write something and if you click on add, nothing will happen. So you can see when I click on add, nothing is happening, right? Because everything depends on your script. That is why JavaScript is so important. So what I'm going to do here is we have to start writing explaining or giving a description of our function. So which function I have taken? So my function name is add item. So in this add item, I'm going to write the description. What I'm going to write, please have a look here, because this is very important. Now, let me take a variable. So let's take let item equal to, and what I'm going to do is Document.getElementById. Normally what I'm doing, whatever in the text box you will write, those all things will be saved into this item variable. That is what I'm doing. So whatever will come into the box, what text box? Text box. What is the ID of that text box? Box. So I'm going to write here box. So whatever things you will write in the text box, those all things will be getting saved in your item variable. From the item variable, where it should go? Let me tell you. So I have one ID here, which you can see, which I've written in here is unordered list, right? These item, whatever it will store, whatever items it will store, whatever items I will write, that will store, it should be presented or displayed around this unordered list, correct? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write here this particular list item, and I'm going to mention here Document.getElementById. From where do I want this? I want it from my list item. So I'm going to choose that. Okay, so whatever items will be there, these all items will be presented in the list item. But there is a problem. What is the problem? The problem you can see is whenever we write any UL, right, there will be li tag also, right, in which we write our values in the li tag. So we have to use that also. So how we can do that now? What we can do is, if we will write here if, and in the if we will write item dot value. Suppose somebody is not giving any value inside it. Suppose somebody is not giving any value inside the text box. Then what will happen? Nothing will be added, right? So what we are writing a condition. If item dot value is not equal to empty, that means if the item value is not equal to empty, so the item is not empty, it is filled with something, then you have to come inside. Then you will come inside, what will happen? We will customize our li element, because we have not written li tag here, so we have to create it with JavaScript. Okay, so we can create tags using JavaScript in short. So what we can do here is we can create our li tag. So make li is my variable in which I am going to write a particular function which is called as create element. This is your JavaScript command. Which element I want to create? I want to create an li. That is what I've written here. So this make li variable will create a li tag. Okay. Next, what I'm going to do in this make li, I want to add. So to add, what we have to use? We have to use append child. Okay. So after the make li, what should come? So after the li tag, your list item should come, right? And then after that, list tag should be getting closed. So this is your opening list tag li, and then you are adding your list item to that li. So how we can add this? Append child and then document dot. We are going to write here create text node. What text node? Whatever item value is storing. So in the item, where is the item? In this item, whatever value is stored, that will be added inside my li tag. And after that, I have to close my li tag. So what I'll do? After that, I have to close my li tag. So I'll write here make li, because I have to close my li tag. So to this list item, after that, when the item is added, I have closed my li tag. So in short, what is happening? I'll just write it here. In short, what is happening? This is happening. One second, sorry. In short, this is what is happening. So these 3 lines, in short, what it is doing? It is doing this, which will be directly coming here. Okay, that is what we are doing. So we are not writing or creating li tag in the HTML, but we are doing the same thing through JavaScript. Okay, once this is done, what we have to do is, now we have to make our item value to 0, because we don't want that any item should be missed out. So we are making this particular item value to 0. Okay. Now after this, let's see what is next. Now what we are going to do here is, once your particular list is saved, it should be displayed, right? So make li dot on click. Now what I'm doing, let's see. So I'll save this and I go to my web page. Let's see till here what we have done. So if suppose I'm adding here a list which is shopping, if I add here, okay, I have not completed the code, that is why it is not working. So let me first complete this. So what I want is, once my particular list is coming, what I want to do is, once I click on that particular list, it should get deleted. So a number of list is coming. So all the list of items which I've already done, I'll just click on that and it will be deleted. So for that, what I'm doing, I'm writing a code on click. So in that make li, that li tag which you're writing, if you click on that, what will happen? It will remove that particular list of item from there. So for that, what I have to do, I have to take permission from the parent node and I have to remove that child from there. So I'm going to write here remove child. Which one? This one, which I have clicked. So I'm writing here this. So whatever item you will click, right, that particular child or that particular list, in short, will be deleted. So this is done, and this if condition was there. So else what will happen? That means if the item is not equal to empty, that means you have written some item there. If you have not written some item, then what should happen? Then an alert message should come that please add a value to item. This is what you should get when you are not writing anything in the text box. So now what we'll do, we'll save this particular thing and let's go to our web page. Let's reload our web page, and you can see this is how it is looking. Let me zoom it for you. And here, let's start saving some of my items. So let's say I'm writing here shopping. Once I write shopping, I'll click on add, and this is what is creating a list. That is what I explained you, that here these three lines are basically creating our li tag, and it is putting it here inside the UL so that it is represented as a list. So if you know the list concept, then it will be very easy for you to understand, and also some of the JavaScript commands and functions which is used here, like append child, create element, create text node, those things. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write another item. So let's see, I want to okay, let's say study, add, and then let's say play, add, and then let's say coding. So these four list of items I have added. Now if I don't write anything and if I click on add, you're getting an alert message which is please add a value to item. This is what we have written in our code in the else part. So if the text box is empty, then you'll get an alert message. That is what is happening. The next thing is if you want to delete the item. So we have a list of items. If I click on study, it is getting deleted. If I click on coding, it is getting deleted. If I click on play, it is getting deleted. That is what I have written here. So in the li list, if you click, the one function will be executed which will remove your list from there. Which list? This list which you are clicking. So I hope you understand this particular to-do list command. There will be no CSS for this particular project because it is already looking like a very simple and very basic to-do list. So there is no need of CSS here. So I hope you have understood this particular project, which is to-do list project.
So the first question is that what is JavaScript? Now, if you talk about JavaScript, any actions that you perform on a web page, let's suppose this is your web page, right? Basically, when we talk about web page, it is basically part of a website. Now, if you have a website is nothing but the collection of web pages. Now, in any web pages, when you have to define the structure of your web page, right, you will use HTML, right? And now you want to add some coloring, maybe some styles, you will use CSS. Now any actions, let's suppose here you have a button. Now once you click on this button, this let's suppose you want to create one new image and that should be rendered over here. So any actions that you are performing on this web page is basically your JavaScript. Okay, so it is known as the verb of a web page that defines all the actions that are to be performed on a web page. It is an object-oriented programming language and it uses just-in-time compiler. That means best of the two worlds. One is your compiler and another is your interpreter. Okay. It is everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. Java applications may include web development, mobile development, application development, right? It is very easy and simple and it's very compatible with your HTML and CSS. Now let's move on to our next question. How many ways are there to write JavaScript code? Now, how can you write your JavaScript code? So there are total 3 ways, right? One is that you will directly go and open your console. Now, this can be done in 2 ways. Now, then there is another, that is with the help of script tag, right, that you will be using internally, right? So this might be also, we can also write an internal JS over here, right? And then the next is the external JS file. So there are total of 3 ways with which you can write your JS code. Now basically this console is used mostly for debugging purpose. Okay. Now let's move on to our next question. So how many ways are there to open your console? Now as I told you, this console is used for debugging. Now how many ways are there to open this console? So there are total of 2 ways with which you can open your console. One is Control-Shift-I, you will press these buttons, and another is when you press right click and go to inspect, it will open up the window and in that you can go in console tab. Okay, there are a lot of other tabs like elements and all. You can go to console tab and start writing your code. Next question is, how can you write JavaScript code directly in your HTML file? So this can be done with the help of this script tag that is used for writing JavaScript code directly in your HTML file. So let's suppose you have this HTML file which is basically the structure. When you define, this is nothing but the skeleton of your HTML page, which includes one HTML tag, one head tag and one body tag. Okay, in your head you have all the metadata, that is the information that is required for your particular web page. Then you have your body tag which contains h1 tag, which is nothing but the headings which are from h1 to h6. These are all your headings, right? And then you have the script tag over here. If you talk about this script tag over here, you see I have written this script and then the closing script. Then we have the statement over here which is console.log, and then basically you are just printing hello world on your console. That's it. This hello world is written like this. It will be printed on your console, right? Now to check where the output is, you just directly go either using Control-Shift-I or right click and inspect and go to console tab. So this is how you write your JavaScript code directly in your HTML file, and the console log statement that you see over here is nothing but printing the output on the console. Now let's talk about the next question. What is the correct syntax for referring to an internal script? So we have just seen how to include the internal script. Now out of these options, this option is not correct, right? As we have written source over here, which is absolutely not correct. When you are referring to this source attribute, it usually is like this, src. So this is out of the picture. Now here we are referring to something, but it is written as ref, right? Over here, there is a source written over here. That means we are referring to some external JavaScript file. If you talk about this attribute type over here, it is nothing but the type of JavaScript file that is there. So the how the text is written, it is in the form of JavaScript. So this is the correct option. So option number 4 is your correct answer. You can directly use the script tag in your HTML file, and this is what is known as internal JavaScript. Now the next question is a follow-up question. How can you refer to an external script? So here, as you can see, that this is our correct option, as we are referring to this external file which is first.js, which is some external file and it is named as first.js, and this is included in our HTML file, right? This is not the correct a way to do it. This is the reference kind of a thing. Here the source is written, here the type is written. Okay, so out of these, first option is the correct, right? So why should we write this, and why this is a very important way to include your JavaScript? Because with this we can use this same file for multiple HTML files. That is the beauty of using, let's suppose there are two HTML files. One HTML file is this, second is this, and both of these files want to use this first.js JavaScript code. It can be a single line of code or it can be multiple lines of code, but the point here is, let's suppose this is a 1,000-line code, right? Now instead of writing internally for this and this, we are doing some redundancy, right? We are repeating ourselves and we don't want to do that. So what we will do, we'll just directly go and add in the script tag like this. We will say that refer to this JavaScript file in both these HTML files, and thus we are enforcing reusability, and it keeps our code short and simple and very easy to understand. And this is one of the most efficient way to write our JavaScript code. Now let's talk about this question over here, which is to find the output of this JavaScript code. Now as you can see over in this statement, we are just declaring a variable name as, this is a string basically, and we are storing James in this name. Then we have a roll number over here, which is obviously a number, right? And then what we are doing, we just want to print out these two things, right? We have name plus for concatenation and then the roll number. So as you can see that over here we don't have a space, and here we have a space. Obviously this is out of the picture and this is out of the picture, because we are trying to print out both of these values, right? Since there is no space in between, we are not doing something like this. Then we have name on this side and roll number on this side, then this would have been our answer, right? But there is no space, so we don't have any other option apart from this, that the James, and without space we have 30. So this is your correct answer, and we are just doing concatenation of two variables. Now let's see what will be the output in this case. We have var @email, and then we have gla@gla.in, the email address, and then we are trying to print it. What will be the output? Will this be the output, gla@gla or gla, or should we get an error, or none of these? So think about it. If you just recall, what are the naming conventions for declaring a variable? These are the conventions. So variable names should begin with either a dollar, a letter, or an underscore, and in this case we don't have that over here. So this is not present in that set that we just defined. So that is why there will be an error. That is the correct option for this output. And the first character should be followed by any combination. So that means you should have a letter, a dollar, or an underscore. After that, there can be any combinations of letters or digits. And variable name cannot be same as a keyword. So this is the thing that we have to keep in our mind, that these keywords are reserved for special purposes and we cannot use them. And a variable name is case sensitive. That means if you are using like this, let's suppose you have defined a variable named as error, and then you want to access it like this. So that is not possible. It will say that this variable has not been defined. Now let's move on to the next question. If you observe over here, we have a variable that is food thought, and this is something which is known as function expression, right? We are assigning a function to a variable. So this is the function, that is function expression, and we are then calling this food thought. Now in this function, what is happening? We are trying to print console log. We are trying to print the statement that is choice 1 favorite food. Now this is a variable and it has not been defined yet, right? So we have a variable favorite food defined over here, which is sushi. Then we are just printing the console. Again, we are printing the message like choice 2 favorite food. Now if you observe here carefully, that this has not been defined at this point, right? But it has been defined over here. But if you recall how JavaScript works and when you are defining your variables with the help of var keyword, now when you define your variables with the help of var keyword, that means these are partially hoisted. That means these are partially hoisted. Okay, so that means this will go up to this before this function, and it will be something like this var, and then you have your favorite food, right, with the exact same spelling, right, and it will be defined over here, but it will not be declared. So that is why once you are trying to access this over here, let's suppose you have your choice one and then favorite food, which is undefined over here, right, because of the hoisting. So this will be undefined. That means this option is correct, and then you have the favorite food, which is sushi, that is choice two, sushi. So out of these, this will not be the answer, this will not be the answer, and it will not throw an error because JavaScript allows this with the help of hoisting. In other programming languages, it may throw error. And then you have only this choice, that the second choice that you have over here is the correct option. As you can see over here, we have choice 1 undefined and choice 2 sushi. So JavaScript engine allocates memory to function as well as to var during creation phase, that is before execution. So all of these things will happen in the global execution context. So we can also see that functions are fully hoisted and var keywords, only the left part is hoisted. As you can see that in this example, we saw that the var keyword went up and it was something like this: var favorite food was declared. So the value was undefined. So functions, and whenever you define your variables with the help of var keyword, those are hoisted. Okay. Now let's see this question. As you can see over here, this is a follow-up question of the previous one. Here we are declaring, or we are calling our function over here, which is again a function expression, that is food thought. So we are calling it here. In the earlier example, we were calling it over here, right? Food thought. Now this function has not been defined yet. Will it throw an error? No, absolutely not, because we have already studied about hoisting a little bit, right? We know that functions are fully hoisted. That means even if we are calling it over here, it doesn't matter, right? It hasn't been defined or not yet. Okay, so it will not throw an error. So this is out of the picture. As you can see over here, favorite food has been defined over here, and we are trying to access it over here. So clearly, again, the function hoisting will happen. Not the function hoisting this time. The var will be hoisted and this favorite food will be undefined. So you will get choice 1 undefined, choice 2 sushi as your answer. This was about function hoisting, not the var keyword hoisting, whenever you are declaring your variables with the var keyword. So this is the answer. Choice 1 undefined. Same thing has been said over here, that functions are fully hoisted, and for var only the left part is hoisted. That is why you got the answer as undefined. Now let's move on to the next question. As you can see over here, we have this favorite food over here, which has been defined here and declared as well. So favorite food is grapes. Now we have another function expression over here, which is food thought. So food thought has been called over here and it has been defined over here. And in this, we have this favorite food, which is orange, which has been initialized again, or which has been, with a new value, we have initialized it. Now what happens in this case? What will be the value of this favorite food? Will it be grapes, or will it be undefined, or will it be maybe orange? So what will be the option out of these four? So clearly we know that there will be no way that you will be getting an error, and there are none of these is not in the picture, right? So the only two choices that you have are these two. So in this example, as you can see that obviously now we have this defined over here, right? So we have the same variable defined over here, and it is something which happens in the global context, right? So the favorite food will take up this value. Now in this context, we have changed the value. This is a block scope of this favorite food. So value has been changed. So it will not refer to this variable. It will refer to this value, this favorite food. So that is why while accessing it, it will not go to the earlier context, right? Which was when this favorite food, when this favorite food has been declared, it was initialized over here with grapes. So favorite foods global execution or global context value is grapes, not the orange. Over here you have defined it over here again, so that is why for this value it will be orange. So the option is choice 1 grapes and choice 2 oranges. Okay, same thing, functions are fully hoisted, and the var keyword, the variables which are defined with var, are partially hoisted. That is, only the left part is hoisted. Now let's move on to the next question, which is this function var foo, which is again a function expression, and we are calling it over here. Simple, right? And now over here we are trying to print favorite food, right? This time fav food. Now we have defined our favorite food over here, right? And with the help of let keyword, this is another way you can define your variable with the help of let keyword or var keyword. Now this is defined over here and it has been initialized with sushi. Now what will happen in this case? As you can see, as I told you earlier as well, whenever you define your variables with the help of var keyword or with the help of function expressions, that means these are hoisted. One is partially hoisted and another is fully hoisted. But when you're defining it with the help of let keyword, they will not be hoisted. So you are trying to access something over here which has not been defined yet, because it has been defined, it has been declared with the help of let keyword. So it will throw you an error. That means saying that this variable has not been defined yet, just like other programming languages. So you will get error. It will say fav food. You are trying to access fav food before its initialization. That is the traditional system that we are familiar with, right? This should happen. And JavaScript made sure that this traditional thing is followed with the help of this let keyword. So the correct option is error. Now let's move on to the next question. We have defined over here a weather keyword with the help of let, and we have defined, we have initialized this value to sunny. Then we have this function change weather over here, and we are calling it over here. So once we are calling it, it would go into this function, and it has created one more variable, that is weather, with the help of let keyword, and it has initialized it to rainy. Now you are trying to access this weather. Now obviously, since it is in this block, it will refer to this rainy. So it will say that changed weather. The answer should be something like this. It will be changed weather will be what? Rainy. And when you're trying to access the original weather over here, obviously it will refer to the global context, right? And the weather value will be sunny. So the answer will be changed weather rainy, original weather sunny. Okay, it enables block scope. What is block scope? This is your block scope and this is your global scope, right? Basically global context, right? Now let's move on to our next question. Which of the following is JavaScript data type? Now we know there are some primitive data types in JavaScript. There is no such thing as character in JavaScript. There is strings, right? There's a string data type. When you talk about this bool, there is no such thing as bool. The data type is boolean. And there is no such thing as float, because floating point numbers, your positive numbers, your negative numbers all fall under this number data type. So if you talk about these options, this is not a data type, this is not a data type, this is not a data type. The correct data type is number. So the answer will be 2. That is this option, which is number. So these are the primitive data types that you have: number, string, boolean, null, and undefined. Primitive data types. Now let's move on to the next question, which is JavaScript is a dash language. Now when you talk about JavaScript, if you have to define a variable, what you will say? You will say var x equal to 20, then you will say var y equal to high. This is how you define. As you can see here, you are defining a data type which is of type, the type of this data type is number, the type of this data type is string. but you are defining both of them with the help of this var keyword. Now this is something which is known as dynamically typed. Okay, so JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. You don't have to define explicitly like in other programming languages, right? Int x, this is an integer, you will be only storing integer in this. Float y, you will be only storing floating point variables, right? Or values in this. You don't have to specify this thing when you talk about JavaScript. So JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. Now also there is one more thing. In JavaScript there is a term which is known as type coercion. That means you will be allowing your one type to be converted into another type. Okay, so type will change. How? Let's suppose this is a variable x and this is a number, right? Now you have another variable y over here and this is a string. Now when I say x is equivalent to x plus y, what should happen? In other programming languages, this will throw you an error. Why? Because these two types are of different type. Right? This is a string. This is a number. This is a string. But in JavaScript, this is allowed. And when you run this code or when you execute this code, the value that you will be getting in x is 20 high. And this will be treated as a string. So type of this x is changed to string. Earlier it was a number, right? It was a number over here, and this was also a string. Now it is also string, it is also string, right? So this is what is known as type coercion. One variable was, or the type of that variable was converted into another. So this is what is known as weakly typed language. So JavaScript is both dynamically typed language as well as weakly typed language. So the correct option is both A and C, which is 4. So explanation is given over here. Dynamically typed is simple. You don't have to specify the type of your variable, and weakly typed means that type coercion is allowed in JavaScript. Now let's move on to our next question, which is what will be the output of this following code? You have var a, and this is a negative number, that is 10.2256. And you're trying to print the type of, which is an operator to find what is the type of this variable. And you have passed in a, this variable. Since it is a number and it's a negative number and it's a decimal number, so we don't have anything explicitly for these types of number, and all of these will fall under number data type. So obviously it is not a string, it is not a boolean, it is not a null, because you have defined something in it. So the correct option is number. So this is your option. Again, the positive, negative, decimal all will fall under this data type, that is number. Now let's move on to the next question. Now here we have defined a variable a, which is 10, and then we are trying to print or try to find out the type of this variable. So obviously we have type of a, and then we are again doing a type of. So this is what will be the output. This is the most commonly asked question. So what will be the output in this case? So obviously we know when we do a single type of a, right, when we do this, it will return a number, but that number is returned in double quotes, right? So this will be treated as a string. Now the next type of, which is the outer type of, when when this function will take this as an argument, it will be treated as a string. So it will say that this is a string. So the correct option is string, not a number. Okay. So it will return, the return type of is a string always. So that is why when you do a next type of, it will give you that this is a string. So now let's talk about this problem. We have a variable that is a. Now this variable is nothing but your integer or the number array, in which you have 2, 3 and 4 as the numbers or elements in the array. Now you are trying to access a of 2. So we know that if you talk about array, so here we have 2, 3 and then there's a space, that is this value has not been defined yet, and now we have this array as indexing starts from 0 and we are trying to access that element. So what will be the value? Will it be 0? Will it be empty? Or will it throw an error? Or will it be undefined? So whenever you are not declaring any variables, like let's suppose you have declared a and you are not defining it, you are not initializing it, what will be the value of this? It will be undefined. So same thing happens over here, it will be undefined. As you haven't defined it here, you have just declared it, so it will be undefined. So the correct option is undefined. Okay, declaring variable without initializing it, that means it's an undefined situation. While accessing it, the output is undefined. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. So this is again an array in which we have 3 elements, that is 2, 3 and 4, right? Indexing starts from this, and then you are trying to push 5 in this array. So these are inbuilt methods that you can use with arrays. So when you're trying to push 5 in the array, so this is the first thing that you're trying to push, and then you are unshifting 1. That means you're trying to unshift 1 in this. So there are push, pop, shift, unshift methods that are associated with arrays. So we are pushing 1 element and we are unshifting 1 element, right? So now we want to check what are the elements in this array. So as we all know, whenever we are trying to push this element in this array, it will be always pushed at the end. So 5 will be pushed over here and the size will increase. Now, whenever we are using this unshift operator or unshift method with arrays, it will always insert the value at the beginning of the array. So it will be inserted over here, and now the indexing will change. 1 becomes 2, this becomes 3, this becomes 4. So the total length of this array is 5. So as you can see, the output over here, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this is the output. Push adds the element at the end, unshift adds the element at the beginning, and vice versa. Pop deletes the element at the end, and shift removes the element or deletes the element from the beginning. So push and pop for the end, and unshift and shift for the beginning. Now let's move on to the next question. We have defined an array in which we have these many elements, 5 elements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we are using another method that is there, which is splice. And then we are passing in the arguments. That means 1 and 3 are the arguments. That means, as we all know, so basically what happens over here, we have these elements in the array, and this is the indexing, right? Since we are using splice operator, so both of them, this 1 as well as 3, will be inclusive. That means we will be taking both of them into consideration, both of these indexes. So we are saying that splice this array from this position to this position. That means both of them, as I have already shown you guys, both of these indexes are inclusive. They will be included, and replace that with this hello. So we are taking this part into consideration, and then what we are doing, we are replacing this part with hello. Okay, so what it means that when we are trying to access this array, we will get the output as 1, then hello, and then 5. So the output will be this. Is it clear? Right? So whenever we are using the splice method, it is used to replace multiple variables or multiple elements in the array and replace it with some value, or we can remove multiple elements at the same time. Okay, so this is the output. As we can see that we can add new elements in the array from the specified location, right? We have seen, or we can remove them as well. And both these indexes 1 and 3 will be inclusive. Now what will be the output in this case? Right, we have again splice method that we are using, and both of these will be inclusive, and we are not replacing it with some other value. As I told you already, that we can either replace the values or we can delete them. So in this case, we haven't replaced it with some value. So from 2 to 4, all these elements will be removed. So the output will be 1 and 5. So we have 1 and 5 as the output. Okay. Now let's talk about this. This time we are not using splice, we are using slice method. Now whenever we are using the slice method on this particular array, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So these are the indexes. So first let's talk about these indexes. Are these inclusive or exclusive? So when we talk about this slice method that we have over here, both of these That means in this case, in the splice method, both of these were inclusive, right? In this, 1 is inclusive and 3 is exclusive, okay? So 1 will be included and this will not be included. 3 is not inclusive. So whenever you are trying to use this slice method, both 1 will be inclusive and 3 will be exclusive. And it helps us to create a new array from the existing array. So this is the array and we have used this slice method 1 and 3, out of which 1 is inclusive and 3 is not inclusive, right? So we are creating a new array, which means we will be creating a new array in which 2 and 3, both of these will be included, and we are forming a new array that is ARR1. So this ARR1 will contain two elements, 2 and 3. As we know, whenever we are using this slice method, it will return an array. So we are printing that array. So what will be the output? 2 and 3. So this is the output, 2 and 3. Now let's talk about this question that we have over here. We have an array that is 1, 2, 3, right? And then we are defining a new array which is empty. And then what we are doing, we are trying to push elements in the array, and at the same time we are using this for each loop over here, and we are multiplying each element by 2. So this is the question. So I have explained it such a way that the answer should be easy, right? Basically what we are doing, we are using a for each loop and we are traversing through this array that is ARR, and then what we are doing, at the same time we are traversing and at the same time we are pushing it in the new array, right? So then we are trying to print the value of this new array. So one by one we are traversing it, we are pushing it. So 1 will be multiplied with 2 and it will be pushed in the array. So it will be 2 because 1 multiplied by 2 is 2. Then the next element is there, 2 multiplied by 2 is 4. We are pushing it. Pushing means push at inserting the element in the array at the end. So at the end is 4. Again 3 and 2, that is 6, inserting pushing it in the array. 4 and 2, 8, pushing it in the array. So output will be 2, 4, 6, 8. So 2, 4, 6, 8. It creates a new copy. That means we are creating a new copy and that we are storing in the new array, right? So we are doing multiple operations here. We are traversing, we are pushing the elements, we are creating a new array, right? So these are the operations that we are performing in this question. Now, as you can see over here, for each loop that we have used, in that we are using one extra push for explicitly adding the elements in the new array, right? Correct? Here we are using this push operation and we are explicitly inserting the array in this new, inserting the elements in the new array. Is there a better way to do the same thing? Yes. For that we will be using a map. Instead of explicitly pushing those things in the array, right, what we did, and using a for each loop, we have this method which is known as map, and this helps us to do the same thing. Basically, in this we will be traversing through the array elements and multiplying them with the 2. But it is much more easy and we are not using any for each loop. We are not explicitly pushing the elements in the array. We are not creating any, we are having this new array, right? That is all that was there in the earlier case as well. So one by one we are traversing through the elements and we are multiplying them with these elements, right? One by one with the help of this operation, that is multiplying it with 2. So we'll be getting the output as 2, 4, 6, 8. So we are creating a new array, that is, and then we are doing some manipulation as well. For each loop is not used, but it does not require any extra push as well. We are not explicitly pushing the elements in the array explicitly. It is done automatically, right? With the help of this map method. Now let's talk about this question. In this question, as you can see that we have var a equal to 20 and we are doing operation, a bitwise operation in this if condition, and then depending on that we are either printing an even or odd. So what is happening? If we talk about a, which is 20, the binary of this will be nothing but 20. If you have 20 over here divided by 2, you get the remainder as 0, right? And then you divide it again by 2, you get the remainder as 0. Then doing it again, 2 into 2 is 4, remainder is 1. 2 into 1 is 1 and remainder is 0. Now you go from bottom to top and the output will be 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. This is how you do the binary conversion of this number, which is simple, right? 2 raised power 0, 2 raised power 1, 2 raised power 2, 2 raised power 3, and 2 raised power 4. 2 raised power 4 is nothing but 16, and 2 raised power 2 is nothing but 4, which is again equal to 20. You can do it like this as well, okay? Now, if you talk about this if condition, right? If I do bitwise of A, that is 1 0 0, and I do a bitwise of this A with 1, the resultant will be 0, and 0 then is equal to 0. That means we are checking if 0 is equal to 0, and we are only checking the value, okay? We know how this double equal to sign operates. It only checks the data, not the data type. In this case, it is true, right? The 0 is equal to 0 and the output should have been even, but it is not the case. The output is odd. Now, why is this happening? Now, let me just erase some part of it. This is happening because, as we know, whenever we have some operations grouped together, like in this case, we have the equality operation that we are checking for the equality, and we also have the AND. Now, the precedence, if you talk about the precedence of equality is higher than AND. So, for that reason, before even calculating this A and 1, we first calculate this 1 equal to 0. Now, is 1 equal to 0? No, this would be false. That means we'll be getting the output as 0. And now when we are doing A, that is 1 0 1 0 0, a bitwise AND with a false, that means with a 0. So 0 and 0 will yield you a result which is again a false, right? So once you have this condition as false, that means this if will not be, this counterpart will not be executed. Now we go into the else part and we print out odd. So you get the output as odd. Is this thing clear? So this is for the reason, and only reason is that first this part will be calculated and then we will do the AND. If we do the vice versa, you will always get the output as even, which is not correct. Okay, so we are doing a bitwise and we got the output as odd. Now let's move on to the next question. We have two variables, a boolean variables this time, A which is true and B which is false. Now in this case, we are simply doing A and B. So when we know when both the conditions are true, in that case, we will get the output as true when we are doing a logical AND. That means on this side you will be having one condition and on this side you will be having one condition. Since A is true, we go to the B and we check if this B is, the condition, in this case it is B, is true or false, which is false. So you get the output as false. Okay, logical operator works if both the statements are correct. In this case, it was not the case. Now let's move on to the next question. Now over here we have two variables, A which is 10 and B which is 10. Now this A, the data type of this is, if you talk about the data type, is number, right? And for this it is string. Now we are using this equality sign to check whether A is equal to B. Now we know whenever we are checking with double equal to sign, in that case we only check the data. That means, is 10 equal to 10? Yes it is. The data part is equal. The only thing that is not equal is the data type, which we not care when we are using this double equal to. Is this thing clear? Right? So now in this case we will get the output as equal. And now if you check the output, it is equal. And the reason for that is equal to, when you are using double equal to, it only checks the data part of the variables and not the data type. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. In this question, it is again fairly simple that we are having two variables, A equal to 10 and B equal to 10. Again, the data type of this variable is number and the data type of this variable is a string. Now, in this case, we are checking if A is triple equal to B. That means in this case, we'll be checking if A, that is 10, is triple equal to string 10. Now, when we are using this triple equal to sign or the strict form of equality, in this case, we'll be checking both the data as well as the data type. Data is matching, but the data type is not matching, so we will get the output as false, and we will not even go here. That is the beauty of using logical AND. We only check the second condition if the first condition is true. In this case, it is false. So we'll not go to here and we'll not check it. So if we have exhausted this part because this is false, and we go into the else part which is not equal to, we'll print it out. You see, the output is not equal to because logical operator, that is this AND logical operator, checks if both the statements are true or are correct. Okay. Now let's check the next question. In this case, we are having two variables, right? Again, A and B. A is 10, the data type of A is number. B is 10, the data type of B is string. We are checking if A is equal to B. Right? In this case, what we are doing, we are again checking, right? 10 is equal to the string 10. Now, obviously, it will give you the result as false, which we have already seen. But what happens in this case, we are using a OR operator. That means no matter if this condition is false, we will still go ahead and check if this condition is true or not. That means if this condition would have been true, it will not go here because this whole condition is true. But if it is false, it will definitely go ahead and check if A is not equal to B, and it will check if this condition is true or false, right? Now in this case, what is A? A is 10. What is B? B is 10. But both of them are equal, but we are checking for the not. That means if we have to see only if they will give us the result as false, then it will be true. But in this case, the result is true, hence this condition is false. Now, this condition is also false, this condition is also false. So both of these conditions are false. Even if we are using logical OR operator, we'll go into the next part, that is the counterpart of if, and we will print not equal to. And logical OR checks for both the statements if they are true or not, which we did. Now, let's talk about this question. Here, what we are doing, we have a for loop, and in that for loop, we have a var. That means we have defined a variable with the help of var keyword. First, we are looping around I, that means I is 0, and then we are looping around and then we are trying to access it here. Now, whenever we are using the var keyword, like other traditional languages, if we have defined a keyword over in this loop, that means this is a block scope variable, right? This var, this I would have been a block scope variable, right? And when we are trying to access it here, it would have thrown us the error in other programming languages, right? Or whenever we are creating a variables with the help of var keyword, the scope becomes global and we can access them over here. So the error is out of the picture. So now let's try to debug it. We have a variable I, which is having a value 0. Now what we are doing, we are incrementing it over here as well as over here. So first time around, this will not be executed, right? Because of the for loop. Now what we are doing, we are incrementing it inside. That means in the next step, it will be incremented to 1. Now it goes back to this condition and it increments it again, which is 2. And now what it does, it checks for the condition, that is I less than 5. Yes, it is. Now it goes back inside again and it increments it. The for loop increments it again and it checks the condition is 4 less than 5. Yes, it is. It goes inside, it increments it, and then this goes to the for loop again, increments it. Now it checks, is 6 less than 5? No, it is not. It is out of this for loop and we are trying to access it over here, which we absolutely can because of the var keyword that we have used to define a variable, that is this I. So the output will be What is the value of I? It is currently 6. So the value of I is 6 and 6 will be our output because of the global scope of var. Now let's move on to the next question, which is the same thing, but this time around we are using a let keyword. Now this is something that we wish not to do, because in other traditional programming languages we are comfortable with this thing, that if we are defining a variable inside this for loop, we don't want to access it outside, because that is something which we can't do, right, in other programming languages because of the block scope of this variable. Now whenever you are defining your keywords with the help of let, and inside this you have defined your variable I with the help of let keyword, it makes this I a block scope variable. Okay, now even though we are doing the same thing, but when we are trying to access it over here, it will throw us an error saying that the I is not being defined. Why? Because the scope was over here in this block, the scope of I was there, but once we are out of this block, this variable is undefined or undeclared. You will get the error and it will say scope of let, that is this keyword, let keyword, is a block level, right? And the error that you will be getting is the variable is not being defined. Now let's move on to our next question, which is fairly simple. We just want this function which is over here, which is a function declaration. We want to convert this function declaration into function expression. Right? We have this function and the name of this function is happy, and we are saying that console, we are just printing out I am grateful. That's it. Now to convert it into a function expression, we just name this function as name. This is optional, okay? And now what we are doing, we are assigning it to a variable that is happy, right? And you see with the help of var keyword and the name of the function. Then this name is optional, and then we are printing the same message, that is I am grateful. And this is the function expression for the same function. And now when we want to call it, you just name happy. That's it. This you cannot call it with the help of this, because this is optional and you cannot call it. It will say that this has not been defined. Now let's move on to the next question. So this is the continuation of the previous question. As you can see over here, we are using animal, that is the earlier object, and then what we are doing, we are calling the eat method. Now we are using this call, and then we have this human, which is this object over here, which is having only one property, that is name. It does not have eat, but still we are calling this method. How we can do that? This is possible only because we are using this call, and call is used to borrow methods. Now what we are doing, we are borrowing this method, that is eat, from the animal object, and we are calling it so that human can use it. So now human is using it, and the arguments, that two arguments that we had earlier, that is, let me just go back to the earlier question. So as you can see, let me just clear it again. So as you can see that we have two arguments over here, and then we called this. Similarly, we are calling this for this human, and we are passing in two arguments. So it will be treated as if human also had that eat method, which is having two arguments a and b. And now the output will be as expected, which is I this dot name. Now this dot name refers to the current object. Now the current object in this case is human. Now, and that we are accessing the name property, which is human. So the output will be I human eating what? The B was 2 and then A was oranges in this case, right? Oranges and 2. So the output will be I human eating 2 oranges, and call is used to borrow the methods. How cool is that, right? So you were not having any eat method in the human object, but still you were able to call it with the help of this keyword, that is call, and it is used to borrow methods. Now let's move on to the next question. There is another way with which you can borrow methods, that is with the help of apply. And instead of passing your arguments separately, in this we can pass our arguments in the form of array, and it will be acting same as call. Okay, still you will be getting the same output as I human eating 2 orange. So this is the output. I human eating 2 oranges, and apply is used to borrow methods, but parameters are sent in the form of array. Simple. Now let's talk about this question. As we have already seen the call and apply, now let's talk about one more way, which is bind. As you can see over here, we have the let, that is, we have an object. In that we have two properties, one is name and another is eat. Now we have another object which is human, and in this we have only one property, that is name. Now what we are doing over here, we are doing the same thing. We are borrowing methods, but this time we are using bind. Now when we are using bind, in this case it will return this function, right, eat, which we are binding with the human, and we are storing it in human eat. Now this human eat is nothing but it contains the same definition, which is console log dot whatever is the definition of this function. It will be treated like this, but this time around we can use human eat. As you can see over here, we are calling human eat with 2 arguments. That means you'll be calling this function over here, this time with this name, and we will be printing I. Now this dot name. Now this dot name refers to the current object. Now current object is not animal, it's human, because we binded it with human, right? So I human eating 10 mango. This will be the output. I human eating 10 mango. Bind is used to borrow methods, and it returns the function definition, which was this. In this case, this was the function definition, and we stored it in this human eat, which we can use later, which we saw, right? Human eat we used later, and we passed in 2 arguments, just like we have for this object, which is animal. Now let's talk about this question. We have over here, we have an object which is having 2 properties. One is name, another is sing. Now in this sing, we are first trying to access the object. Now here we call the sing obj.sing. So the current object is, we will be getting an output as a, then the current object, which is this, which will be having 2 properties, name and sing, which is a function. Okay. Now what about this? In this function, we are having another function expression, right? And we are calling it inside this function, and we are trying to access the whatever is this function, or whatever is the object that is calling this function. In this case, when you deal with JavaScript, it doesn't matter where your function is written. It is dependent on who is calling that function. In this case, you will be getting the output as B, but it is not that this object is calling this function, that is, this object is calling this function. No, it is the window object that is calling this function. Okay, the window object is calling this function, even though it is inside this sing, which is called by this object, that is your obj. So the output will be A, that is the object that is calling this, which is having name and sing method, but B is called by the window object. Now in order to get the output that this function should be called with this object, we have to bind it. Now second function is not binded, and that is why we are getting the window as the second object that is calling the second function that is inside the sing. Now how can you rectify it? This time around, we'll be using something which is known as arrow function, which we don't have to bind explicitly like we did in the earlier case wherein we were binding eat method. Arrow functions are implicitly binded. We don't have to explicitly bind these arrow functions. Now in this case, as you can see over here, we are having this another function which is a function expression, and this is an arrow function, and in this we are printing B and this. Now this time around, this B refers to the current object. So this another function will be giving you again this name, and which is Sam, and then this function which is sing. Okay, this will be binded to this object. So that is why you will be getting the output as like this, which is expected. Now this is the output that we got, right? So to make this lexically bound, we used arrow functions, right? And this function that we did over here, we don't have to explicitly bind it. We used arrow function and this was binded with the current object, which is obj, right? And we don't have to explicitly use the function keyword as well. Now let's move on to the next question. What is an object and how can you create one? So basically object is nothing but an instance of a class, or it is the physical entity of a class, and we can either use a new keyword to create objects and allocate the memory in the heap, or there is another way with which you can directly create objects, which is like this, var name, and then you have two properties inside that object, right, which we have already seen, right? And we have been using this way to create our objects. We can create object, it calls the constructor of the class when we are using the new keyword, and in the coming slides we will be seeing more and more how to create objects with the help of new keyword. Now let's see this question. In this question we have a try and a catch block, and in this we have a console. We are printing a, although we haven't defined it, and then we have a catch block in which we are catching the error, and then we are printing this message, we got an error, and then the error, what is the type of the error. So as we can see that clearly a has not been defined, so we will get an error and catch will catch it and we'll get this message. So the output will be we got an error, reference error, a is not being defined. So try block contains the code which might throw an error, right? So this code may or may not throw an error, and if it throws an error there should be a corresponding catch block which will catch that error and print the error. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. In this question, as we can see, we have a try block and a catch block, and in this try block we again have that same a which has not been defined, and then we have the statement over here. What will be the output? If you are thinking that this will be printed or this will be on your console, it is not correct. So whatever is the line of code after this try block, right, after this statement wherein we will get an error that this a has not been defined, we'll go to the catch block and we will never come back to this statement and print it. Okay, so the output will be again the same, we got an error and the reference error is a is not being defined. Okay, so do not keep any statement after the statement that might throw an error, that is in the try block. Once the exception is thrown, control gets passed to catch block. Now, what will be the output in this case? We have a try block and then we have this statement over here and then we have the catch block. So again, a has not been defined, so it will throw an error, but it will look for catch. If catch is not present, it will look for finally, or if both are present, then there's a different scenario, right? So it will go for catch and then finally. But since neither catch block, neither finally block is available, so this will throw you an error saying uncaught syntax error, missing catch or finally block after try. That means after the try block. So try block must end with one of the catch blocks. There can be multiple catch blocks, or there should be a finally block, right? And there should not be any statement in between try and catch. That was the case in here, right? So we had the statement and that is why we got an error. Okay, now let's move on to our next question, which is try and then we don't have parentheses. Earlier we were using those parentheses wherein we were having that parameter error and then we were printing it. But over here we don't have any parentheses, right? So we have a try block and then the catch block. Will this throw an error? No, it will not throw, because after ES10, catch parameters were optional and we just have this message that is we got an error, and that is what we have printed over here. Okay, let's talk about the next question, which is we have a try block, we have a catch block, and we have a finally block. Now obviously a has not been defined, so it will go to the catch block. It will print this message we got an error, and then should it print this block, that finally block? Yes, it will be always printed, or whatever is in the finally block will be always executed. Okay, no matter if there is an error or not. So let's suppose if there would have been no error, let's suppose you have you wrote hello over here and you printed it, so there is no error, so catch will not be executed. It will go to the finally block and print it. But since there is an error in this case, so it will go to the catch block, it will print we got an error, and then it will print our program has ended, that is program ended. So we got an error, program ended. Okay, So finally block will contain the code that no matter what will happen, it will still get executed. It might contain some code of freeing the resources, closing files, etc. Finally block will execute no matter what. Okay. Usually what we keep in this finally block are our resources which we want to free, or closing our files, etc. Right?
So let me make you understand with a very simple example what is generative AI. Transport yourself back to your childhood. You had a lot of toys to play with. You would keep that toys in one box. Now, also imagine that if you wanted some toy which is different, you would not get in the market. But what if I tell you that this box is a magical box? And if you input your understanding of what you want in your new toy with instructions, it can create a new toy for you, which is not available in the market. Now, this toy can be a bear with unicorn features and wings. What if it generates for you? This magical box generates a toy which is very unique for you. This magical box is nothing but generative AI. Generative AI actually is not a magic, it's a fast and rapidly evolving artificial intelligence system which creates, generates, transforms content that can be text, video, audio, image, etc. based on your input. So, if we want to understand it technically, generative AI or Gen AI functions by employing a neural network to analyze data patterns and generates new content based on those patterns. Neural networks are nothing but a mimicry or a replication of your biological neuron based on how it gets from brain, the activity from brain, and you do your work. It's nothing but a mimicry of that. Based on that mimicry, it analyzes data patterns and generates new content for you.
Now, coming to what is GitHub Copilot. So you got an idea what is Git, what is GitHub. Talking about GitHub Copilot now. So as GitHub, a web-based, version control system, which was already allowing you to store your projects, your software codes, basically, and access them also freely. So associating Copilot with GitHub would have been beneficial because a lot of training data is freely available. When I say freely, it is open source. It is freely available to train the model. So as I said, GitHub Copilot is a AI developer tool. So it is an artificial intelligence based developer tool. So the programmers, the software coders or the developers are going to use this GitHub Copilot to write down a code to create a software. It is based on generative AI model, which I spoke about, and it is developed by GitHub, OpenAI, and Microsoft. As I said, initially it was founded by GitHub and OpenAI, but as Microsoft is one of the investors here, the name is associated in the founders. Okay. Talking about some of the features of GitHub Copilot, the first one is it provides sharp and intelligent code suggestion. Meaning, when you use GitHub Copilot, the moment you start writing code, it will help you to, suggest you the next line of code or the next few words of that code. For example, suppose you're writing a for loop. Okay. So for loop, if you write just the for keyword, it will automatically give you the brackets, the, what has to be written inside that bracket, those curly brackets and everything. Now this example, I've taken it from Java. If it is a Python code, it will suggest you accordingly. Or it is any programming language code, it will suggest you accordingly. Okay. Next feature is it auto completes the code. Now, why the software developers are loving this GitHub Copilot? Because for talking about, Java programming language, like I am a Java programmer. So when it comes to Java programming, there are so many, syntaxes which has to be keep in mind. That is semicolons, the curly brackets, the round brackets. So where curly brackets will be there, where round brackets will be there. Should I put a semicolon at the end of for loop or should I put it after curly brackets? There is no semicolon required. So these kind of lot of small things are there which has to be kept in mind. I'm very sure that other programming languages are also having these kind of syntaxes which has to be learned. But if you're using GitHub Copilot, you need not learn those, or you need not Google every time after writing a single piece of code. Because GitHub Copilot will automatically complete your code with the right syntax of the same programming language in which you are developing your software or writing a program. It codes faster. Now, why does it code faster? Because as I said, if you're writing just the first few words of the program or first few keywords of the programming language, it is going to suggest you what should be the next few lines, and you just have to press tab or enter, and it will write down the code in a fraction of a second. So that's the reason it codes faster. So it understands all the file types. If you have created a file, you're using GitHub Copilot there, and you've created a file with .py extension, it understands that it's a Python code file. If you have created it with .java extension, it will understand that it is a Java code file. Right? Similarly for other programming languages, and it will suggest you the code or the next few lines of your program on the basis of the programming language or the file type which you have stored that file of. Okay, so that's the feature, that it understands file type. Next, cloud code understanding. So not just the basic programming concepts, it also has concepts of cloud. Suppose you're writing or developing a software that uses a cloud platforms, that may be using any cloud-based platforms. It will suggest you, according to that, the next lines of code. Okay. It also has database understanding. May it be any database, MySQL, Oracle, SQL, PostgreSQL, or MongoDB. Depending upon which database you're using, it will suggest you, or I can say it will help you write the query in that particular database programming language. IDE integrations. It can be integrated with lot of IDEs, integrated development environments. Lastly, but not the least, it gives you the best suggestion. As this, GitHub Copilot is based on AI, generative model, and this model is trained on lot of freely available codes, that is open source available codes, and hence it provides you the best suggestion possible for that particular piece of code which you are trying to write, or a program which you are trying to write. There are disadvantages to it as well. About that I'll talk in a little bit of time, but this is all about the features of GitHub Copilot. So what all you can do with the help of this. Okay, you will get a more clear understanding of this once we'll see the demo or a hands-on session, that how exactly is it is auto completing the code which you're trying to write, or how is it understanding even what is there in your thoughts. So let me be very clear here that it will not read your thoughts, what's going on in your mind, but yeah, what you are trying to write from the keywords which you have already written on the GitHub Copilot platform, it will help you to write the complete software. So just go on Google, and there you can write GitHub Copilot. Okay. And once you press enter, the very first link, if you see here, GitHub Copilot, your AI pair programmer, you have to click on this. Okay. And then the link opens up. This is the link here, right? Now you can see all the details about, GitHub Copilot is over here. You can see here the .ts file, how the GitHub Copilot is helping. A small, GIF is here, wherein as a comment, the developer writes that determine whether the sentiment of text is positive, use a web service, and it automatically generates this code within a fraction of a second. Similarly, you can see with the Go programming language or Python or Ruby or whatever programming language you're comfortable in working, or you want to develop a software, the same thing applies. Coming to the different plans which are available from GitHub Copilot. So one is that you can use a 1 month free trial. So to give it a try, you can go with a free trial, and that's what I'm going to do it right now here. So you can click here, start a free trial, and it will give you a 1 month free trial which you can utilize. Or there are two different plans. One is for individual, one is for business. So depending upon your account, your GitHub account, if it is an individual account or it's for corporate account, you can, leverage this benefits. So for individual, this is the plan per month, or this much is per year. For business, similarly, the other plans are there. You can go with buying it. Trust me, guys, you're not going to, disappoint if you are taking these plans for individual and trying to use it. I'll show you also how, it is helping in writing a software. Then maybe you can get a clear idea that I should go with the plan or not. Similarly, you can see or go through this complete page. It also tells you here down the lane that, how it is helping the developers in the entire world. The research has found GitHub Copilot help developers code faster, focus on solving bigger problems, stay in the flow longer, and feel more fulfilled with their work. So this is some data, research data, which has been put up over here. And similarly, down you can see somewhere it is also mentioned which all, yeah. So you can see it writes the program for if you want to draw a scatter plot in JavaScript. This is how quick it is writing down. So you can see just with a blink of an eye, it has written the complete code. You can go with Python and how to write drawing a scatter plot in Python just within seconds. Similarly, you can go for, other program related to memoization, or you can fetch tweets, or writing the program for fetching the tweets can be written within fraction of seconds. Right. So this is, example how Copilot is helping you write code better. Now coming to how to install it. So as I said, you have to click on GitHub Copilot link. That is the very first link when you type GitHub Copilot in Google. And here you can click on start a free trial. So if you click on this, it will take you to the login page of GitHub. So you can see here that it is already logged in. So my account, this is Pragya Prudent here. If you are not logged in, or for the first time you're using it, maybe you have logged out, it will ask you to log in. Else you can, if I go back to that page, as I said, if you click here, or you can just before itself, you can sign in from here. So as I've already signed in, it's showing my, profile icon here. But if you have not, it will it will show you the option to sign in or sign up. Okay. So I'll go back again there, clicking on a start a free trial. And as I have not yet taken any plan, or I'm not using the account which has plan associated. So this is the free version which I'm using right now to demonstrate you. And in this, if you can go here and see, there's option of billing. Yeah, here, billing and plan. So if you go on this, plans and uses. So you can see right now it is saying it's due by September 8 because recently I've taken the free trial version. If you want to buy it right now itself, you can go here and do the upgradation. And you can see what benefits are there and what is not included. So these many things are supported right now in my GitHub Copilot, account. So you can see GitHub Copilot, it is there with the GitHub. Now, how to link it with Visual Studio Code? So I'm going to use an IDE, Visual Studio Code. You can use all the other IDEs also, which I have mentioned to you, which GitHub Copilot supports. And the reason I'm using GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code is that because that was the platform and IDE on which GitHub Copilot concept was initially developed. So for that, you should either have Visual Studio installed in your laptop or system. If not, then again, you can take help of Google and you can just directly type here Visual Studio Code and the very first link here. You can click on this. It will take you to the page of Visual Code Studio. You can go to this download option here and it will show you the option. If you are using Windows, Mac, depending upon your Ubuntu or whatever, Red Hat, whatever is your operating system, you can download it from here. So if you click on Windows here, it will download. You see, thanks for downloading Visual Studio Code for Windows. Actually, I have already downloaded and installed the IDE, so I need not install it again, but guys, it's very simple. So you can, once it downloads, so it's still downloading. So once it downloads, you have to just click on it, click on I accept the terms and services, and just clicking on next, it is going to install it, right? So it will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes hardly to install once it gets downloaded. Now, point is how to connect Visual Studio Code with GitHub Copilot. So let me show you that. As I said, I have already installed Visual Studio Code. So here is the terminal for it. So once you install it and open Visual Studio Code, you will see like this, something of this kind of a screen will come in front of you. So I have also created a project folder here and a file. That's the reason it's showing it. But if you have not and you have opened VS Code for the first time, these options won't be here. You have to create a folder and a file separately later on. Okay. So you can actually go from here, create a new file, or you can open some folder and then inside that you can create a file. So these options are here, which you can do. But before that, how to integrate now GitHub Copilot with VS Code. So for that, you have to go to this extensions option. Okay, that's also the marketplace. So here you have to search the extensions in the marketplace. So I'll just write GitHub Copilot. Okay, now again, GitHub Copilot has various versions. Okay, so GitHub Copilot Labs, GitHub Copilot Night, different versions are there which has different features. And also some are used for different activities, different kinds of, activities related to software development. Depending upon your use, you can, but here I'm going to just show you the very first basic version of it, that is GitHub Copilot. So once you write there, the very first option which you see with a tiny bear kind of an icon, you can click on this. So once you click here, like as I have already installed it for a faster demonstration here, but if you have not, in place of this uninstall, it will ask you to install. So just have to click that install, option. These reload require disable option would be there. There will be only one option given to you here, install. Okay, for the first time if you have not installed. Click on that. It will install here itself with a fraction of a second. It won't take you to any other page or anywhere. It will just simply install. And then it is going to pop up asking to authorize VS Code by GitHub to use GitHub Copilot. Right? So authorization from GitHub is required. So if it doesn't automatically pops up, then in the notification center, you can click here, and definitely here there will be a notification saying kindly authorize GitHub Copilot to be used in VS Code. Okay, so you have to just click on that notification. It will take you back to your GitHub account, and it will ask you here to, it will pop up message here saying that editor VS Code is trying to access GitHub account. So you have to allow it and authorize it. So you have to click on authorize button, and that's it. It will link there. And once the link is completed, here you can see this small icon here. So this is the icon for Copilot. Okay, GitHub Copilot. So once this is active here, if it is not installed properly, it's not active, then there will be this icon with a cut mark over it, like a slash on top of this bear icon. It means it's inactive right now. If you want to inactivate or deactivate, you don't want to use it right now, you can click on this, and then you can click on disable globally. So disable globally is for disabling it for all the programming languages which you are using on this VS Code. If I am using some programming language, suppose Java, then it will ask you that want to disable for only Java. Okay. So depending if you want to disable it for some time or you are finding it irritating, you can disable it as well, but good to use it. Fine. So this is done. So you have to just close it. And if you are using, if you have to run Java codes here, so VS Code supports Java programs, right? So you just have to install the JDK in your machine. So make sure that JDK is installed. If not, you can again install the JDK or the extension for Java from here and install it in the same way how I explained you for GitHub Copilot. So you are able to run Java programs also properly. Now, coming to already I have, okay, so once you have installed Java, you have installed the plugin of GitHub Copilot, you can go ahead with creating a folder here, or you can open a folder if you've already created or it's there in your system. And then in this, you can create a new file. I can give it a name. Suppose, first program.java. Okay, so just click enter. You can select the folder. So it's already selected. VS Code folder is there and Java project folder I have already created. So you can just create the file. So it created, the file firstprogram.java, right? So you can see J here. So it's a Java file, right? So that was all about your installing GitHub Copilot, installing VS Code, integrating GitHub Copilot with VS Code.
As we wrap up this comprehensive JavaScript tutorial, let's quickly recap the key topics we have covered throughout this journey. We began by understanding the fundamentals of JavaScript, exploring what JavaScript is and its core properties. We then dived into variables, learning how to store and manipulate data, followed by a deep dive into conditional statements, loops, and operators, which are crucial for controlling the flow of our programs. Next, we tackled hoisting and the differences between let and const, which helped us grasp the concepts of variable declarations in JavaScript. We also covered the various data types and how effectively we work with objects and arrays. We didn't stop there. We explored the power of functions, learning how to create reusable code blocks and understanding how closures and promises work to handle asynchronous operations. Exception handling was also on our agenda, ensuring that we can write robust and error-free code. Our course also brought us into a world of Document Object Model (DOM), where we learned how to manipulate web pages dynamically. We enhanced our skills with advanced array functions, making our code more efficient and expressive. To solidify our understanding, we worked with several exciting projects, including a ping pong game, a color picker, a digital clock, and a calculator. These projects were designed to put theory into practice and give you hands-on experience with real-world JavaScript applications. We also touched on JavaScript interview questions, discussing the most commonly asked questions to help you prepare for technical interviews. We introduced you to Generative AI, discussing what it is and the advantages it brings to the table. Finally, we explored GitHub Copilot and its integration into VS Code, and that brings you to the end of our JavaScript tutorial course for 2024. Remember, mastering JavaScript is a journey, not a destination. Continue to practice, build projects, and push the boundaries of what you can create. If you found this course helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated with more tutorials and content. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Happy coding!